In the kingdom of Qinyuan, a battle was taking place in the eastern wasteland of the prefecture. The attackers fiercely attacked their opponents, shouting that their clan could do nothing against this phantom bloody formation. They claimed that times had changed and that these lands would belong to their Moyun clan. One of the defenders shouted that they were not talking nonsense. He had already told Brother Sam about everything, and when he came, none of them would hide. A member of the Moyun clan asked if there was anyone named Sam among the top 10 students of the Kinyon Sword clan, but none of his brothers knew of anyone. He laughed out loud and said that Sam wasn't even in the top 10. Would he dare to fight the top 5 Moyuns? The attacker shouted to the defenders that their brother Sam should collect their corpses later and began to accumulate energy for the attack. The entire sky to the horizon quickly turned red, and a giant fist of fire was already flying in the direction of the defenders. Suddenly, another guy appeared between the defenders and the attackers. The entire space around him was lit up with blue light, and he flew decisively toward the enemy's fist to repel the attack. The head of the 5, Moyun, didn't even realize what was happening at first. But Qinyun's disciples knew that their savior had arrived in time and were very happy that they would survive. It was indeed Brother Sam who was flying to help and was afraid of not being in time. The irritated head of the 5, Moyun, said sarcastically that Sam had shown up after all, and in the next moment he rushed to attack the newcomer with all the strength he had. But Sam calmly waved his sword, and a blue light cut the fiery energy of the attack in half. The members of the Moyun 5 flew in different directions from the shockwave, bleeding to death. At the same moment, the black clouds that covered the sun began to dissipate over the heads of the defenders. The defeated attackers were lying on the ground in the craters of the shockwave, no longer a threat. A crimson pearl, shimmering in the sun, lay next to the dead head of the Moyun 5. The students of the Kinyon Sword clan ran up to Sam, thanking him for saving them. But Sam turned to the main one, calling him Kevin, and said that he had asked him not to fight, but he said he couldn't sit idly by. The attackers sacrificed the blood of hundreds of thousands of monks in Qingyu to perfect the Pearl of the Bloody Soul. But Sam replied that they should do what they can and live ordinary lives. This is the way to improve the generation. A pearl activated behind Sam's back. A moment later, the elder of the Moyun clan appeared in front of them and attacked Sam, furious that his students had been defeated. Kevin shouted that it was the elder of the Moyun clan, Killian, a 7th-level cultivator of the Purple Palace. Killian attacked them with a hand of ghostly understanding, but Sam was already drawing his sword from its sheath. He was not afraid of any techniques, he just wanted to put an end to it all as soon as possible. His technique of Sam, an ordinary student, met Killian's deadly technique. Killian was impressed. The guy really managed to block his attack. He praised Sam's skills and said that he would even be sorry to kill him. Killian said that their clan had always respected the strong, and Sam could join them. He would make the boy their #1 apprentice. They lived in prosperity. Killian replied that on their way to perfection, students do kill each other because they care only about their own benefit. He said that the main principle is that the harder you work, the more you get, and Sam was amused by this phrase. He said that he has been working there for a long time and enjoys his time there. And now, Killian wants him to join them. Sam decided to end the chatter and use the Kinyon sword technique against Killian. The self-confident head of the Moyun clan could not believe the impudence of an unknown guy. Sam calmed down when everything he saw in front of him became a continuous explosion. He turned away and went down to the ground with relief. Kevin happily asked if he had done the right thing by calling Sam to the fight. The other students had already become fans of Sam. They didn't understand how a beginner's level of swordplay in their clan could be so powerful. The head of the Moyun clan was lying in a crater on the ground in the purple flames of his own attack. He did not understand why it happened. Sam turned to him and replied that he had worked hard for many years, so he knew in advance what Killian would say to him. He had the courage to hang noodles on Sam's ears, thereby condemning himself to these humiliations. But Killian was interested in more than that. He wanted to know why Sam was so strong. The Cillian Pearl flew into Sam's hands, and he realized that it was time to finish off the head of the Moyun clan. There was an explosion, and the hole in the ground became even bigger, and purple light came out. The boy realized that this was the way the spirit of the clan head left his body. Killian's spirit was fleeing the battlefield. He still had a chance to survive and did not want to lose it. The guy realized what his opponent was up to and reached for his sword. But at the last moment he stopped, remembering something. He could not continue the fight. He sheathed his sword again, first making sure he had time to do so. Sam took a pocket watch from the inside pocket of his kimono. He opened it and looked carefully at the dial, humming thoughtfully. And the next moment he took off, saying that it didn't matter anymore. The main rescue mission had already been completed. The defenders who remained on the ground expressed dissatisfaction with Sam's allowing Killian to escape, but Kevin, who knew Sam better than anyone else, said that they just didn't know something about the guy. He turned to them and solemnly said that Brother Sam was practicing the 9-to-5 method. And pointing to the sunset, he shouted in their faces that this meant that Sam's working day was over. Confused and disappointed, the defense lawyers realized that it was the end of Brother Sam's workday. Sam flew calmly into the sunset, reflecting on his capricious fate. Most of all, he was annoyed that at the end of the day, he still had a lot of work to do and was practically working overtime. In the eastern wasteland of the prefecture, Kinyun, the Kinyun sword clan, was having very intense and long training sessions, just like every day. Some students were flying, standing on their swords, above others who were practicing on the ground. Everyone tried to do their best to move to the next level and become stronger. But every single one of them was annoyed that one of them, as always, was behaving like a lazy man. They didn't understand how he was accepted into this clan as a student because he almost never trained. Sam knew that he was causing discontent, but it didn't bother him, and he lay in the shade of a tree and slept with a mask on his face. He woke up to a voice and, without removing his mask, stretched to stretch his body, which was rubbed. Leaning forward, the guy groaned as his lower back crunched and relaxed. He lifted his mask from his eyes and looked around. Sam came back after midnight, and he hardly got any sleep. If he had known about everything beforehand, he would not have been the one to put such troublesome tasks on his shoulders. Until that moment, for 5 years, due to the incessant overtime of 996, he had not seen the light of day. The boss shook the soul out of him and did not allow him to be distracted from his work in any way. And on the last day, he shouted, standing over Sam so that he would not be lazy and get to work. The colleagues standing around told their boss that Sam was dying and that they should call 120. But he said that they had to save his project first. That's how he died unexpectedly and accidentally got into this fantasy world. Sam was reborn. Here, he was a simple disciple of the Kinyun sword clan, and he tried not to stand out in any way. He didn't stand out at all, didn't even study once in a while. Everyone around him thought he was a lazy man the world had never seen. He decided not to repeat the mistakes of the past and never work overtime in this world. But Sam did not expect that he would stand out so much from the crowd in this world. Kevin approached him from behind and said that an elder was looking for Sam and wanted to ask him about the details of yesterday's mission. Sam asked Kevin if they had told the elder anything about him, and he replied that of course they hadn't told him anything about his power. Sam calmed down, said he was leaving, and added that the next time he had time, he would teach Kevin a few tricks. Kevin forgot everything about the news, and all he could hear in Sam's wake was, "Thank you." Sam took off into the air, whipping up a strong wind around him, and Kevin waved after him, saying that they would see each other again. When he reached the main hall, Sam went down to the bridge and walked to the stairs. In this world, perfection is divided into 6 stages, from the lowest to the highest. The perfection of Ki, the realm of the spirit. Then they proceed to the formation of the soul and the boundary of the palace of the immortals. That is, the ceiling of their power. And behind them is the purple palace, and like Cillian, the ascent to the truth. Each of these stages of improvement is divided into 9 more levels, Sam was thinking about as he entered the main hall. But there was something more serious now that he needed to focus on. In front of him on the throne sat the head of the Kinyun clan, whose name was Jason. He had the 6th level of ascension to the truth, and the most powerful of this world called him the god of the Kinyun sword. Sam, as usual, played the fool and greeted the elder cheerfully, wishing him good morning. But the sergeant major seemed to be in a bad mood and ordered Sam not to forget where he was. Sam, pretending not to pay attention to Jason's bad mood, said that the tea he had planted had already ripened a couple of days ago. Before his eyes, Jason's face began to change from anger to mercy, and he knew how to improve the elder's mood. The next moment, Jason ran up to the boy and asked him to taste his ripened tea. Who would have thought that the sword god Kinyun would turn out to be a tea addict? Sam used his old knowledge of growing succulents and other plants to develop the best tea variety. This helped him build a good relationship with the elder, but it is a must for any self-respecting employee. Jason brought Sam out of his thoughts by asking him how yesterday's mission went. He had heard that Sam had saved everyone, but Sam, cunningly hiding his eyes, replied that it was an accident. He took a crimson pearl out of his pocket and said that he had taken it from one of the students of another clan. Stunned, Jason looked at the object in the boy's palm and recognized the blood pearl. He approached Sam and took the pearl in his hand, asking if the boy knew what it was. The blood pearl began to hiss in Jason's hands and radiate red lightning around it. After a short pause, Jason began to explain what the members of that clan were planning to do with this pearl. But Sam interrupted him, shouting that he didn't want to know anything. He didn't want to burden himself with any obligations. Sam added that he would leave if Jason had nothing more to say and quickly stormed out, not waiting for an answer. He wanted to live this life carefree. He didn't want any unnecessary hassles, but Jason stopped him at the exit. Jason was angry. He said that he was an elder. Even though Sam was growing tea, he could not remain so passive. Jason asked Sam why he didn't train with the sword last Sunday, and he replied that there was a very long line and he had his own principles in training. Jason was very angry. He said that because Sam had missed class, the masters came to him with a request. They asked the elder to demote Sam from the disciples, and the boy froze in his tracks at the news. He turned his face toward Jason and asked if the masters had really said that. At the same moment, Jason realized that he had sounded rather harsh and wanted to soften his words. Sam turned around and shouted that it was wonderful, that if he was demoted to an inner disciple, no one would ever pick on him again. He did not wait for Jason's decision and began to beg for his level to be lowered to an inner disciple, and the elder was beginning to burn. Jason shouted that there was no such precedent in the history of the clan. If his level was lowered, it would be tantamount to slapping the elder. But Sam didn't listen. He couldn't believe that something so extraordinary would happen. Suddenly, a woman's voice interrupted their argument with her greetings, and Jason turned to the girl and thanked her for coming. The girl quickly came to Sam, saying that tens of thousands of students work long hours to become true disciples. And why is Sam ready to give up a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? The girl's name was Mary, and she was the #1 true disciple of the Kinyon Sword Clan. In addition, she was a real beauty. Even in her early years, Mary achieved great success in cultivation and has since been ranked first among students. Everyone around her called her the future of the Kinyon clan. She was an undisputed authority. Meanwhile, Sam himself was only the last 55th in the Kinyon clan. To all the girl's questions, Sam modestly replied that she didn't know, but he had long been stuck on the Purple Palace. And that's why he wants to start all over again as an inner student. He needs to strengthen his spirit anew, to break through the boundaries of the Palace of Immortality and become stronger. As they say, repetition is the mother of learning. She couldn't believe that Sam would be so progressive and thoughtful. It was so different from what she had heard about him. She bowed to him with respect and said that she was wrong about him, to which the guy replied that the girl was very good to him. Meanwhile, James turned to Sam and said that several masters wanted to address him with a request. The girl and Sam looked at the elder intently, waiting for him to finish his sentence. Sam must go with Mary on a mission and learn from the best student about hard work. Sam's jaw dropped in surprise. This was not part of his plans at all. Dripping with cold sweat, he asked Jason if he was laughing at him, because it was Mary who, through her hyperactivity, doomed the entire clan to conform to her standards. She and he were completely different, and the guy didn't understand how they could work together. Jason replied that Mary was the best student. Everyone wanted her advice, and Sam had such a great opportunity and was still unhappy. Sam decided not to give up. He said that he was just worried that he was not good enough for this mission and would get in the way of the girl. He hoped that Mary was of the same opinion as he was about this, and he didn't want a boyfriend to interfere with her self-improvement. But the girl readily began to assure him that he shouldn't even worry about it. She said they were a family and should support each other and make progress together. Sam can use this opportunity to prove himself and debunk the rumors about him that others are spreading. The guy thought that the girl wanted to scare him, not cheer him up, and wanted him to suffer as much as she did. He turned to Jason one last time and said that if he took part in the mission, his tea leaves would be left unattended. Sam understood that the elder had invited Mary so that he could not refuse the mission. But the boy did not want to go with her. He wanted to hang around here. But Jason also had strong intentions, and he announced that he would give the boy 3 days off if he successfully completed the task. The guy couldn't believe his ears. Now this offer didn't look as horrible as it seemed at first glance. Sam just started to come alive. Happiness overwhelmed the guy. He would have 3 whole days off. He grabbed Jason's hand out of an overabundance of emotion and squeezed it in his palms. The boy asked the elder to immediately inform him about the content and place of the mission. He swore that he would go through water, fire, and copper pipes to fulfill it. A quarter of a day later, Mary was practicing with her sword on the training ground. Sam, yawning, watched this from a distance. He was in no hurry to rush into work. Still, when he approached the girl, the guy complimented her on her hard work and perseverance. Mary did not react to this, but merely noted that Sam was late. The guy replied that if he didn't sleep in the afternoon, he wouldn't have any strength left. Mary replied that he should devote more time to practice, and she arrived on time and managed to make 3,000 sword swings. And it turns out that he needs sleep like an ordinary person. He is too weak. The guy replied that Mary was right. He would think about it and do his best in training. But he thought to himself that she was like an old woman. The girl interrupted his excuses, saying that it was too late and they had to go. She lifted off the ground, shrouded in a blue glow, and Sam flew after her. On the flight, she asked him what he thought about the mission. Jason sent them to investigate the disappearances in the Tianyun Mountains. And this ridge is next to the one that Kinyan was sacrificed. Sam said about his suspicions that it was not a coincidence at all. Mary was of the same opinion. The girl assured Sam that he had nothing to worry about, given his level, and that she would protect him. Sam was very happy about this. He didn't want to show his abilities to Mary. He didn't think she would be a person he could rely on. After thinking about it for a while, he came to the conclusion that he had hit the jackpot. He would become friends with Mary and get 3 days off. And now the sun itself was shining on him. He was so happy with this prospect, Sam mentally thanked Jason. They arrived at the place, and under their feet they saw the same Tianyun Mountains. The girl's foot touched the ground first, and green leaves from the trees whirled around her. She asked Sam to start by asking the locals about everything. But she saw that Sam didn't hear her at all, just looked at his pocket watch. Mary heard the guy counting down from 5, and she realized that it was a countdown of seconds. The boy looked at the sun setting over the horizon, shrouded in clouds on both sides, and counted down to the next few minutes. He closed the watch with a click and exclaimed that the time was up. A moment later, he was running away from Mary, finally saying that he was going to rest and leaving everything to her. The town was tidy, but not very lively, although you could meet locals going about their business on the street. He was looking for a place to stay for the night, and soon his search was successful. Sam went to the inn and asked the owner at the reception for a room. The owner was in a very sad mood at first glance. He asked for 1 liang in silver for the room. The boy handed him a liang, and the owner gave Sam the key, saying that his room was on the 2nd floor, to the left and to the end. Sam picked up the key, but noticed that the innkeeper had a strange tattoo under his clothes. But he didn't want to think about it now. He was on vacation, and nothing should interfere with that. Sam found the stairs and climbed them to the 2nd floor and found his room. He lay in bed and thought about how Sister Mary's investigation was going. The next moment, he woke up to the fact that there was some noise downstairs about the vacant rooms. He realized that he had indeed fallen asleep in his thoughts, and he heard a woman's voice from below saying that she would pay for the room. He had definitely heard that voice before, and it was, of course, Sister Mary. The girl stood in front of the owner and did not understand why he refused her a room, even at an inflated price, insisting that there were no vacancies. Suddenly, she heard a familiar voice behind her, and it was Sam, of course, calling her name. Sam said that the owner had already told him that there were no more rooms and there was no need to keep torturing him. He asked the owner if his younger sister could spend the night in his room. The owner grudgingly agreed to this proposal, but the girl blushed, not knowing what to say. All Mary could do was look at Sam and repeat, barely intelligibly, something about 1 room. The guy ignored her embarrassment and was already climbing the stairs to his room, telling her to follow him if she didn't want to sleep outside. The girl decided that this was a significant argument in favor of listening to the guy. She began to climb the stairs after Sam, secretly looking at him as if for the first time. Mary reasoned that they would not do anything shameful, so she had nothing to fear. Besides, she is much stronger than Sam and can defend herself in a pinch. With these thoughts in mind, they went into the room, and the guy asked if Mary had eaten dinner, and she said no. There were deliciously fragrant pastries on the table that beckoned to be eaten as soon as possible. The boy took 1 cookie and, chewing it, offered some to Mary. The girl replied that they should learn to abstain from food in order to harden their hearts. But she did not have time to finish her thoughts aloud about the wisdom of existence. Sam took 1 cake from the plate and shoved it into the mouth of his restless companion. The girl instantly forgot everything she had shown a second before the cake was in her mouth. For her, it was such a long-forgotten and incredible taste that it was hard to describe it in words. This pastry is sweet but not greasy. It melts in your mouth and gives off a little bit of color. It penetrates her heart, and now she wants to drown in it. Mary suddenly woke up from the explosion of her feelings and realized that she had lost control. She attacked Sam with a claim that he had snuck up on her with that cake. Sam looked at the girl tiredly, but still slyly, and asked her if she had eaten. She replied that she did, but that such food was of no use, so it was better not to eat much. And Sam disagreed with her statement. He asked her if she had ever thought about whether it was possible to walk 7 miles, avoiding 5 vegetables, 3 flowers, and worldly vanity. The girl replied that she could not know, to which Sam said a clear no and no again. He said that they walk in this world and, even with a great desire, you cannot shut yourself off from everything in the world. It will only make you physically tired. A person will be afraid, and this will make the practice difficult. Mary could not understand how one could practice without giving up human desires. The guy replied that true monks are not afraid to face temptation and experience it. As in this case, if Mary is afraid that the taste of the cakes will disturb her mind, she should try to get used to them. When he learns to treat it as something ordinary and remain indifferent, this will be his first step towards real practice. Only with a pure heart can he see the truth, and only the truth will help him to manifest himself, and then he will feel free and natural. Mary sat silently and listened to Sam's wisdom with her eyes wide open. After finishing his inspirational sermon, Sam looked at the girl and winked at her. He realized that he might have said too much to Mary and that her brain had overheated, because she had even forgotten how to blink her eyes. But suddenly, the girl jumped up and ran to the boy with her whole body, saying that she understood Sam's wisdom. Only by facing desire face to face and then giving it up can we return to our true nature and cognize Tao. Having said that, Mary turned to the plate of cakes and began to eat them with appetite on both cheeks, and Sam was amazed. That's not what the guy meant at all. All his efforts were in vain. His heart was in his throat. Sam went to bed and told Mary that she would have to sleep on the floor tonight, but she said she would not sleep, but just meditate. Night fell on the town, and the bright moon began to compete with the streetlights. Mary was sitting on the floor meditating, all enveloped in a blue glow. Sam was lying in the only bed in the room, covered with a blanket, and had 10 dreams. But someone in the inn was awake. The silhouette of a man was approaching the guest room. Standing next to the door of the room, the man said that he was ready to let the girl go, but it was her own fault for insisting on doing so. Now she shouldn't blame him. The man had put an incense stick in front of the guest's door and set it on fire. The smoke from the incense stick began to penetrate the room Mary and Sam were renting. He gradually reached the meditating girl and tightly enveloped her from all sides. Mary was brought out of her meditation by a new, unfamiliar smell she smelled, and she wondered where it came from. When she opened her eyes, she saw that everything around her was full of smoke, which made her worried. She looked at the door of the room and saw smoke seeping into the room through it, and she realized that they were being poisoned. Mary had already begun to choke and was covered in cold sweat, and she didn't even have the strength to warn Sam about the danger. The girl fell to the floor, her strength completely gone, and with the last of her strength, Mary tried to call for Sam. She turned her head to the bed where the boy was lying and managed to say his name barely audibly and tell him to run away. But Sam was no longer asleep. He woke up to strange, dull sounds, and when he turned around, he saw Mary lying on the floor and the room was filled with smoke. He knew that there was nothing he could do to help the girl now. He could only wait for the poison to dissipate. Already losing consciousness, Mary saw the boy's face, looking at her intently. A gust of wind rushed through the broken trees, blowing wilted leaves in its wake. The stranger who had poisoned the couple in the hotel room was hurrying to the meeting on shaky legs. When he saw that the person he was going to see had already arrived and was sitting on one of the fallen trees, the man fell to his knees and reported his actions. He said that he poisoned Mary, the best disciple of the Kinyon sword clan, with the scent of a broken spirit, and that he did not know the identity of the second disciple, Sam. The stranger in the tree was genuinely surprised to hear that the man had managed to deal with Mary alone. And as for the other one, this brother Sam, he had never heard of him either, so he must be someone insignificant. The man said he couldn't find Sam. He must have used some kind of talisman, and the stranger in the tree laughed and praised the man. The owner of the inn fearfully asked the gentleman in the tree about his wife and children. He replied that the man shouldn't worry, that his family was fine, and that he would take him to them right now. The owner of the inn was over the moon. He would finally see his family, and everything he had done would not be in vain. But in the next moment, he was pierced by fiery light. Drops of his blood scattered in all directions, and the man died quickly. The murderer also got drops of the innkeeper's blood on his hand and simply licked them off. He was incredibly excited. It would be the last victim and everything would be over soon. He went down to the ground and called his third and fourth assistants. He ordered them to fly to the inn and capture 2 disciples of the Kinyon clan. Meanwhile, Mary was gradually regaining consciousness, and she opened her eyes with a groan. She saw Sam's face in front of her, staring at her, waiting for her to wake up. She was lying on the bed, and the guy was sitting patiently next to her, wondering how long she had been unconscious. Suddenly, Mary remembered everything that had happened before she lost her and jumped up on the bed, screaming that they had to run away. It was dangerous here. Her thoughts were panicked. She didn't know where to start, but Sam didn't seem nervous at all. He just looked at her calmly, and suddenly she realized that she was the only one who had suffered. Mary asked Sam why he was okay, because he should have passed out before she did. He replied that, unlike her, he did not use spiritual power when he slept, so the scent of the broken spirit did not affect him. But he had to stay still for a long time to let the scent dissipate and the girl regain consciousness. He also found the source of the smoke in front of their room door and extinguished it. The girl was amazed because it is difficult for monks below the 5th level of the Purple Palace to resist this poison. The boyfriend turned to her and said that the girl's social experience was too small and she needed to be more careful. If she had gone on the mission alone, the consequences would have been catastrophic. While Sam was fiddling with the kettle in which he brewed his specialty tea, the girl was filled with gratitude. The guy poured some tea into a porcelain cup. He liked the smell of it. He handed the cup to the girl, asking her to discard this politeness and to drink some tea to warm up. The girl was so grateful to Sam that she was ready to do anything he asked. As she sipped at her cup, she thought about the gossip about him, everyone around her saying that Sam was just a lazy bum. She did not expect the guy to reveal the secrets of improvement to her and not just say a few words. All this time, Sam was so important to everything and even saved her life. The girl, unbeknownst to her, began to appreciate the guy from all sides. And suddenly, after a while, she caught herself wondering what she was thinking about. Unsuspecting, Sam asked how Mary was feeling, and the girl almost choked on her tea. After she had composed herself, she thanked him for his concern and said that everything was completely fine now. Purple lightning flashed in the sky above their inn. They were approached by an uninvited guest who clearly had bad intentions. Mary felt that danger was approaching, and she had to immediately summon all her strength. She pulled out her sword and shouted to Sam that an assassin was approaching them. Turning to the boy, she told him to be careful, because the enemy could be one. But Sam didn't even think to defend himself. He crawled under the covers of his bed, saying that his workday was already over. Mary thought it didn't matter, because these two she felt were much stronger than Sam, and if he was with her, there would only be more problems. The girl flew out to meet the attackers, determined to repel them. She pulled out her sword, and blue lightning lit up everything around her. Now she thought even more that it was no coincidence that the attackers had come here. Mary decided to strike first. Her strength was greater than their resistance. When the attackers touched the ground, there was a powerful explosion. When the fire went out, she decided to go down to the ground to see if there were any survivors. And she saw on the ground the students of the 4th clan of the Eastern Wasteland, the clan of the Purple Spirit. Surprised, Mary asked the girl and the boy what they were doing here. But a moment later, she saw that they were no longer standing in front of her, their eyes frozen, like those of dolls. They were bloody puppets, their souls consumed by magic that turned the boy and girl into unwilling dolls. It was the magic of the demon sect, and the disappearance of the whole village was definitely their work. The power of these 2 disciples was equivalent to the 3rd or 4th level of the Purple Palace. The girl was confident in herself. She was stronger than both of them, and she was very upset. She pulled her sword out of its sheath again and prepared to strike using the Kinyon sword technique. But to counteract her technique, the attackers used the technique of moon-breaking clouds. The puppet's girl and boyfriend quickly jumped up and ran to attack Mary. But it was very difficult to approach Mary. She had almost perfect sword technique. She pointed her index finger at the boy and girl and ordered them to disperse. The next moment, a blue glow of lightning struck the ground between the 2 attackers, throwing the boy and girl into the air. Both puppets were very badly injured by this blow. They were bleeding. Unconscious, their 2 bodies fell to the ground, creating sinkholes with their weight. Sam, although he did not go to fight Mary, could not deny himself the pleasure of watching this battle. It was much more convenient for him to watch the battle. He didn't even have to open his eyes. He saw the puppet girl regain consciousness and realized that the two definitely did not plan to give up so easily. The girl puppet approached her wounded comrade. The guy was bleeding, and she was filled with rage. Mary saw that these two had not completely become puppets. They still had a trace of self-awareness inside them. The attacker, having reached the critical point of her anger, turned in Mary's direction and attacked, shouting that she would kill her. She was running on the ground, and purple flaming flames were bursting from under her feet. The ground gave way beneath her feet as the girl pushed off to fly into the air to attack. The girl was flying at Mary with both hands above her head, holding her weapon. Mary blocked her blow with her sword, but in her rage, the puppet was a strong opponent. Mary couldn't understand how this girl could own such a weapon. It was out of her class. The fight was swift and powerful. Everything around both girls turned into purple and blue flames. Even the stones, due to the concentration of force in the air, began to fly up to the sky. Miri was confused, trying to figure out what kind of force was opposing her because her hands were numb. But the puppet girl did not let her breathe between her attacks. She wanted revenge. Swinging her weapon over her head, she released a powerful purple energy column of light in Mary's direction. Although Mary expected something like this, she still couldn't hold her ground and flew further away from her position. She felt that everything was about to end, and she needed to focus on her technique. Sam's entire room in the inn was lit up with the blue light of Mary's energy. Sam didn't expect anything else from the clan's best student, who had already managed to study her opponent in such a short time. Despite the fact that they are on the 4th level of the Purple Palace, they are now puppets and their consciousness is sealed. Therefore, puppets can only fight with the help of their instincts. Mary entered a meditative state to achieve the highest concentration and power of her sword. Everything around the girl was completely engulfed in blue flames that rose to the heavens. But the puppet, of course, was not deterred at all by what she saw. Sam began to realize that Mary didn't even seem to be aware of the danger lurking nearby. Leaves from the trees began to fly into the boy's room, and he realized that this amount of energy should be enough to strike effectively. Now the girl will show the attackers the real Kinyon sword technique. Finally, Mary, full of energy, pulled her sword from its sheath and shot a column of blue flame toward the puppet girl. The attacker saw the force coming at her and tried to defend herself with some kind of counterattack. But it was all in vain. Kinyon's sword technique demolished the puppet girl and everything in her path like an avalanche. Everything was baked in the place where the puppet fell, as if a meteorite had hit the ground. Mary came down and stood beside the girl, who was shaking her body in agony from the blow. But she did not see that behind her, the puppet boy had already regained consciousness and was preparing to strike. He shot a column of violet energy at the girl's back with his weapon. Mary realized too late that she was being attacked. She turned around and saw how she had failed in her defense. At the last second, she tried to defend herself by creating an energy field that should not have been penetrated by this insidious blow. But Mary's hopes were in vain, and the defense, like fragile glass, began to fall apart before her eyes. Suddenly, a green, powerful glow flashed across the attacker's purple beam of energy, redirecting the attack. The blow of the puppet boy was redirected to a nearby mountain, and the explosion that occurred was very powerful. Mary looked at the aftermath of the blow in fright and could not understand how it was possible. If she had missed that shot, her injury would have been extremely serious. She attacked the puppet boy before he had a chance to get his bearings. She wondered what kind of green light had come to her aid, as if it were a leaf. Someone saw the fight and decided to come to her aid, she reasoned as she dealt with her attacker. Sometime later, both puppets were lying with their spiritual powers blocked in chairs in Sam and Mary's room. Sam, as if he had just woken up, began to crawl out from under the covers, congratulating the girl on how she had done everything. Mary began to wonder if Sam could have helped her and saved her life. But the guy replied that he had been lying in bed and dozing all this time. He could see Mary's doubts and asked her what was wrong. Mary said that it was nothing. She was just overthinking it. A guy with his level of development could not have done something like that. She said that the puppets should be returned to the clan while their spirits are still alive, that the elders should be asked to cleanse their hearts and expel the formation. But then the members of the demon clan will flow and do their dirty deeds elsewhere. The guy decided that he had to act for the sake of ordinary people and the 3 days off he was promised. It seems that he was the only one who could do it. The guy approached the puppets and blue energy started coming out of his hands. Shocked, Mary asked him what he wanted to do, and she looked at him again with wide eyes. The boy replied that he was using his divine sense to penetrate their minds and expel the formation. The girl rushed to dissuade him, saying that he did not know how to penetrate the soul of a true monk. The slightest carelessness could lead to the complete destruction of the soul. But Sam calmed her down and stretched his arms over the puppets' heads. When the girl saw that he wanted to convert them from puppets at the same time, she was even more frightened, because he was not at all Sam's level. Sam answered that saving a person is equivalent to putting out a fire, the faster the better, while the girl believed that the main thing is not speed, but safety. The girl opened her eyes, struggling to come out of oblivion, and she sighed when she saw the familiar face of her fellow soldier. The guy stood by the girl's chair and was frantically rejoicing that she had woken up. Lisa, rubbing her eyes, wanted to ask Kyle what had happened, but suddenly realized that they were not alone in the room. She looked around and saw strangers, a guy sitting in a chair and a girl standing next to him. Mary happily introduced herself and Sam and said that they were students of the Kinyon Sword clan. Kyle turned to Lisa and said that his sister Mary was the best student in their clan and that this boy and girl had saved them both. After these words, Lisa immediately remembered everything they had both experienced. She said that they had been captured by an elder of a demon clan and put a spell on them. Sam asked Lisa to tell him more about what exactly happened and how they got into trouble. The girl said that on Sunday, she and Kyle went to investigate the disappearance of the villagers on orders. They arrived at the destination and began to explore the area. Later, they followed up and found out that the elder of the demon clan used the blood of the villagers for sacrifices. They saw it with their own eyes. He made a lair for himself in the forest near the village. In the end, the boy and the girl fell into a trap that the demon elder had prepared for them in advance. He suppressed their consciousness, and no matter how much they resisted, it was all in vain. Lisa never imagined that they could turn into crooked puppets. After finishing her story, the girl got up from her chair and bowed low to the rescuers and thanked them for saving her. Mary replied that she was not responsible for the rescue and that she did not need to be thanked, because the person who saved them was Brother Sam. And the girl pointed to the guy who was silently drinking tea from a porcelain cup. Lisa turned to Sam and repeated everything she had said earlier. Addressing him, Lisa said that they would definitely pay back this debt. The guy replied that he shouldn't even think about it. He has just managed to free 2 people from the curse of the bloody puppet. Sam recalled Mary's reaction when he completed the process of freeing their minds. The girl said that this spell usually affects the deepest corners of consciousness, and that breaking free from it is like finding a needle in a haystack. And not even all elders managed to get rid of it, Mary asked Sam when he mastered this technique. He replied that he had accidentally found a fragment of a set of practices for manipulating spiritual thoughts, so he studied it because he was curious. The guy told Lisa that to save them, he needed to use resources and artifacts worth almost 30,000 high-quality spirit stones. Mary did not believe Sam's statement and thought that he must have done it by accident because the guy could not have had so many resources. Lisa replied that they would make it up to her as soon as they returned to their clan. Shocked, Mary was speechless. She couldn't understand how Lisa and Kyle had agreed to this so quickly. Sam knew that a heart purification and evil destruction formation capable of dispelling a spell required at least 50,000 spirit stones. 30,000 is a discount on account of friendship and a loss to himself. So the guy replied politely that they should take their time because their clans are friends. He asked me to remember and tell the details of how Lisa and Kyle were captured. Lisa said that the attacker's name was Freddy. His fighting power was not very strong, and the girl could have dealt with him alone. But he is very good at using formations and poisons, and that's what caught the boy and girl. Sam said that he had an elixir that could make a person immune to poisons for 3 hours and asked if they were confident in their abilities. The girl confidently replied that if she was immune to the poisonous incense, she would beat the demon to death in a matter of minutes. Only after saying this did Lisa realize that the boy was not going to go with them and asked why he did not want to do so. Sam replied that he actually needed too much spiritual power to save him and his brother, and he just needs to sleep, not fight, to regain his strength. Lisa and Kevin began to apologize for being so blind and not seeing his hard work. All 3 of them told Sam to have a good rest and to leave the case to them, and he was relieved to say that he was relying on his friends. 3 comets could be seen in the night sky flying in the direction of the forest from the village. Lisa held a blue pearl in her hands and examined it in the moonlight. Was it really the same magic elixir that Brother Sam had talked about? Mary interrupted her doubts, insisting that they should trust Brother Sam, who had never let her down. All 3 simultaneously swallowed their friend's magic elixir, trusting him. Lisa said that this elixir was no different from ordinary pills, and Kyle also had doubts because Sam didn't have a high level of improvement. Suddenly, the bright moon was covered by clouds on all sides. Mary felt a chill run down her spine. Something suspicious was going on, and she had to be on her guard. She turned to her friends and told them what was happening. Something was not good. They should be careful. Lisa turned to the girl and said suspiciously, "Isn't it strange that there is not a single living soul here except for them?" And it was at that moment that the friends realized that they were far from alone, that they were being watched. And literally, they were watched by dozens of red, huge eyes that hovered in the air around them. Mary wasn't going to wait for the demon to strike first. She wanted to be proactive. The girl drew her sword and tried to dispel the ghostly eyes with her technique. Everything around them turned red and blue, as if the enemy was mocking them. Suddenly, all of those eyes turned into red fire, which descended to the ground. Again, Mary was stunned and did not know what to say. Everything was transforming before their eyes. There was no more land under their feet. It was a solid swamp that came from nowhere. The girl said that it seemed to be the parts of dead creatures that had been treated here. It was a horrible sight. Mary asked the others if they had seen the man who had just spoken to them. But before she could finish her question, she heard a man's voice behind her asking if he was the one they were looking for. When they turned around, they saw a grey-haired young man with fiery eyes. And now all three of them were looking at the new guy. It was him. It was definitely Freddy. He asked Lisa and Kyle how they wanted to get rid of his curse so quickly. Freddy suspected that the best student of the Sword Clan had secret treasures that he did not know about. He looked curiously at the girl with blue hair, who was already holding her sword at the ready. Freddy asked why there were only 3 of them, if the 4th one was afraid when he found out who was behind everything. But Lisa, rushing into the fray, shouted that she could handle such an empty place herself. She struck her first blow at the enemy, who raised all the stones around her from her strength. At first, she couldn't see anything in the smoke around her. She froze in place, waiting. A few seconds later, Lisa realized that Freddy was still alive. The smoke from the impact dissipated and was replaced by the smoke accumulated by Freddy, saying that the girl was trapped by him. Kyle did not wait for an invitation and rushed at the enemy, demanding that he shut up. The guy attacked Freddy from behind, and he was genuinely surprised at the treachery. He repelled this attack as well, saying that although they were the best students of their clans, they were still fools. Smiling slyly, the demon asked if his friends liked the smell that had already filled the entire clearing. Lisa and Kyle realized that this smoke was poison smoke, and all they could do was rely on Sam's elixir. Mary decided to join the fray as well and took her sword out of its sheath and struck out. At first, this made Freddy laugh, as he thought his defense was a safe haven. But he underestimated his opponent. Her strength surprised the demon, and he had to come up with something new. The blue glow broke through his poisonous smoke with ease, and he saw that he had only a few seconds to escape. When it reached the ground, the blue glow caused an explosion that sent puffs of poisonous smoke flying in all directions. His friends took to the air to get a better look at whether Freddy had survived or whether it was over. There was a large smoking funnel where he stood, and nothing else, no body. Mary gritted her teeth in frustration. They had missed Freddy, and victory was so close. Suddenly, all 3 of them felt the air around them change. Poisonous odors rose up. Freddy really had his own tricks and no rules. The friends went down to the ground and saw Freddy in the sky above them, emitting red fire and poisonous smoke around him. He laughed and shouted that resistance was futile, and they could not escape his poison. All he had to do was take 10 breaths, and they would immediately become his property. His friends stood in the clouds of his poison and did not move, looking at Freddy. Suddenly, the demon realized that something had changed and was definitely not the same, but he could not yet figure out what it was. Mary and Kyle continued to stare unmoving into his eyes. And then Freddy realized that there were only 2 of them on the ground, and the 3rd had disappeared somewhere. But Lisa was not going to run away. She flew up to him from behind and hit him on the back with all the force of her weapon. Freddy screamed in pain, spitting blood from his mouth, which was a very unexpected twist. The force of the blow was so great that he fell to the ground with a bang. At the same moment, Kyle opened his fan, preparing for another blow. His fan released 6 purple beams of energy that targeted the wounded Freddy. These rays enveloped the insidious attacker from all sides, preventing him from escaping. Soon, where he stood, there was only earth and fragments of smoking stones. Sometime later, a wounded Freddy emerged from under the stones, blood pouring from his mouth onto the ground. He was hit hard. He had no strength to get up, only to cough exhaustedly. Dripping with cold sweat and blood, Freddy looked up at his enemies. He asked why the poison did not work on them, no matter how hard he tried. It seemed impossible to him, but he had proof before his eyes that it was true. Lisa was happy that Sam's elixir worked, and being resistant to such tricks would help them deal with all the members of the demon sect. This poison was even stronger than the previous one, and even if you held your breath, it would be absorbed into your skin, and Freddy knew that nothing but his own antidote could dispel it. Did these stupid former bloody puppets and Mary have any secrets of their own? Mary could see that Freddy was taking his time to gather his strength and decide to strike one last blow. She took her weapon out of its sheath and began to prepare to strike using the Kinyon sword technique. But this only made Freddy laugh. He grabbed his wounded shoulder and asked if she really thought it was over. The next moment, he pushed off the ground with force, and all the stones around him flew in different directions. He flew rapidly into the sky, laughing and shouting that his game had just begun. Standing over his enemies, he activated the bloody flames of the celestial formation. Everything around the friends turned red. They were in a bubble that they could not leave. And this bubble also burned the skin, causing discomfort. Freddy couldn't stop laughing as he said that these fools had stepped on his territory. He decided to reveal to the first that he had dealt with his enemies. Kyle looked back and saw something that made cold drops of sweat pour down his forehead. Out of the boiling mud came a creature that seemed to be made of lava. The creature called the First got to its feet, not yet fully formed, and smiled. As soon as the first one's eyes formed and he saw his enemies, he opened his mouth and growled at them. The first one turned out to be a crooked puppet of the 6th level of the Purple Palace. And this was a big problem for his friends, as he stood in front of them and smiled predatory in anticipation of his meal. Freddy was laughing as he watched the faces of his enemies change. They would not be returning home today. Including the coward who was hiding from him in the village, he sent the second to the 5th level of the Purple Palace. When Mary heard this, she was genuinely afraid for Sam, because he was in danger and she couldn't help him, even though she promised to protect him. Sam was sleeping peacefully in his bed under the covers, seemingly unaware of anything. The window of his room was quietly opened by long red fingers with the claws of a predator. The next moment, the sash of his window opened with a noise and the second climbed onto the windowsill. But try as he might, he could not understand what was going on here. The bed was empty and there was no one in the room. The coward he had been sent for had hidden somewhere else. Sam was prudently lying quietly on the bed in the next room, not wanting to work overtime. But his hopes were interrupted by an explosion behind him. The wall between the rooms exploded as if from TNT. When the fire went out, the boy felt through the smoke that the second entered his room. The second one growled triumphantly because it had finally found its target, and now it would follow Freddy's orders. Irritated, Sam got up from the bed and asked if the other one could turn around without grabbing him, but he already knew the answer. Did they all have to drag Sam into this mess? In the woods, not far from the village, we could see a huge dome of fire, in which, for sure, a battle was taking place. Mary attacked the bloody puppet with the Kinyon sword technique, thanking herself for not being lazy in her training for a single day. The bloody puppet did not attack, but waited for the girl's move, who had already sent her blue energy rays in her direction. The lava monster stretched out his palm in front of him, on which a stream of red, fiery energy began to emerge. He stretched his arm forward, and this energy deflected the girl's attack like an improvised shield. But Lisa didn't waste any time either, and decided to help her friend cope with the puppet. She flew up behind the lava monster and tried to strike it. But the monster was able to foresee this turn of events and turned around and grabbed Lisa's weapon with his own hand. He threw the girl away from him with great force, causing Lisa to lose her balance and fall face first to the ground. Mary and Kyle saw that the girl was badly hurt by this counterattack and something had to be done immediately. Kyle waved his fan, ordering the Jiyun chain to form, and at the same moment, purple chains broke out of his fan towards the puppet. They entangled the monster, leaving it unable to move at all. This hellish puppet began to get very angry, trying to break the chains that barely restrained her. Mary decided not to waste a minute and to strike him with her sword. And the second the puppet managed to break the chains that entangled it, Mary's blue energy beam cut it in half. Kyle and Mary saw the body of the bloody puppet break into two parts. But Mary suspected that this was far from over and that anything could be expected from Freddy. The torso of the bloody puppet hung in the air above the ground, and the legs that were falling down were now trying to catch it with her hand. Picking up her feet, she ran her hand along the cross-section, which radiated fiery sparks. And then, quickly and forcefully, she joined her legs to her body, smiling with satisfaction. Mary could have expected anything, but not such a sight. The monsters could regenerate. A moment later, the puppet threw a fireball in their direction. Mary managed to bounce away from the trajectory of the shot, but Kyle was unlucky. The bullet hit him directly. Kyle flew a long distance away from the girl and fell face first and never moved again. Lisa, who had already managed to get up, saw this and called the guy's name in fright. But Kyle could no longer answer her. He was bleeding heavily from the head and was unconscious. The girl was beside herself with rage. She shouted that the monster should not have dared to touch the boy. And a second later, she was already off the ground with the intention of attacking the monster from behind again. The puppet didn't have time to react to the unexpected attack and was hit in the back by Lisa's weapon. The blow was so strong that it threw the monster into the air, and from there it fell swiftly to the ground, kicking up a pile of stones around it. Mary hurried to her friend because she realized that fighting the monster like that was a path to nowhere. Mary said that this guy is so strong that with his endless regeneration, they will just eventually run out of steam. Lisa turned to her and said that she knew a way to wipe him off the face of the earth. Mary asked if this was true, and Lisa said that she needed time to gather her strength to attack. She asked Mary to buy her some time and keep the puppet busy. Mary firmly told the girl that she could rely on her there. Freddie looked down on it all and said that it was his masterpiece of a collection of bloody techniques, and they would not survive no matter what they did. Suddenly, he was surprised to feel the second approaching and looked in the direction of the village. He was surprised that number 2 finished his task so quickly, and it turned out that he was really good at it. Meanwhile, the second one was sitting on what was left of the floor in Sam's room, bound by energetic blue chains. Sam almost fell into a trap, and the elders must not find out about it under any circumstances. He just wanted to sleep peacefully, but the monster decided to interfere with that and made a lot of noise. He asked the monster to stop making noise, and if he did, the boy would give him something in return. But the second one, of course, could not shut his mouth because he had a task that he could not fail to fulfill. And so Sam grabbed him by the hair and dragged him out of the inn room. Pulling the second to the hole in the wall, the guy began to look at the fire dome in the distance. He needed to choose a clear target. He found Freddie with his eyes and raised the puppet with his hand, showing where it should go. The puppet looked at the guy, bleeding but still smiling. The guy looked her in the eye and angrily told her to get out of his room. And he threw the bound monster forcefully toward the fiery dome above the forest. The puppet was melting from the speed at which it was flying at the target. Sam didn't want her flight to be simple, so he gave her a couple of pirouettes in the air, which made the bloody monster vomit. Turning around and facing the room, he held his head. He still had some time to rest, and it was such a mess. Realizing that he would not be able to go to bed here, he decided to look for free rooms. He needed sleep. Bloody Puppet 1 became even stronger after being wounded, attacking Mary with giant fists of fire. It was getting harder and harder for Mary to resist these attacks, but she promised Lisa to hold on as long as necessary. The girl was thrown a long distance by another attack from the first and threw a pile of stones into the air. She would have flown even further if she hadn't stopped herself by grabbing the ground. It was very difficult to maintain a puppet of this level on her own, even for her. She looked at the puppet and did not understand why it was getting stronger and stronger. The first one was already twice as big as at the beginning of the fight and continued to gain strength. Freddie, who was watching, appreciated Mary's strength. She was called the best student of the Kin Yun Sword Clan for a reason. But it all comes to an end when he commands the first to attack. The first one obediently flew in the direction of the girl, its mouth gaping. Mary took up her sword, preparing for what may be her last battle. In an instant, she forgot all the guidelines she had been living by, and animal fear replaced everything. Freddie watched this scene, not paying attention to the fact that a red star was approaching him from behind. But still, hearing a strange sound, the member of the demon clan turned around. He could not understand what this strange thing was flying rapidly in his direction. He still didn't understand anything, and the bound second had already broken through the dome of Freddie's spell. Mary, who couldn't move, stared in shock at the place where a second ago Pervy had been running at her, and now there was just smoke. It was impossible to see anything. Everything was shrouded in a fog of smoke and ash. Mary was overjoyed to see her enemy defeated, Freddie lying unconscious on the ground. Not far from him, both bloody puppets lay shattered to pieces. Suddenly Freddie came to, screaming, "How is this possible?" He flew up into the sky, and the girl breathed a sigh of relief because she realized that her brother Sam was okay. One of the elders must have come to his aid. The counterattack was so strong. Freddie was furious. Is it really possible that the oldest sword clan is here? It would be a very serious problem. He realized that in that case, he had to hurry up and finish everyone off. Freddy revived the puppets and increased their power many times over, and they immediately rushed to attack. Mary stood frightened with her sword down and looked at the almost endless wall of fire and lava that was moving in her direction. Suddenly, the girl felt something clinging to her legs and gradually rising upwards. She looked down at her feet and saw that the lava and fire were gradually consuming her. At the same moment, behind her, she heard Lisa's voice apologizing for keeping Mary waiting so long. Lisa was full of determination and radiated pillars of violet energy with which she was filled. Freddy was furious. The fourth level of the Purple Palace, and how could this Lisa ever resist him? Lisa ran ahead of Mary and brought her weapon forward, accumulating energy into the purple shadow technique. The entire horizon was illuminated by purple light, which completely destroyed Freddy's red, bloody dome. Through the broken wall of Sam's room, he could also see all this beautiful landscape. But Sam didn't care about that. He covered his eyes with his favorite mask and snored peacefully, dreaming his 10th dream. Sam sat up on the bed, taking off his sleep mask, trying to figure out where he was in the world. He got out of bed and stepped on the floor, thank God, and managed to change the smashed room into a new one. The guy opened the window, wanting to breathe in the warm, fresh air. But when Sam saw what was happening outside his window, his mood immediately changed. Yesterday's day of battle turned into today's, an explosive one. Sadly, the boy thought that Sister Mary, Lisa, and Kyle had been fighting all night, so maybe this elder was not so simple after all. But Sam had his own habits that he could not break, and the guy reached into his inside pocket. He took his pocket watch out of his pocket and looked at the time. Thick smoke was rising over the clearing where the three friends were fighting Freddy's puppets, and the dome of his bloody spell had been broken. Only a huge sinkhole remained where the first was supposed to be. Lisa stood next to the remnants of energy left by the bloody puppet and waited for them to dissipate. Suddenly, the girl fell to her knees, leaning on her weapon, shaking all over. Mary was impressed. It was really very powerful, and she wondered how the girl had defeated the puppet with regeneration skills. Kyle, who had finally regained consciousness, said that this was their secret technique, the accumulated power being released in one breath. But the lack of equipment is obvious, and this battle was too energy-consuming for Lisa. The girl got to her feet with Kyle's help and said that this time they had succeeded only because of her sister Mary. Mary blushed and said that she was just doing her job and that she shouldn't be praised. Freddy, who was still flying above them, interrupted the friends' chatter and was very angry. Lisa was so angry that she forgot that she was not feeling well. She wanted to deal with Freddy immediately. A representative of the Demon Clan said that his friends had practically destroyed his first, whom he had spent several decades creating. Lisa didn't want to hear it. She grabbed for her weapon, but Kyle stopped her, saying that her spiritual strength was almost exhausted. Mary asked her friends not to interfere. She wanted to deal with Freddy alone. The girl confidently and decisively took off from the ground and flew in the direction of the enemy. Freddy, on the other hand, was increasing his energy and shouting that today the three of them would be buried on this lawn. He generated huge fiery arms that reached out to meet Mary. The girl took out her weapon and used the Kinyon sword technique. The blue light of her energy pierced the bloody tentacles that reached out in her direction and struck Freddy directly. She lowered her sword calmly and concentrated, knowing that this was not the end. Everything in the world just went silent for a moment, and only light remained. Mary looked up at Freddy, her eyes full of anger, and he would never break her. The wounded member of the Demon Clan was amazed at the girl's strength. He had not expected such a fight back. Freddy doesn't want to waste time and immediately started generating a new spell. He wanted to see if Mary could handle it. The girl did not move. She just opened her mouth and coughed out loud. At the same moment, the remnants of the bathing pool on which Freddy was standing began to crack and break under his feet. A second later, they fell to the ground in an avalanche, while Freddy himself remained in the sky. The demon realized that the girl was aiming at the previously made gap in his spell. He never thought that Mary would have the strength to do such a thing. These actions annoyed him greatly. Freddy had been dealing with these clueless clan members for so long, and he decided that it was time to end this fight. The demon had gathered enough energy to create a powerful spell. Mary realized that things were bad, and Freddy wanted to use some secret fighting technique. But before she could do anything, she was covered in red energy spots all over her body. She realized that the enemy had sealed her acupuncture points to release spiritual energy. Hearing the strange sounds, Mary turned around and looked at her friends. They were frozen in place, their faces covered in flames. Freddy was triumphant. He said that his technique of bloody puppets could not be dispelled so easily. Waiting for his spell to take effect, the demon ordered the third and fourth to grab Mary. He told the girl that although she was talented, she was like a small child compared to him. These brazen statements only made Mary angry, and she had already decided that Freddy would be her first victim. Freddy was furious. He wanted the girl's blood to become another beautiful offering. Mary hovered in the air, almost completely enveloped in hostile red tentacles of energy. She mentally apologized to the elder for being defeated by such an opponent. She also regretted being so careless, even though her brother Sam had warned her about it. Suddenly, this agony was interrupted by Sam's voice, which ordered the Demon Clan member to stop. The girl was no more shocked by the appearance of her brother Sam than Freddy himself, who turned around in surprise at the voice. The demon could not understand where this guy came from. He had sent his puppet after him. Perhaps he was the same elder who killed the second. The guy remained calm and told Freddy not to look around because he came alone. Mary was intimidated by this statement. She screamed at the boy to run away because he could not defeat this opponent. Freddy smiled predatory, and it was even better. The sheep went to the wolf by itself. The demon attacked the boy, shouting that in that case he would start with him. Sam didn't even draw his sword. He just stretched his hand forward and snapped his fingers, ordering the destruction. Instantly, everything around Freddy began to explode, along with his energy. He looked up at Sam, dumbfounded, not understanding how this was possible. Freddy's body was covered with cuts from the fragments of his own spell. He was covered in blood, but still alive. Looking down, he saw that number 3 had not grabbed Mary, but rather grabbed her own head and, covering her face, attacked him. This was impossible, because the bloody puppet formation he reactivated was several times stronger than usual. No matter how powerful the guy was, he couldn't dispel it that quickly. But Freddy's thoughts were interrupted by Kyle with his chain attack. Lisa grabbed her weapon and began to build up her energy, which flowed like a purple river. Freddy, wounded, irritated, and exhausted by the fight, was completely enveloped in Kyle's chains. Lisa struck from the top down, saying that it was time for Freddy to come down from heaven to earth. The friends stared in silence at the deep crater, from which a thick column of smoke rose, and it seemed to be over. Mary turned to face Sam with both concern and surprise. She asked the guy what had just happened here, and Sam immediately had to come up with a plausible version. All his friends came to him and started asking him what he had done. Sam decided to stand his ground and replied that it was just a little trick. Sam began to explain that when he removed the bloody seeds from the boy and girl, he discovered that the roots of this bloody seed had already infected the souls of Lisa and Kyle. Sam was afraid of damaging their souls, so he decided to remove only the seeds. This meant that the boy and girl could still be manipulated at any time. That is why he decided to leave several energy threads of swords in their minds. And as soon as the elder of the Demon Clan tried to activate the seed again, the threads would interrupt his attempt. Impressed by Lisa and Kyle, Sam said that at a critical moment, such measures can turn the tide of battle. The boy and girl said they understood Sam's idea and admired him. Mary asked Sam why he hadn't told her about it in case the plan failed. The guy didn't understand why she was asking this, because the girl had already succeeded. So why these strange questions? He told the girl not to think that she would have failed without him, because she is the person who can overcome the elder of the Demon Clan. The shocked girl looked at him with wide eyes, asking if Sam really thought so. The boy wondered if Mary's acting skills would be enough to fool the elder if he told him everything. Lisa and Kyle immediately echoed Sam's praise, saying that they would not have been able to deal with Freddy so easily without Mary's help. These conversations made the girl think about the chronology of events and gradually believed in herself. She also thought that despite Sam's low level, his wisdom was unsurpassed. He also had unrivaled strategic thinking and insight. Sam was deep in thought about whether he would be able to take an early vacation if he completed this mission as soon as possible. These reflections were interrupted by a sound from below, as if the battle was not yet over. Freddy was still alive. The friends looked down and saw that something strange was happening. Was the bloody formation activated again? After looking a bit, they realized that it was Freddy himself, absorbing the bloody energy that had concentrated around him in a ring. Sam thought with regret that the thought of an early vacation looked too good to be true. Freddy was on all fours, unable to get to his feet, with almost nothing left of his clothes and his body covered in cuts. His bloody creatures scattered into pieces of fiery energy and spun around their creator. Suddenly, Freddy got down on his knees and all the energy around him began to concentrate in his abdomen. Sam watched everything that was happening and did not understand what the demon was up to. Right in front of his friends, Freddy's bloody energy turned into a portal in his stomach, and a spear began to emerge from there. Mary realized that watching this was not an option. She had to do something urgently, so she pulled out her sword and used a secret technique. Freddy was already standing on his feet and laughing out loud. Some new, powerful energy was bubbling up around his spear. Mary struck Freddy's side with a smashing sword technique, but he didn't even move. The demon only laughed harder, saying that they were too late. They could not defeat him now. Freddy raised his new weapon above his head and easily blocked the girl's attack. Its formation has finally been completed, and now these clumsy opponents will come to an end. Mary was disappointed. She had missed her last chance for a possible victory. Kyle shouted that he was advising everyone present to retreat because their strength was almost exhausted. The friends decided to follow his advice and turned around to fly to the village. Sam was not in a hurry at all. He told his friends to go first, and he would catch up with them later. Mary asked what he was waiting for. The guy should run away as soon as possible. Freddy also had no intention of letting his opponents leave the battlefield. He wanted revenge. Each of the friends felt some kind of force holding them in place. Freddy generated a huge crooked monster that grabbed each of his enemies with his hands. Freddy considered them miserable insects, and he wanted to show them the power of real poison. Lisa and Kevin were desperate, and Lisa blamed herself for being caught because her strength was exhausted. City Hall did not understand this paradox. Freddy was definitely only on the 5th level of the Purple Palace, but what was happening now corresponded to the 8th level of the Purple Palace. Lisa was afraid that the demon would simply finish them off with his bloody formation. Kevin guessed that Freddy had absorbed his puppets. The demon said that the 1st and 2nd were the best in his collection, and he didn't think they could beat them. Lisa noted with horror that now the 1st and the 2nd had united with their creator, and their friends had no chance against him. But Freddy told the girl that he was not a creator, he was also a victim. It was from him that a bloodthirsty soldier was raised in a violent way. Stunned, Lisa and Kyle looked at this monster, not knowing what to say. Mary heard Sam counting from 5 to 1 again and turned her head to ask him what he was doing. Kyle mentioned that ancient books say that the first demon warriors appeared 10,000 years ago. Countless people were killed, and most of the land belonged to the demon clan. When the 5 clans united, they were able to defeat the demons. Freddy told Kyle that he had seen a lot, and that such events help shape warriors like him. And today, the friends were honored to become an offering for Freddy's bloody formation. Suddenly, Freddy's angry tirade was cut short because he heard a strange sound. Sam stared at his pocket watch, not engaging in dialogues. After counting to 1, he closed his watch, resigned to the fact that he would have to work overtime. Freddy didn't understand what the guy was talking about. What kind of overtime? But even here he was interrupted by a rapid and powerful attack of blue light. Freddy received a blow like he had never received before in his life. That's how Sam decided to free himself from the demon's captivity, he said, because his death hour had come. Not only Sam, but also his friends were freed, and Mary immediately rushed to him to ask if it was his movement that was responsible. The guy told them to run away. They had to get out of here as soon as possible and protect the village, and he would handle it himself. Mary asked Sam to call the elder who had helped him defeat the second's puppet, because they couldn't do it alone. Lisa said that thanks to this formation, Freddy's power grew to at least the 8th level of the Purple Palace. And even with joint efforts, it would be very difficult to overcome him. Sam shouldn't be pimply, but the guy insisted on his own. He assured his friends that everything would be over very soon and they could rest easy about it. Stunned by the strength of the attack that came down on him, Freddy couldn't understand how it could happen. This guy's level was obviously not enough for such power. This guy probably just used some trick to get himself released. But Sam asked Freddy if he really thought the guy needed tricks to beat him. Meanwhile, his friends were heading for the village, and Lisa was worried about Sam, whether they could just leave him on this lawn. Does he really know any way to cope with such a strong enemy? With Sam's level, this demon could destroy him with a single blow, she said. But Mary insisted that she trusted the guy, even without knowing what he was up to. She remembered all his explanations about how he had saved Lisa and Kyle. From the moment he left the mountain, all his decisions were absolutely right. Meanwhile, Sam extinguished Freddy's attack with a single counterpunch, and the guy was smiling. He was holding his sword and seemed to glow with a blue light, only his eyes were red. Freddy looked at this sight in fright. He was scared for the first time and did not know what this guy was going to do next. Meanwhile, the friends flew to the center of the village. There was not a soul on the street, and the locals hid in their homes in fear. Mary landed on the street with a bang at high speed, kicking up earth and stones around her. she quickly generated a heavenly spirit castle to protect the villagers. She threw it in the air to activate it with all the strength she had left. The castle soared high above the village, and a blue protective dome formed behind it from top to bottom. The village with its people was protected from enemy attacks for some time. Sam decided to give Freddy a head start and suggested that he attack him. Freddy didn't even think about why the guy was so kind to him. He could not even think that he would not be able to cope with this little shit. Sam wanted to see what other aces Freddy had up his sleeve as soon as possible, because he wasn't going to give him another chance. The elder of the demon clan was speechless at the audacity of this stranger. He lifted his spear, accumulating a huge amount of energy for a blow that the boy should definitely feel. But the bloody blow with the halberd did not have the desired effect. The boy did not even move. Freddy's energy was flying in the air, destroying everything in its path. The demon was not going to give up. He thought that if he increased the amount of energy and prolonged the attack, the boy's defense would break. But over and over again, the reflection of Sam, who was in the same place, remained in his eyes. To be honest, Freddy was already very tired. He hadn't had time to fully recover, but he wasn't going to give up on Sam either. The guy watched all these attempts to destroy him, and when he saw that the demon was exhausted, he asked him if that was all. It worked like an electric shock on Freddy, and he tried to attack the guy again. He wanted to kill this kid at all costs, and the demon could not understand how what was happening to him right now was possible. He accumulated the power of 10 blades against the boys, which was one of his most powerful spells. Immediately, without waiting for the previous one to act, he also accumulated the demonic light of the heavens, deciding to use his entire arsenal. From the village, a wall of fire was visible behind which Sam could not be seen. The friends' hearts clenched as they saw the full power of the demon warrior. Mary looked at this horrific sight and was sure that Sam was no longer alive because she would definitely not have been able to resist such a force. Meanwhile, Sam's imperturbable voice haunted Freddy, who had already begun to run out of breath from the incessant attacks. He said that it's not easy to master a skill to the fullest if you can't control it completely. After these words, Sam fired several powerful blue energy beams in Freddy's direction. Freddy heard a sound, looked up at the enemy, and saw that he was under attack. He couldn't believe his eyes and thought he was dreaming. His spell was broken by the few rays Sam shot in his direction. Until that moment, Freddy believed that it was simply impossible to do this. It must have been some kind of illusion. Sam asked the demon if he had any idea how Sam, an ordinary guy who was improving, could resist him with such ease. Without expecting an answer to his question, Sam continued that it was quite simple. The whole point was that he decided to seal his kingdom. While repelling Freddy's attack, Sam said that he had never practiced in front of other people. He was afraid that someone would find out his true level. In that case, a catastrophe would have been unavoidable, and it's not good for a clan member to flaunt his skills. Because the higher your skills are, the more problems fall on your shoulders. And in order not to complicate his life, Sam was forced to hide his power. Listening to this confession, Freddy thought that he was just a man out of his mind. Sam decided to ask Freddy to come to his senses one last time and stop, so he could let him go. But he was already in a frenzy and was not affected by any suggestions. Freddy was in a complete rage. And the guy, realizing that his persuasion and confession had no effect on the enemy, pulled his sword out of its sheath. He said that Freddy had harmed his comrades, interrupted his rest, and forced Sam to start working ahead of schedule. Freddy just didn't need to be here at all, especially to play with Sam's schedule. This was a sin that Sam could not forgive anyone, so Fred was about to be redeemed. He accumulated the energy for the Kinyon sword technique and directed it directly at the demon. When the boy's energy hit Freddy, he realized that his hour of death had come. The demon flew to the ground already dead. Spear in hand, the village was now safe. When the leaves followed Freddy to the ground, the sun was already shining brightly in the sky, surrounded by white clouds. Sam was no longer flying over the clearing, but over the new source of the river he had just created. He looked down thoughtfully because he realized that something had to be done with Freddy's remaining energy. At the sight of Freddy's fall, his lethal weapon still remained, emitting a bloody negative trail. His friends looked at the boy from a distance and asked Mary if she and Sam really only had the level of the Purple Palace. Because the power of the sword they saw was comparable to that of a cultivator who had long since crossed that level, maybe he was still the elder of their clan. Mary was also surprised. It turned out that Brother Sam's level had long since surpassed that of all the students in their clan. Compared to Sam, Mary seemed to be unable to do anything at all. Mary's thoughts were interrupted by sounds coming from the protective dome over the village. The friends looked back at the village and saw that the dome was beginning to crack. The force was too great, and soon everything here would be blown to pieces. Mary asked Lisa and Kyle to evacuate the villagers, and she would take care of the rest. Trying to stop the dome from collapsing, she thought that at least she could save those lives. But next to her hand, someone else's hand suddenly fell on the dome. The girl looked around in amazement, for she had clearly formulated her request to her friends. But the words were stuck in her throat. Sam was there to help her. The villagers heard that the sounds of fighting from the forest had stopped and decided to go outside to see if everything was okay. Sam turned to Mary and said, with a smile on his face, that they should try to fix the dome. When the boyfriend and girlfriend finally succeeded, Mary turned to Sam, deciding to yell at him for making her feel so bad. The friends went down to the village, where they were already met and greeted by the villagers, who thanked them for their rescue. While Lisa and Kyle were distracting the locals, Mary decided to ask Sam what had happened. She asked the boy why he hadn't told her earlier that he had such power. Sam decided to play the fool and asked the girl what she meant. Thanks to a talisman he received from an elder, he was able to overcome this demon. Impressed, all his friends turned to him, not understanding how he could lie like that. Mary asked if the last sword was not thrown by Sam, to which he replied that of course not. He could not have had such power at his level. Thanks to their desperate resistance, the boy managed to activate the power of the talisman given to him by the master. In addition, it was they who exhausted the demon, and Sam's sword only finished him off. They do not understand. Sam was just lucky, neither more nor less. It was all a complete accident. But Mary still didn't understand how the boy managed to resist the demon's attacks so skillfully. She was also annoyed by the way Sam answered her questions quickly, as if nothing out of the ordinary had just happened. And then the guy replied that, in fact, his main specialization was avoiding attacks, so dodging was not such a big problem for him. She, of course, knew who their master was. He was the best in the whole clan. But the girl decided to press on and asked what Sam had to say about the blocking array, because stabilizing such a formation is not something that a student of his level can do. The guy paused for a moment, took a green stone out of his inside pocket, and said that he had used it. My friends were even more impressed. It was a jade of the hidden spirit. It was able to store spiritual power and activate it at any time. A rare thing. The girl thought that Sam's story was quite logical at first glance, but her intuition told her that something was wrong with the story. She thought about what she could ask the guy, what she could catch him on. But Sam deprived her of this opportunity, came closer, and told her not to let her imagination run wild. Why didn't the elder know about his power, if he had it? Mary was the best student in the clan, and there was no doubt about it. Mary blushed so much at these compliments that she turned away from the guy, unable to look at him. Lisa and Kyle asked Sam what had happened to the demon. The boy replied that Freddy's body was full of magical power and that he could not even be touched now. Sam had to create a formation that could suppress this force. He brought his friends to the place where Freddy was killed, and the demon clan was so angry that they began to train similar soldiers. They should tell the other clans as soon as possible so that they can take precautions in advance. But first, they had to deal with this story, which had no intention of ending. Sam's formation was destroyed by the flames that began to emerge from the tip of Freddy's spear. He realized that something was wrong and something ugly was going on. In front of his friends, the spear began to form a kind of portal above him. Sam decided not to wait and struck directly at this portal to suppress its activation. The two energies, positive and negative, simply absorbed each other and melted into the air. Sam and his friends stayed on the lawn, over the debris left by Freddy's fall. Lisa said that it seemed that the demon elder had decided to take his ward away from here, and Kyle was in complete agreement with her. Mary realized that their energy was almost exhausted, and his friends could not stop him. Sam thought that he should never let Mary know how strong he really was. But the next formation in which he places Freddy's spear must be strong enough to stop the elder. Meanwhile, back in her palace, the demon elder was recovering from her last fight. It absorbed the negative energy that flowed from all sides to it. He remembered his unexpected opponent well and vowed that he would tear his body into 1,000 pieces next time. Suddenly, the elder heard one of his bloody soldiers approaching. The soldier hovered on the ceiling and addressed her master with respect. She noted that he had finished improving his body, but the elder replied that he had not finished because he could not do it without the help of his servants. The soldier paused, after which he told the elder about Freddy's death. Before he died, Freddy completed the formation and created a demon embryo, but when the soldier tried to take it away, another force prevented him from doing so. He was a master who had no equal. and now the fruit is in Kinyon Prefecture. The elder ordered his ward to return it. He accumulated energy and generated 3 treasures that were supposed to help the soldier, because last time he lost the bloody sphere. Finally, the elder said that if the ward came to him again with a defeat, he would have to answer for it according to his own merits. Lisa and Kyle were about to leave and said goodbye to their new friends. Mary and Sam watched them go and wished them a safe journey and to be careful. The brother and sister flew to their clan and talked about how no one could have expected this from the demon clan. Given that such things are far beyond their abilities, they are very lucky. But Kyle was most concerned about the situation with his brother Sam. Lisa turned her face to her fellow soldier and asked what was wrong with Sam. Kyle asked if the girl had noticed that Sam was the one who controlled everything that was happening, starting from the moment he gave them pills that made them immune to poisons. And another good example is what happened to the curved formations during the battle. They were ready to accept defeat, but Sam appeared and took control of the situation. If not for him, the formation would have covered them all. The girl thought about Kyle's words and replied that he was probably right. Kyle decided to add more data to his analysis about the pills they had taken. He said that he checked his body with the inner vision technique, and it was as if he was enveloped from the inside by a protective sword technique. He believed that what they had swallowed was not an antidote, but a pill filled with a beam of sword energy. This is the only reason why the poison could no longer affect them, the energy of the sword breaking all the toxins that got inside. If the sword skills are high enough, then, theoretically, such abilities are possible. If Sam is so powerful, why is he trying so hard to hide it? Lisa wondered. Kyle replied that he thought the boy was something of a secret weapon of the clan, but he wondered if they should tell their head. After some thought, the boy replied that if Sam wanted to hide his abilities, they should keep quiet about it, since he had saved their lives. They couldn't believe that the Sword Clan had such talent. The clan meeting next month will be very interesting. Mary's yellow stone on her belt lit up, and she realized that the elder was calling them. She called out to Sam, who was looking thoughtfully after his friends, and told him that they had been told not to delay their return home. All the while Sam was eavesdropping on Lisa and Kyle's conversation, he realized that they were very smart. Mary asked who he was talking about, but the guy said it didn't matter. He decided that it was urgent to dispel the energy of the sword inside the boy and girl, because if the head of their clan noticed her, a rather unpleasant situation would arise. They were flying next to each other, and suddenly Mary called Sam's name. She decided to ask again if the boy had any hidden powers before they came to the elder. But the guy replied that he was just a beginner of the 6th level of the Purple Palace and was still far from being a genius like her. The girl felt that the guy was lying to her again and again, and she was tired of putting up with it. She stopped abruptly and suddenly pointed her sword at Sam, and the boy didn't even think to defend himself. He just looked at Mary in surprise, not understanding why she was going to attack him. But the girl decided to go even further and pierced the boy's clothes with her sword. She tore both the outer garment and the shirt underneath, and a book was visible between the cut pieces of clothing. The book could not stay behind Sam's sinus and slipped out through a new hole in his clothes. The girl managed to grab it on the fly, thinking it was some kind of diary of a guy with secrets. She smiled and turned the binding to her face, anticipating new discoveries. But from there, she was looking at a rather explicit cover with an almost naked girl. Mary couldn't believe her eyes. Did Sam really like looking at magazines like this? But a second later, the guy snatched the book out of her hands and begged her to let him explain everything. He said that this is a very popular book. It's a novel, and the picture on the cover is just to attract attention, but it's actually very serious. He said this as he quickly flipped through the pages, and Mary's eyes caught another, more explicit illustration, which she pointed to. The guy said that it was just a misunderstanding, that these illustrations were needed to attract attention. This is a story about a young man who was part of a clan and his relationship with his female comrades. It is an orthodox adventure story, very popular among monks and commoners, with updates coming out every 3 months. For this limited edition, he had to stand in line all night because it is very difficult to buy. In Mary's eyes, the boy rehabilitated, and she apologized for the ruined clothes, saying that she would compensate for everything. Mary believed that he should read less of this kind of literature, which is forbidden in their clan because it distracts from spiritual practices. The girl said that the conflict was over and that it was time to move on, and Sam thought that her doubts had finally evaporated. And as soon as he moved, holding his precious book in his hands, Mary attacked his treasure again. He could see the energy beam from her sword about to touch his new issue, and he hadn't even had time to read it all the way through. Sam didn't think. He decided to act on his instincts and protect what was important to him. He stretched his arm forward and deflected the girl's attack away from him. Both of their energy beams crashed into the rock and shattered it to pieces. Realizing that he had exposed himself, Sam asked Mary if she could pretend she hadn't seen it. But Mary replied that despite her level, she could not turn a blind eye, and Sam admitted that he was hiding something. The girl flew up to the guy, demanding to know whether his skills were much stronger than hers or just a little bit better. Without waiting for an answer, she said she would keep his secret if he promised to do something for her. The guy's heart is heavy, and he thinks he'll be able to avoid responsibility this time. Mary folded her arms across her chest and asked me to teach her sword techniques. Sam thought that this mission would help him improve his relationship with his sister Mary and get the 3 days off he was promised. But Mary had other plans now. She persisted in her request and asked the boy what he thought about it. Sam felt that he had somehow screwed up and that it would be possible to teach the girl. Mary agreed not to tell anyone about his abilities and said that he didn't even have to worry about it. He had no choice, and realizing this, the girl turned in the direction of home and called Sam with her, not waiting for him to answer. He flew to the palace and thought to himself, why did everything turn out this way, and why did it all fall on his head? The boy and the girl walked resolutely into the clan, and Mary cheerfully greeted the elders and masters who had gathered there. Everyone turned to them, and one of the masters hurried to congratulate the girl, saying that she had done a very good job. He thanked Mary for her hard work and asked if she was injured, ignoring the guy standing next to her. Sam decided to interrupt this ostentatious ignoring and greeted everyone present. The masters paid attention to him, looking at the boy as if they had just seen him in the room. They asked Sam if he had bothered his sister Mary, if she had been hurt defending him, and expressed hope that he had learned something from the girl. Sam thought to himself that they were two-faced, and that if it weren't for him, they wouldn't have their best student anymore. Suddenly, this banter was interrupted by an elder who stood up from his throne and shouted for everyone to stop attacking the boy. If Sam hadn't activated the talisman in time, no one would have been able to defeat the elder of the demon clan. Sam looked at the elder with love. It was not for nothing that he gave him so much of his tea. The elder insisted that it was Sam who had been given this talisman and that it was he who activated it. And so it turns out that his master, who gave him this talisman, is the real hero in this story. The master, who stood modestly aside, said that it was only natural that he gave the talisman to his student for protection. The other masters began to say that they would never have thought that the master's skills were so amazing. The master, in fact, also had his doubts. He remembered for sure that the talisman he had given Sam was slightly higher than the first level of the Purple Palace. Believing the gossip, the elder of the demon clan was at the 5th level, and the master doubted which one had given the talisman to the boy. The clan elder interrupted the discussion again, saying that they had gathered here for one reason. Their world was about to face a crisis. He asked Mary to tell him everything that happened after they met the elder of the demon clan. Happy Sam walked out the door of the main hall. Finally, it was all over and he could rest. Starting tomorrow, he will finally be free to do whatever he wants, so he needs to plan his weekend carefully. His thoughts and reverie were interrupted by Mary's voice, who was standing next to him. Mary said that Sam had promised to teach her. They had made arrangements and she was waiting for the first lesson. The guy replied that he had plans in the coming days, but Mary said she couldn't wait any longer and wanted to learn from someone like him as soon as possible. Sam insisted that they were both exhausted and needed to rest before he started teaching the girl. Mary manipulated by saying that while Sam was sleeping, she had been fighting all night and was not complaining, to which the guy replied that he had contributed a lot to the victory. Realizing that the plan hadn't worked, the girl attacked Sam and began to blackmail him into telling the elder and the masters about their relationship. Sam didn't understand what kind of relationship Mary was talking about. It was nonsense. But they were in front of the main entrance to the hall, and the girl was screaming that he was a fraud. So to stop this blackmail and yelling, Sam agreed and asked Mary to come to class tonight. But after this lesson, she has to promise that she will leave him alone, which Mary gladly agreed to. In the end, Sam reminded her to keep his secret and not to be seen by the clan brothers. At the specified time, the girl landed in the yard in front of Sam's house, who was reading a book while sitting at a table. When he saw Mary, the guy was disappointed to see that the girl had come after all. Mary saw his mood and asked him why he was so serious. If it was because of her, she must have added to his troubles. But Sam replied that he had just learned something very important to him. The girl, beginning to worry more and more, asked what exactly Sam had learned. The guy replied that he had found out that a new edition of the book he liked to read was coming out the day after tomorrow. He heard this information on the street from his brothers from their clan, and he will probably have to stand all night for the new issue. That's why Sam has to leave tomorrow, so there will be only one lesson for the girl right now. Mary was willing to do even that, so Sam held out his hand and told her to look closely. He asked Mary to attack him with all her might. The girl was scared. She said that if she tried too hard, she was afraid that the boyfriend's house would not hold. But Sam calmly replied with a smile, telling her not to worry, because she wouldn't have the strength to do so. Mary calmed down and, drawing her sword, shouted to Sam to take care of himself. She generated the energy for the spell Heavenly Highlands, which was quite powerful in her performance and illuminated everything around her with a blue glow. Sam looked at the girl's technique and evaluated her choice of spell to attack. He waited until the glow of Mary's energy was close enough to him and put his hand forward, generating a counterattack. The light of Mary's energy almost touched his hand, but did not strike the boy. Colliding with Sam's hand, the spell of the Heavenly Hill just started exploding in the air between the boy and the girl. Mary looked at this phenomenon with wide eyes. She could not believe what she was seeing. The girl lowered her sword in confusion, watching Sam's counterattack absorb her powerful attack. All this abnormal phenomenon for Mary ended with Sam launching all the energy he had accumulated to repel the girl's attack into the sky. The girl fell to her knees in shock in front of the boy, who stood with his hands folded behind his back and looked at the sight with a smile. Sam told Mary to realize that this world was far from perfect, and so was her technique. He had just found a flaw in her technique and destroyed it with his spiritual power. And the girl should continue to work hard on her shortcomings, because when she works through them, her skill will have no limits. If she manages to do this, all obstacles will cease to exist for her. Mary couldn't believe what she was seeing and hearing now, and she was overcome with annoyance. She joined this clan more than 20 years ago. She trained every day and became the best student in the clan. But Mary couldn't even think about something like what she was seeing now. Sam told Mary to look at him closely and kicked hard at the tiles that covered the yard outside his house. The tile flew up from under his foot and Sam waited, arms crossed, until it reached the height he needed. Suddenly, he stretched out his left hand and generated energy that enveloped the tile and exploded on its surface. When the boy was done, he asked to see the marks left by the sword on this stone, which was supposed to help the girl improve her level. Sam threw the tile toward the girl and she, still confused, caught it. Mary, her hands trembling with excitement, turned the tile around to see what was on its surface. The word sword was engraved on the tile in a filigree handwriting. Finally, Sam reminded the girl that no one should see the stone but her. Mary held the stone to her chest in reverence and, looking into Sam's eyes, agreed with his wish. She took off and thanked me for my advice and said she would return to training immediately. Sam looked at the blue star, which was moving away from his yard at a high speed, and couldn't believe it. Mary was practicing all night. He realized how stubborn this girl was, and he could only wish her to be more careful. It was still so early that the fog had not yet cleared in Sam's yard, but the guy was already awake. He was standing by the shelf with his treasure of collectible books. It was time to fly. Suddenly, Sam heard someone flying outside and turned around, hoping it wasn't Mary coming back to him. On the horizon, he saw a powerful blue beam taking off at high speed from their settlement. It was his master, and he was also leaving the church this morning, which surprised the boy. Having already flown a considerable distance from the temple, the master realized that someone was next to him. He stopped and asked his pursuer if he had been here for a long time, probably tired of waiting. First, a demon face with a predatory smile appeared in front of him. And behind his face is the demon himself, who said that the master aroused his curiosity, whether he really has the power that is said to be his. Having fully materialized, the demon said that he could see that he had probably come in vain. Stunned, the master realized who he was. It was the head of the demon clan, Gareth. The master asked how Gareth knew he would be here, and the demon replied that perhaps someone had told him. The master realized that there was a spy in their clan and that the demon clan was really up to something. Gareth said that their goal remains the same and maybe they shouldn't put it off any longer. Because since their clan learned about the demon's plans, they began to secretly assemble a coalition. He was sure that the coalition was almost ready, but the master did not plan to answer his questions, calling Gareth overconfident. While generating the energy for the strike, the master told Gareth that overconfidence would drag the demon to the grave. The enemy replied that if such a day ever came, he would accept it with dignity. But that day was not today. Gareth was also preparing for the attack, wanting to see how much stronger his opponent was and whether he could withstand his attack. Sam could finally see the city of Yongxing under his feet, and he was excited about new discoveries. He stepped onto the pavement of the city's main square, blowing some green leaves from the trees around him. Finally, he reached his destination. The guy wanted to see where the meeting would be held. But his good mood and reasonable thoughts were suddenly interrupted by a very strong and disturbing signal. He felt that a ray of energy from the sword, which was hidden in the master's jade pendant, had been triggered. But the master was on the first level of ascension to the truth, and no one could match his sword technique. So what kind of danger was there? Looking through the space, Sam saw that the master's opponent was indeed very strong. Drops of blood were already dripping onto the ground from the body of a man he cared about. Garrett grabbed the master's amulet hanging around his neck, asking if it was really his weapon. The energy of the sword actually helped to restrain his attack and left the master alive. The demon was very surprised. He sincerely appreciated the skill of the creator of this amulet, noting that it was a good trick. The master's clouded consciousness caught Gareth's words about the amulet, and he couldn't understand how the pendant Sam had given him could be so powerful. The master recalled how the boy had given him this amulet with words of gratitude for his care for him. He himself said with a smile that it was his small manifestation of care for the master. Gareth threw the amulet and, saying that this time he would not make a mistake, brought his fist in for the next blow. Sam saw this and generated symbols on his chest for a remote attack of the required power. Because of the jade pendant he gave his master, Sam could direct his stroke. He flew high above the clouds so that he could not be seen from the ground and created a protective field of great power, which turned into a portal. Gareth, who was holding the master by the neck, almost hitting him, turned around at a strange sound. And from the other side of the portal, Sam's voice sounded. He was creating an attack with the Qinyun sword technique. At the same second, a powerful beam of unprecedented blue power cut through the heavens and descended on Gareth. The frightened demon had never felt such a powerful force in his long life. He did manage to survive the attack, but was unable to fight anymore, and Gareth assumed that this technique belonged to Master Jason. All the amulets that the Elder gave him to fulfill his mission turned into solid fragments, but they saved his life. Gareth, filled with rage, promised that the next time he would be the last to be defeated. Sam saw the hole in the ground that he had made with his energy flow and realized that he had hit it. But the demon survived. The enemy's strength was most likely much higher than the level of the Purple Palace. And why did someone from the Demon Clan need to kill the master of the Sword Clan? And the guy was happy that fortunately the master managed to escape. He decided that when he returned home, he would have to go and visit him right away. Sam went down to the venue and saw that the street was crowded. There were 2 lines of buyers for the new volume, and everyone wanted to purchase it. Sam, standing in line, didn't even think it would be like this, but he had nowhere to go. The queue moved quite quickly and finally reached him. The sellers announced that the last copy was available. Everyone who stood after Sam was desperate. They had been waiting all day, but still wouldn't be able to buy their copy of the book. The guy, on the other hand, was delighted. At last, luck was on his side. But as soon as Sam reached out for the book that was rightfully his, he saw someone else's hand trying to grab the coveted object. The guy looked at the owner of this hand. He was very impressed by the impudence of the competitor. She was a very beautiful girl with blue eyes who looked at him with a mute question. Both men put their hands on the book, and there was an awkward pause between them. The girl turned to Sam, calling him handsome, and asked if he could give her the last copy of the book. She probably hoped for her feminine charms, but they definitely didn't work in this situation, and Sam was very outraged and refused. She did not flinch and offered to pay him twice as much for the book if he sold it. When she saw that Sam was going to reject her offer as well, she said that it was a very cool arrangement. She wouldn't offend him with money. Each of them needed this book, and none of them was going to give up this copy. The booksellers asked the Taoist buyers to calm down. They saw that the situation was heating up. The girl suggested solving this problem in a different way, since there was, after all, only 1 copy left. If none of them wanted to give in, why not do what was right in their conscience? Sam asked what she was suggesting. The girl offered to play a game of rock, scissors and paper. Whoever wins gets to keep the desired purchase. The girl said that this game, created by her personally using a special technique, is capable of reproducing human thoughts and that there is no way to force it. They can use this method to achieve justice in their disputed matter. Sam analyzed everything the competitor had told him and realized that cheating in this game would be quite difficult. At first glance, the offer seemed quite acceptable, and the guy decided to accept. The girl, shuffling the cards, offered to continue playing until 3 wins, and Sam agreed to this condition. The guy decided to choose scissors in the first round to check everything more thoroughly. On the count of 3, they each put their cards on the table in front of the sellers. She asked the sellers to turn over the cards they were playing with to get an independent result. The sellers agreed, and Sam was unpleasantly surprised. His card was a stone, and the girl's card was paper. The girl was happy and jumping on the spot. She had won, and Sam thought that she couldn't have forced it. Maybe he was just unlucky. The time for the next round came, and 2 more game cards flew to the table. Sam decided that this time he would flip the cards, and his opponent didn't mind. His card was a pair of scissors, and the girl's card was a stone, and she won again. The guy was completely devastated. Everything had started so well, but at the last moment, his luck turned away from him. The girl rejoiced, saying that she was very lucky and had won again, and the stranger took the book and said goodbye. Sam couldn't move. The sellers said they had to go home, but they could call someone from his clan to help the boy. Sam tried to find a moment where the stranger could have forced a hand, but everything was clear. He had wasted so much effort, but she got the book. He walked through the city and thought that he would try to buy a book next time. It was time to go home. His tea was ripe. He was flying over the city, absorbed in his thoughts, when suddenly he heard some voices on the street. People were quarreling with each other about the fact that one of them had cheated someone else. 2 guys demanded some kind of elixir from the girl because she cheated in the game many times in a row. It was the same girl who told the boys that maybe heaven was punishing them for all the bad things they had done in this life. Realizing that arguing would not resolve this conflict, the girl began to run away from the embarrassed boys. One of the offended shouted for her to stop herself because she would not be able to escape anyway. The girl looked back and saw him generating fire energy to attack and realized that this guy was at the level of the Purple Palace. But behind her attackers, she saw her new friend with a book and began to call out loudly for help. She pleaded with Sam to help her confront the 2, and the boys looked back and were unpleasantly surprised. The girl said that these 2 wanted to beat her, but the guys insisted that they had not touched her with a finger, and they asked Sam who he was. Sam replied that he and the girl hardly knew each other and he would not interfere. The conflict could continue. The girl called him heartless and tried to remind him of their first meeting, but he remembered well enough that he had lost to her. And so, the 2 guys found out that they were not the first ones to visit her, and they demanded that she return everything she had taken dishonestly. Sam realized that if he didn't interfere in the couple's affairs, he would be able to get his novel back. But the girl seemed to read his mind. She realized that the guy would not come to her aid. She pulled out their controversial book and started threatening to tear it right now if the boyfriend didn't help. She took hold of both sides of the book with her hands and began to turn them in different directions, continuing to threaten. Sam realized that he was once again left with no choice. He was definitely in a dark place in his life. The guys said that after something like that, a girl shouldn't even think of accusing them of anything. They began to generate a fire dome for a powerful attack on the stranger. But their plan failed, because while they were throwing this stream of fire towards the girl, Sam stopped their attack with his energy. The next moment, the guy was standing next to the girl, showing with his whole body that he was protecting her. The attackers were amazed. They realized that their forces seemed to be blocked because they thought that Sam was not going to help her. The guy apologized and said that his plans had changed and they should understand him. Realizing that the attackers were not going to fight, he turned to the girl and demanded that she give him the book. The stranger thanked the guy, but a moment later, she stuck out her tongue and called him naive. Sam did not expect such a turn. He was used to honest relationships between people. The guy wanted to catch the liar, but he only managed to catch her energy trail, and the girl was no longer with him. His hand fell into a stream of blue energy, and he didn't even realize what had happened right away. But a few seconds later, a powerful blue beam rose from where he was standing into the sky, following the fugitive. Sam flew at a speed that the guys on the ground had never seen before. They didn't understand what clan this guy could be from. He had some kind of eerie energy. Suddenly, they realized that their treasure was still with the stranger the boy was chasing and decided to follow suit. The scene of the conflict was moving away from the girl very quickly. The city itself was slowly disappearing over the horizon. The fugitive was pleased with herself. Not for nothing had she been training for days on end. As soon as she decided to relax a little and slow down, she was horrified and speechless. Sam suddenly appeared in front of her, out of nowhere, asking her how she dared to lie to him. He didn't wait for the liar to answer. He knew he couldn't trust her, and he stabbed the fugitive twice in the checkpoints. The girl trembled with fear and anger at the same time. She realized that Sam had taken her powers. The guy was very angry. He picked up the stranger in his arms, saying that she deserved to be punished, and asked what clan she was from. According to Ken the farmer's law, the girl's power must be sealed, and she is reduced to a mere person who will clean pigsties all Sunday. The frightened stranger imagined her bleak future from Sam's words and shook with fear. The surprised, offended boys finally arrived at the two and looked on in amazement as the girl tried to break free from Sam's arms. To all the girl's objections, Sam replied that he could not let her go. She had to give him the book. Saying that at this rate, Sam would spend the rest of his life alone, the stranger pulled a book out of her sleeve. Handing the book to the boy, she demanded that he immediately return her spiritual strength. Sam fulfilled her request only after he took the coveted trophy in his hands. Finally, he threw a stone at the girl, saying that it was a stone of her spirit. But he was still curious how she managed to cheat so skillfully. The girl was outraged by the guy's assumptions and shouted that she was not cheating. When she turned back, she saw two other offended boys in front of her, who were also waiting for her to explain. The girl replied that she had just used a small illusion, and the boys shouted that this was cheating. Sam didn't get hysterical, but simply asked to clarify what kind of illusion the stranger had used. The girl pulled out a stone card from her pocket and asked me to watch my hands. She skillfully scrolled the game card between her fingers several times. A few seconds later, she showed the amazed boys a playing card with a picture of scissors on it. The guys realized that this illusion could be used to adjust round after round for their own benefit, and it was no wonder they lost. Sam decided to clarify and said that when they were competing, he decided to flip the girl's cards himself. So, how did she manage to win? The girl replied that it was a simple cognitive modification. While he thought he had lost, the picture before his eyes changed in the way she needed. All three guys were amazed. Cognitive modification is an advanced method of illusion that includes the laws of cause and effect. All three were immediately eager to find out who this stranger really was. The girl smiled and proudly said that she was Maggie from the Palace of Heavenly Illusions. The guys realized that she was from a well-known ancient clan that voluntarily isolated itself from others. They did not join the alliance, but they should not be underestimated. The two offenders also introduced themselves to the girl. They were Dean and Humphrey from the Moyen clan. They decided not to spoil their relationship with Maggie and said that the thing she had taken from them was something she could keep. Dean asked the girl if she would like to fly with them on a treasure hunt. Her illusions would be useful if they encountered danger. The girl even asked again, not believing her ears, if she really hadn't heard about the treasure. Ding said that a few days ago, a red ray appeared over the Yongchen mountain range, and that perhaps a rare treasure could be found there. Sam listened intently to this explanation, which reminded him suspiciously of recent events. Dean continued to agitate Maggie to fly with them, saying that they would divide the treasure equally if there was a lot of it, or use one in turn. Sam couldn't understand if they were talking about what he thought they were. But he was tired of thinking about it. It was pointless. All these events could have been a mere coincidence. Maggie didn't think twice about it and agreed to fly with the boys, who were happy to have such company. The house asked Sam what he thought about it, whether there might be some rare treasure there. But the guy said he wasn't interested. He wasn't going to spend his vacation on it. Thinking that he would rather use this time to have a good vacation, he said goodbye and flew away. Maggie looked into the trail of the flying blue light, telling the boys not to worry, because Sam would come back to them. The bloody spear of the demon. Freddy stuck out of the ground and burned with red flames, burning all the trees around it. The soldier of the elder of the demon clan was flying straight to him. He had been looking for him for so long. The devil's fruit was finally in his hands, and the plan was almost ready to be executed. The giant magical creature growled fiercely, raising its head to the sky. It saw a girl in front of it and wanted to tear her apart at any cost. No one could walk freely on this territory except it. The girl did not move, despite the fact that the monster rushed right at her. The monster's big paws tried to grab Maggie, but they only managed to grab her projection. Maggie flew up into the sky and commanded the boys to join the fight right now. Dean instantly sprang into action, casting a fog spell on the monster, his yellow energy spiraling across the clearing. The monster, seeing the yellow fog above him, crouched down to the ground. Humphrey joined Dean with the 9 Misty Shadows technique and cut across the work. He landed triumphantly on the body of the already motionless beast, holding his sword behind his back. Humphrey complimented Maggie on her magical powers. In his opinion, the mirror flower water moon technique was unsurpassed. He agreed with his fellow soldier. They believed that even if they faced a beast of the highest level, they could handle it in a flash. The girl haughtily listened to all this sycophancy and did not even think to deny anything. She loved being praised. Dean decided to encourage his friends to continue on the road. They had a goal. I asked if the boys were sure that the treasure was real because they had been walking along this mountain range for half an hour. Dean told Maggie not to worry, that if I was right, the goal wasn't too far away. Meanwhile, Freddy's spear begged the Demon Elder's soldier to devour it. The soldier knew that if everything went according to plan, they would be able to get him in a few hours. His owner will be delighted that the spear has been found. It's great news. Suddenly, the demon soldier's thoughts were interrupted by the feeling of a magical aura. He turned back, sure that someone was approaching his treasure. Looking through the space, he saw 2 disciples of the Yongshin clan and another girl walking through the forest. If they find the devil's fruit and report it to their clan, they will get in trouble. The level of these 3 was not very high, and this treasure was surprisingly important. The demon was confident that he could deal with them with the help of bloody puppets, and fortunately, he had prepared for such an eventuality. Of course, he thought it would be better for the 3 tadpoles to run away, but he didn't want to spoil the surprise. The demon rang the bell and summoned one of the puppets, saying that he would stay in this place to guard the devil's fruit. He ordered the puppet to bring the 3 wanderers to him immediately and rang the bell again. The creature listened to him in silence, not even blinking its eyes. Puppets had no voice. When the master's instructions were over, the puppet flew off to find the 3 adventurers. The demon laughed, knowing that he was in no position to leave behind 3 corpses. Meanwhile, Sam reached the city of Yongqing and decided to stay there for a vacation. He was sitting in his hotel room drinking tea and reading a book that he had gotten with great difficulty. He was so engrossed that he didn't realize he had reached the end of the book. The murderer, whose identity had been hidden all this time, was about to be revealed, and the boy was trembling with overexcitement. He has now reached the last page, where he finally learns the outcome of the novel. But the guy was in for a big disappointment. On the last page, instead of the ending, Maggie wrote that she would not reveal the ending to him. The guy lost his temper, and his angry screams caused an earthquake in Yongqing. The people on the ground floor of his inn were looking at each other in fright, not understanding what was happening. A second later, the city of Yongqing witnessed a blue comet sweep across the sky. Sam is determined to find Maggie, even if he has to destroy the entire mountain range. The friends were walking through the woods and did not understand what was happening around them, and the deeper they went, the more impatient they became. Maggie also felt as if someone was always watching her, with the strange man who took her book from her standing in front of her eyes. Suddenly, Humphrey turned to his comrades and shouted that something was wrong. Something was coming right at them. In the next moment, the guy was already falling to the ground. Some invisible force hit him in the shoulder. Dean ran to his fellow soldier, trying to bring yours to life, while Maggie stood at a distance, looking around. Suddenly, the girl turned to Dina and shouted at him to watch out. Dean suffered the same fate as Humphrey. An invisible force hit him in the shoulder. The 2 boys were lying on the ground unconscious, and Maggie was left alone in a strange and eerie forest. The girl looked around, trembling all over, and begged the invisible stranger to come out to her. The invisible man obeyed her, but not in the way she would have liked. Another blow to the shoulder made Maggie flinch in surprise. Before she lost consciousness, the girl was still trying to see who attacked them, but it was all in vain. Suddenly, Sam felt an explosion of spiritual power, and it was quite strange. He flew to the scene of the fight, but saw absolutely no traces of it. Everything had mysteriously disappeared, and Sam decided to go down to the ground to take a closer look, in case he had missed something. As soon as he got down to the ground, he immediately felt that someone was behind him, and that was probably the person who destroyed all traces. Sam decided to scan everything around him with the power of his spirit, because he felt more and more clearly that there was something in the air. The entity that had been sent for him was indeed nearby, trying to find the right moment to attack. When the puppet realized that the guy would not have time to repel her attack, she rushed at him. But her calculations were doomed to failure, and Sam was just waiting for her to attack him. With fortitude, Sam held off the bloody puppet's attack in front of his face. He looked directly at her, he saw her, and asked who she was and what she was trying to do. It was a tiny girl's creation holding a long needle in her hand, and she froze in place in shock. Realizing that she had been exposed, the girl lowered her weapon and showed with her whole body that she was not going to continue the attack. Sam leaned over the trembling creature to get a better look at her reaction, and he realized that she wasn't talking. The guy asked where the 3 people she had fought with earlier were and if they were alive. He ordered the girl to take him to them, and when she showed him that they were alive, Sam added that he would not punish her in that case. Suddenly, both interlocutors heard a bell that was getting closer to their lawn. This ringing made a very painful impression on the girl, and she grabbed her head with both hands, trying to endure the pain. Realizing that she could not stand this torture any longer, she turned around and flew away, leaving Sam alone on the lawn. After some thought, Sam realized that it was probably a soul control bell. The master told me that it was a spell that seals the soul of a living person into a bell, putting a curse on it. It was definitely someone from the demon clan. The 3 captive friends hovered over the clearing in the center of which was Freddy's spear, unconscious from the spell of the bloody puppet. The demon soldier was furious. The puppet hadn't had so much time, but it still couldn't grab another person. He rang the bell again with all his might, knowing that it was causing the girl terrible suffering. The demon pushed the girl and stepped on her with his boot, calling her useless garbage. Was this person really that strong? Maybe the puppet thought she could escape from him, the torturer continued, pressing his foot even harder on the girl's back. He said that if she tried to escape, he would make her life so horrible that she would beg him to die. The demon insisted that the puppet tell him where the person was. Suddenly, behind me, I heard a voice asking why he had called him if he said he could handle it himself. The demon turned around, immediately recognizing the voice, and Sam asked who had helped him recover so quickly, because he definitely did not do without help. This time, the demon soldier decided not to engage in idle chatter, but to attack the enemy immediately. He released a strong spell in Sam's direction, generating enough bloody energy. But the guy easily repelled this attack without even moving. Sam openly mocked his opponent, saying that he still didn't understand how he was still holding on. These taunts did their job. The demon lost her vigilance and concentration. He grabbed the magic bell and ordered Linda, the bloody puppet, to kill Sam for him. The guy seemed to be waiting for this. With his lightning attack, he hit the demon's hand holding the magic bell. And while the wounded soldier was writhing on the ground in pain, the boy turned to the girl, asking if her name was really Linda. Deciding to free this magical creature, Sam once again generated an energy beam that finally shattered the magic bell. He told the girl that she no longer needed to be a puppet of the demon. From that moment on, she was no longer a bloody puppet. The girl was free. The girl's eyes instantly filled with tears. She didn't have to say anything. The boy understood all her feelings without words. The former mountain meadow took off into the air, trying to get away from its former owner, but he did not want to let it go so easily. He told her that even without a heartbeat, she could not disobey his orders. But before he could finish his next nasty assumptions, he received a powerful blow from his former puppet. After knocking out her former master, the girl rushed to Sam, trying to make him run away. But he reassured her, saying that Lisa could safely fly home. He told the girl not to worry, that he could handle everything himself. He understood very well what was done to this child. It was exploitation and coercion. Meanwhile, the soldier regained consciousness after being hit by his captive and decided to use the bloody hell technique. A gigantic bloody portal formed from the earth to the sky, through which hundreds of predatory eyes peered into the clearing. Suddenly, a giant hand reached through this portal and the voice of a monster was heard asking who had challenged its master. Following the hand, the giant hell beast itself appeared, and the soldier ordered him to kill Sam immediately. The beast said that Sam was a small pawn, and that the owner should not personally get his hands dirty with him. The next moment, a giant hand formed a fist and aimed at the boy. Sam, seeing the danger, immediately drew his sword, and everything around him glowed with a blue glow. A ray of his pure blue spirit energy simply tore the attack of the giant hell beast to pieces. The beast realized that the boy had very great strength and was sorry that he could only show 1/5 of his strength because of the seal. It was tearing Sam's energy to pieces, and finally, the beast said that he would return someday and there would be a good battle between them again. He asked the boy to memorize his name, but he never had time to say it, because a moment later, he fell apart. The girl, who didn't have time to fly home, hid behind Sam's back and watched in amazement as he dealt with his enemies. The demon soldier was shocked to find out who this stranger was, who was able to overcome all his powerful spells with such speed. Sam turned to the demon soldier and said that this time he was not going to let him go alive. The guy generated energy and pointed his hand toward his opponent, and a powerful blue beam flew out of Sam's fingers. The wounded demon shouted at the boy to wait and not to do it, because he had not yet had time to fulfill his mission. But his protests were drowned in the Kin-Yun sword technique, which Sam mastered perfectly. He did not understand why he had to wait and postpone killing the demon. As he looked at the captured treasure hunters lying on the ground, still shrouded in the spell, Sam rightly believed they were very lucky. He generated energy to revive Maggie and dispel the bloody sleep spell. The girl opened her eyes. She was lying on the ground and, at first, did not realize where she was. Sam stood by her side and said that everything was fine. She had just spent too much spiritual energy, and he would help her get to the city. Suddenly, a bloody flame broke out behind him, drowning out his last words. The girl saw a bloody spear rising up at high speed. The treasure they had been chasing for so long soared above the clouds as a red comet, radiating a powerful energy field. But the spear was won. The demon was holding it in his hand, saying that Sam was one step away from killing him. And it was Sam who actually forced him to sacrifice his last magical weapon. And now the person the demon soldier wanted to kill was Sam. The guy listened to all these threats and did not understand what the bastard was saying. Even though he didn't understand what was happening, if one sword wasn't enough, Sam would use another. The boy sent another powerful beam of his sword energy toward the demon, but the latter deflected his attack by putting his spear forward. Repelling the boy's attack, the demon soldier rejoiced as never before. Now he was much stronger than Sam. Amazed Sam and shocked Maggie stared at the column of bloody flames rising into the sky right in front of them. Sam realized that things were about to get bad, and with his energy, he decided to hide the treasure hunters to save their lives. With his other hand, he was holding a sword, which he used to try to deter the enemy's attack. Sam did not understand how it was possible that the demon had been on the 7th level of the Purple Palace and now had risen to the 2nd level of the ascent to the truth. Suddenly, I remembered that the thing on the demon soldier's forehead was an ancient secret treasure of Tantianyu. He just smiled predatory in response, expecting a Kin-Yun clan disciple to be able to recognize the talisman. According to ancient legends, tens of millions of years ago, someone picked up this stone and activated it, becoming the most powerful ruler. After 5 years, he died cursing the treasure. Sam didn't know how he ended up with the demon, but he knew that everything in this world must obey the law of Tao. Sam pulled a mirror out of his inside pocket and threw it at the enemy, wondering if the demon thought that this power had no price. He asked him to look at himself in the mirror and see what he looked like, and the demon had to stop living under false illusions. The demon soldier looked at his reflection and could not believe what he was seeing. He was at least 800 years old. He could not understand why he looked like that now. Unable to look at his reflection anymore, the demon broke the mirror. Sam replied that this treasure was a demon that sucked the life out of the host, and he always enjoyed opening people's eyes to the truth. The soldier replied that if he returned what he owed, his master would give him an elixir to restore his vitality. If you use this stone wisely, the whole world will be at your feet. Sam replied that the demon must have gone completely mad. When Sam remarked that the stone had brainwashed him, the enemy ordered him to shut up and bit his finger until it bled. He ran a bloody finger over the stone on his forehead, and it seemed as if it had been waiting for this moment. It was clear that dark energy was raging around the demon, and he was getting even stronger. Having generated enough bloody energy to attack, he threw it at Sam. Sam took his weapon out of its sheath and tried to block the enemy's attack with a sword. But the guy was very surprised by the force of the blow that his sword took. He realized that now the demon soldier's power had increased even more. Now it was not the 2nd, but the 5th level. Sam realized that he would not be able to deal with his opponent using such methods, and he was already having to catch his breath. The guy loosened his shirt a little and looked at the rune on his chest. It seems it was time to free himself. Meanwhile, Lisa, who saw that her defender was in trouble, decided to stand up for him and attacked his former master. The demon quickly dealt with her attack, and in his rage he completely forgot about the girl's existence. The demon screamed at Lisa. How dare she even rebel against him? Before the girl could realize it, her former master attacked her, but Sam managed to block his spear at the last moment. He asked her why she was still here, and Sam ordered her to leave. The guy realized that he had to act immediately and destroyed the rune on his chest. The demon soldier shouted at the boy to stay still and stand still, pointing a spear at him. But a moment later, when his list pierced the blue energy instead of the boy, the demon realized it was a trick. He looked up and saw Maggie flying over the clearing and casting her spell on him. The demon got angry and made a powerful energy shot at the girl. But his attack was suddenly interrupted by a powerful beam of white light that drowned his energy. Maggie looked up as well, shocked, unable to believe what she was seeing. Sam hovered in the air above them, but he was completely different now, more powerful. The guy was enveloped in white and blue energy, and his eyes glowed with blue light. The demon shouted that the boy had decided to meet his death instead of running away and flew towards him. His spear collided with the boy's hand, and an explosion of powerful energy exploded between them. The demon stopped in shock. Now he saw that the boy was not the same as 2 minutes ago. He asked Sam how it was possible that he was able to block his attack. Maggie looked at it and couldn't believe that this guy could be so strong. The son replied that only 1 drop of spiritual power was enough to deal with a demon soldier. The demon trembled with rage that he could no longer contain. He could not believe that this bastard could talk to him like that. The last shreds of reason left his head, and wishing him dead, he rushed at the boy. But Sam just laughed, saying that the demon had lost the moment the guy took off his seal. He grabbed his weapon and generated the Kinyan sword technique, which was the most powerful this time. From his sword came a yellow firefoot, which turned into a giant flying dragon. The boy brought his sword down, and the dragon flew straight at the demon, who instantly lost his temper. He looked at this fascinating, beautiful, and frightening phenomenon at the same time, realizing that these were his last seconds of life. In the next moment, the demon drowned in yellow fire and flew down, dropping his spear. Before he even reached the ground, his body turned to ashes, dissipating into the air. Sam remained in the same place, the remnants of his powerful energy gradually dissipating into the air. It cost him a great deal of effort to tame his unbridled energy again and seal it up. The girl saw that the boy had returned to his previous level of ability. Suddenly, she noticed a stone from the demon soldier's forehead, a treasure that lured her. He was so beautiful in her eyes, Maggie saw her reflection in him and wanted to take him for herself. But her thoughts were interrupted by Sam's voice, which advised her against touching the stone. The boy took out a pouch from his pocket and energized the treasure Tantianyu, avoiding touching it. As soon as the stone was hidden in the bag, the girl regained consciousness and realized that the treasure was trying to enchant her. He himself agreed with her conclusions, saying that this thing was surprisingly dangerous and he had to be careful. Otherwise, he would say goodbye to his life. The girl looked to the side and saw a magical creature rapidly approaching them. She realized that it was this little girl who had attacked them, and Lisa looked at Maggie in fear. Sam replied that the girl's name was Lisa, and she did not want to offend them at all. She was just obeying the call of her soul. Maggie was surprised and asked what had happened to this soul bell, and the guy threw it away and said he had destroyed it. The son turned to Lisa and told her that she was safe now and could go, and let her not fall into the hands of the bad guys anymore. Maggie was even more surprised at the whole scene. She was surprised that the guy wanted to let such a creature go. She said the girl was strong enough that Sam could have kept her instead of letting her go. But the guy asked Maggie why she was comparing him to a man from the demon clan. This question stumped Maggie, and she had no idea what to say. After thinking about it for a while, the girl said that the guy used her as a weapon, with the help of a soul bell. And after thinking about it a bit more, she realized that she must have been very wrong about the guy before. Sam replied that if Maggie was wrong about him, she could give him back the page that had been torn out of the book. The girl thought that this idiot only cared about his novel, but returned the page to him, thanking him for saving her. The guy was over the moon, finally holding the torn page of his favorite book. Turning to Lisa, who was nearby, he thanked her for her work, finally asking that no one find out about the incident. Maggie was confused. Killing the elder of the demon clan was a great achievement, but the guy asked her not to ask too many questions. She asked Sam what he was going to do with the spear, and he said that he would probably take it with him and dispose of it. He added that he hoped she would take care of those 2 guys and that he and the spear would go first. The girl was dissatisfied with this order of things, but the guy was no longer listening to her. He was reaching for the dangerous find. Suddenly, a portal appeared on the other side of the spear, through which a giant hand reached for the spear. A voice from the other side of the portal said that he had not allowed Sam to take the magic spear, and the boy wondered if another taker had arrived. The giant hand quickly grabbed the spear and began to disappear into the portal. Finally, he heard a voice saying that he would protect this artifact at any cost. After that, the portal finally dissipated, and only Sam, Lisa, and Maggie remained conscious in the clearing. Maggie shook her whole body, asking the guy what it was, because she felt a very strong aura, and Sam said that it was another elder. Maggie asked if the guy was going to pursue him, but Sam replied that the enemy was very strong, and he was not interested in destroying the list. The third reason he refused was that he was on legal leave, so he was already saying goodbye to Maggie. He wanted to return home as soon as possible and find out how the novel ended. Maggie didn't want to see Sam again. So many bad things had happened to her since their first meeting. Her thoughts were interrupted by Lisa, who, flying past the girl, pushed her, standing up for her savior. Maggie couldn't believe that it was all the same person. Incredible strength, good character, and a face of nothing. Suddenly, she stopped the flow of her thoughts. This guy left to deal with the consequences of what had happened. Maggie brought the boys to their senses in her own personal way, with a slap on the face. Dean immediately asked the girl what had happened and where the eldest of the demon clan had gone. Before waking up her friends, the girl had already thought of a plausible version, and she just had to voice it. Dean was amazed. The treasure turned out to be the weapons of the Moyen, a clan of demons, and it turns out that Maggie and Sam saved them. The girl agreed with this conclusion and added that they were very lucky. This elder died of exhaustion of spiritual energy. The only thing that bothered Dean to the core was that Sam had left and they hadn't even had time to thank him. Humphrey called Dean over and asked if the ceremonial meeting had already begun. Given Sam's power, he should be there as a representative of the clan. Dean was excited. Yes, it was at the meeting that they would thank their savior. Maggie asked the boys what kind of gathering they were talking about and what event the gathering was in honor of. He replied that her town was isolated from the world, so it was no surprise that Maggie didn't understand what they were talking about. Most of the clans from the east are members of the Alliance. Every 10 years they send a representative to Tianzhou, and the clan ranking is determined during the meeting. The place in the ranking in the future affects the distribution of resources among all clans. The girl asked if she could join the gathering herself, and Dean replied that, given her clan's reputation, it was quite possible. Maggie was happy to hear this answer, so she could fight that strange guy. Suddenly, she felt like she was being called home, like it was time for her to return to her clan. Sam flew home and thought about who had taken the spear. Casting such a spell required extraordinary skills and great spiritual strength. The power of this elder was very great, and if the boy did not break the seal by at least a third, he would not be his opponent. But now that the demon clan had gotten down to business and dared to attack, even the master, he had to decide whether or not to join the game. They needed that powerful spear for a reason, and there must have been great power in this weapon. Even if Sam tried to return the weapon, it would likely lead to more attacks and a major crisis. He counted on the help of his clan elders, and he could have contributed to solving this problem himself. Suddenly, Sam's thoughts were interrupted by someone's presence, and he realized that someone was following him. He realized in a second who was chasing him and asked the girl why she had come. Lisa was very happy to meet her savior again and flew over to hug him. The boy realized that the girl had nowhere to go, and she wanted to go with him. Although Lisa could not speak a word, it was not difficult to understand her. And the guy broke down in front of her pressure and cute face. He said that the girl could join him. But if she wants to leave in the future, she doesn't have to ask his permission. Sam never thought he'd ever get a magical companion for nothing. He was glad that the girl's strength looked like a gust of wind from the outside. It was a good conspiracy. Sam promised to solve her language problem in the future, but now it was time for them to fly home. They flew to the towers of the Kinyon clan, and the boy told Lisa that this place would be her home from now on. A very beautiful woman stood on the threshold of Melody's palace, waiting for the honored guests. Jason, an elder of the Kinyon clan, quickly landed in front of Melody and asked what had happened to the master. Melody replied that he had many fractures and organ damage, and if they had been a little later, no one would have been able to save him. Jason was very angry and, at the same time, fear for his friend was taking over. Melody said that she had used the heavenly pill, and now the master's life was saved. When Jason heard this, his anger burst out, and he promised that he would make the attackers answer for what they had done to the master. A little time passed, and Jason arrived at the secret meeting of the Alliance on the border of the Dark Moon. An elder of the Purple Spirit clan of the 4th level of Ascension to Truth asked Jason why he had gathered them all. Jason replied that it was no secret that the Moyen clan had become very active over the past few days. In addition, the elder of the Killian clan, he began to improve the formation of the Bloody Demon Warrior. Jason was confident that everyone present understood what this meant. Although the disciples of his clan did not return the spear, they did return the Pearl of the Bloody Soul, and he instructed Master Yen to personally deliver it to the Alliance. However, Yen was attacked by a person of the Moyen clan. the sphere was stolen, and the master himself was seriously injured. His Dao was also damaged. Everyone was shocked. The elder of the Taishiu clan, a 9th-level ascendant to the truth, said that they probably have their own informant within the alliance. And from today on, he recommends that all petty officers conduct a thorough check among their students to avoid a catastrophe. If Moyun finds out about their intentions, he is sure that the demons will not sit idly by. Jason asked a Taishu clan elder if he agreed with his proposal. He, as one of the elders, will willingly obey his order and personally conduct the inspection. An elder of the Yongsan clan, the 4th level of ascension to the truth, said that a few hours ago his students met the elder of the Moyun clan. He attacked them and deprived them of their spiritual power, but the elder became weak because of the ancient treasure that sucked his life force. A student of another clan and a guy named Sam joined forces to kill an elder. Jason was genuinely surprised by this information. The Yongshin clan elder saw his colleague's reaction and asked Jason if he knew a guy named Sam. Jason replied that his clan had a student with that name, but his level could not be that high. Sam was probably just helping out in that situation, but Jason promised to ask the guy after he returned. The 8th-level elder of the Starry Sky clan of the Purple Palace said that because of the activities of the Moyun clan, they must take some measures. He believed that their charter needed to be changed somewhat to encourage the interest of students and clans. The elder of the Purple Spirit clan replied that since the alliance was created, the rules had been revised only 3 times. So is it really necessary now? But the starry-eyed officer replied that he should be sure that now was the time for change. And with the words that he would not skimp on motivating the students, he began to generate something that impressed everyone present. The elder generated a golden key and asked if the audience would mind using it as a reward. Sam finally arrived home, and the first thing he did was to visit his master. He asked how he was feeling and asked to examine the teacher. The guy did not come empty-handed. The master was sitting on the bed and said that thanks to Melody's care, he felt much better. But he still needs some time to recover his energy. The boy was laying out his gifts, listening to Master Yen's explanations, and now he could be calm. He brought a box of his precious tea with him, and Sam was sure that it would do the patient good. The guy poured some tea into a porcelain cup, saying that he had carefully cultivated these tea leaves. But he won't be pouring plain water over the tea. Sam brought water from a spring with him. A cup of this tea is supposed to restore Master Yen's spiritual strength. The boy approached the master's bedside and handed him a cup of his healing drink, offering him a taste. The master did not refuse. He knew the quality of the tea his apprentice grew, and after taking the first sips of the drink, Master Yen realized that it was surprisingly good tea. He told Sam that he should use his time growing tea for his own development, as his level was too low. Among all of Master Yen's students, Sam was probably at the lowest level. Sam realized that the persuasion had begun again, and he needed to release some of his spiritual power to calm everyone around him. And having done so, Sam demonstrated his energy flows and said that he had risen to the 8th level recently. Master Yen was genuinely surprised by this turn of events. He hadn't expected the boy to work on his own to improve himself. Master Yen told everyone that 5 years had passed since his last breakthrough. He asked me to look at Sister Mary, how she trains hard to achieve her goal. The boy promised Master Yen that he would train harder, but the teacher asked him to stop making fun of him. As Sam's teacher, he knew that he didn't like to hear about such trivial things and most likely visited him for a reason. Sam didn't want to talk about serious topics, so he immediately turned to the exit, saying goodbye to his teacher. But the teacher stopped him. Master Yen said that he had been wounded by one of the people of the Moyun clan and almost died. But the jade pendant Sam gave him protected him from a deadly attack. After that, there was a flash of light that wounded the attacker and allowed the master to escape. He asked if the guy was hiding his true level, or maybe he sealed his power or invented something like that. Sam laughed and asked the master if he was serious, if he could hide his level from him and the chairman. Master Yen thought about these words. The boy really wasn't very diligent. He couldn't have pulled off something like that. He repeated his question about the jade pendant, and Sam replied that he had just found it in a treasure chest outside. The boy said that he felt that this pendant radiated an unusual aura, so he decided to give this precious thing to his teacher. Master Yen was amazed. The boy had picked up a real treasure by accident, and the energy of a sword of extraordinary power must have been sealed in this pendant. If not for Sam and his gift, Master Yen would no longer be alive. Sam finally relaxed, forgetting about attentiveness, and the master called the boy, and when he turned to him, he did not expect any surprises. But at the same second, he received a punch in the face from Master Yen. Sam asked the teacher what he was doing, thinking that the master wanted to test him. The master laughed and said that the boy's reaction was not sharp enough for the 8th level. The boy relaxed, realizing that it was a small test of his new strength, and said that he was certainly still far from his teacher. The teacher's blow caused his robe to open a little and released the book, which the boy still could not finish. The book slipped behind his bosom and fell on the sick teacher's bed. Master Yan was interested in the beautiful cover and reached out to pick it up. But Sam was faster than his teacher and, with a lightning-fast reaction, was the first to grab his treasure. He said that this book was just a small hobby, hiding it behind his back. The master, tiredly and a little irritated, told the boy that he could leave. The main thing is that Sam should remember to practice more and read less nonsense. Sam was frozen in his tracks, unable to believe that his teacher would not even scold him for this. The only thing that brought him out of his thoughts was the voice of Master Yan, who asked why the boy was still here. When the boy left, the teacher turned on his bed and lifted one of his pillows, under which was a copy of the same book. Master Yan would never have thought that Sam would like the piece he had written. Given that it was a limited edition book with an autograph, one could conclude that Sam spent his vacation on it. The teacher put the book back under his pillow, confident that it was better for the boy not to know that he was the author of these books. There was a meeting in the main hall, and Jason said that everyone there had probably heard that the rules of the Alliance would be changed. One of the masters tried to object, saying that they had discussed this at the last meeting. So, is it really appropriate now? Jason replied that it was the right time because they needed to test their students and began to list the new conditions. A new non-aggression rule was introduced, which gave more maneuverability and did not leave students with no choice. The second amended condition was the need for written consent to participate in the battle. The last condition was a prohibition on revenge for someone who died in battle by his brothers and sisters in the clan. There was a long silence in the hall as the masters digested the new information. The master of the Blue Moon Hall said that all the students who will take part in the competition are real geniuses, and their deaths will be a great loss. Jason replied that their concerns were unfounded, but the attacks by the Moyon clan had increased dramatically. To cope with a possible crisis in the future, the younger generation must learn from their experience as soon as possible. The head of the Lanson Hall said that if someone from the Moyon clan tried to threaten the lives of the students, they would have to engage in direct confrontation. Master Yan agreed with this statement, but noted that it is better to face the crisis with a sober mind and decisive action. Finally, Yen, the master of the Liu Yun Hall, added that the rest of the audience should not be concerned. Jason supported Ian's point of view, saying that, moreover, this time they planned to take first place. They were to receive the key to the Emperor's tomb for their victory, and all the masters present were amazed by this news. Master Yen noted that the Emperor was the first person to come to the truth 5 million years ago, and he left behind many treasures. His tomb was found near the sea, and it took 5 key fragments to open it. To date, 4 of them have been found, but he could never have imagined who would end up with the last fragment. Jason replied that this was great. If they got it, they would open the tomb, which is why their clan should take first place. Finally, Jason made the announcement that the selection process would begin on Sunday. All the participants were excited to hear that the rules had changed. Now it was possible to use not only talismans, but also some forbidden spells, despite the fact that it could be dangerous. All the heads and elders will be present at the competition, and the top 5 will receive awards and represent their clan at a large gathering. All the clan members were in a hurry to register for the competition, all except Sam. The guy was annoyed that everyone around him seemed to have gone crazy. The clan members were very nervous these days. The guy remained calm. He had prepared for the competition in advance, and his goal was different from the other participants' goals. His thoughts were interrupted by Kevin, who suddenly jumped out from behind the tree Sam was leaning on. Sam asked the boy why he was here and not in the shop and what he wanted. Kevin haughtily replied that he didn't need anything when he had the technique Sam had taught him. Sam replied that he could not be so carefree because it would lead to defeat, but he was sure he could win. According to the rules, the top 3 can challenge special students and, if they win, replace one of them. For Sam, this was great news. Kevin said he had heard that ordinary students were lining up to challenge Brother Sam. The boy has a plan to let himself be defeated and transfer back to a simple student, so that his responsibilities will be even less. Kevin wasn't surprised by Sam's reaction. There was no sign of panic on his face, and everyone who devalued him would pay for it. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a talisman hanging from Sam's belt. which glowed yellow. This meant that Master Yen was urgently looking for the boy, so we had to hurry. In the end, Sam told Kevin to train harder and flew off to meet his teacher. A few minutes later, the boy was standing on the doorstep of Master Yen's house, greeting him. The master asked the boy to do it, saying that it was mandatory given the upcoming competition. Anticipating something bad for himself, Sam nevertheless asked what the demand was. Master Yen replied that the boy did not need to restrain his strength. He had to get into at least the top 20 students of the clan. Sam was shocked to the core by these conditions. He considered them completely unacceptable, and he told his teacher. The master replied that there were 55 true disciples in their clan, and it would not take much work for the boy to get into the top 20. Over Sam's objections, Master Yen asked him if he remembered how he had accepted him as a disciple. The teacher still hasn't been able to forget the sword technique that the boy used in the ring. The boy's strength was not inferior to that of a true disciple. He was sure of that. Sami still blames himself for not restraining himself because he didn't think that 10% of his true strength would cause such a wave of destruction. The guy said that it was just an accident, and now, even if he had to, he wouldn't be able to do it again. Master Yen asked if Sam really wanted to refuse his master's request. But Sam insisted that he really couldn't fulfill such conditions, thinking to himself that no one could stop him from becoming an ordinary student. Master Yen was tired of listening to these cunning excuses and decided to play the trump card by putting his book on the table. He pushed the book closer to Sam so that he could look at it closely and recognize his favorite reading. The boy stared at the master, not realizing what was happening now. With the help of his energy, the master threw the book directly into Sam's hands, and the boy asked if the teacher also reads such things. But when he saw the signature on the last page of the book, all the questions exploded and crumbled in his head. It was his master, Master Yen, who wrote this book, and the boy looked at him with wide eyes, wide with surprise. The teacher put his hand behind his back and pulled out a stack of paper. Showing the scribbled sheets of paper, Master Yen told Sam that this was the 12th volume of the book, which was not yet on sale. Sam couldn't believe his luck. His favorite author had been by his side all this time, and he was also his master. Suddenly, the boy realized that there was a condition behind it and asked the master to refute his guesses. Master Yen kept a long pause for several seconds and then, with the help of energy, returned the book to his hands. He was right. His condition was that the boy should be among the top 20 students. And if he does not agree with this, the teacher will kill the main character in the next part of the book. Sam could not believe such cruelty from his teacher. This heroine was his favorite character. He attacked his master, saying that he shouldn't decide the fate of the character so hastily, and that he didn't feel sorry for the fans. But Master Yen heartlessly continued, saying that the protagonist's older sister would marry another man. Sam, at one point after these words, thought he was going to have a heart attack. It was his second favorite character. He could never have thought that his master could be so cruel. Suddenly, an idea came to Sam, and he asked if the master was afraid that he would tell the elder who the author of the novel really was. But the teacher calmly replied that then he would make sure that the protagonist's beloved died right in front of him. If the boy makes it to the top 20 students, he will definitely be good with Sam's favorite characters. And as a reward, he can even show Sam a small sketch and give him a couple of collector's editions with illustrations. Sam could not resist such pressure. He was blackmailed with his most precious treasure, and of course he agreed. The angry boy left Master Yen's house in a very bad mood. He did not pay attention to anyone he met on the way home. The amazed comrades looked back at the guy. They had never seen him so angry. The master, on the other hand, was in a very good mood when he received his next student, anticipating a very interesting competition. Master Yen asked one of his students to fly to Jinyin Peak and look for their permanent missing person, Miss Mary. She was again immersed in self-improvement and missed all the latest news. The boy gladly agreed and immediately went to Jinyin Peak. It was his chance to see his beautiful sister again. He quickly flew to the place and stood at the gate, called Sister Mary, saying that the master was looking for her. Not hearing any reaction from the other side of the gate, the guy thought that the girl was really busy because there was no one there. As he thought this, the gate suddenly opened with a bang and a stream of Mary's energy flew toward him. The guy was almost blown down the mountain by the wind that was flying towards him. Thinking that something terrible might have happened, the boy decided to run inside, calling out to his sister Mary. In the middle of the training yard, the student saw a stone plaque with an inscription floating in an energy field above the ground. The guy felt a strong aura nearby and trembled all over. Mary was approaching him from behind. Flying up to the guy, the girl asked what he was looking at. Mary was in a large force field. The guy replied that he wasn't looking at anything. He had come to pass on news of a big meeting. She was invited to take part in the competition. Instantly, Mary changed before her eyes. She recognized her brother's younger friend Sam. She took the boy by the shoulder and pressed him hard, asking if he really saw anything, and he answered in the affirmative. The girl immediately released the messenger and he quickly fled from her training camp. She was so focused on training that she forgot about everything else. Brother Sam was really amazing, and in recent days, she felt that she had become much stronger. If she had to fight those crooked puppets now, she would have chopped them into small pieces. Mary took off decisively from the ground heading home. She needed to devote more time to practicing and would soon catch up with her brother Sam. Meanwhile, Sam stood in the yard of his house, still resentful of the master for the way he had threatened him. In a normal battle, Sam would have quickly revealed his true strength. But this time, the rules were flexible, and he could blame everything on props. Therefore, if he wins, he won't be given new responsibilities. He will definitely win a couple of rounds with these items. Suddenly, Sam saw a blood jade on the table and thought it would be a good option. The stone also saw Sam and began to tell him to touch it, promising to give the boy everything he wanted. The stone persuaded him to pour the boy's spiritual power into it, and in return, it would give him a good fortune that would reach the heavens. He just had to touch this stone to get infinite power. The demon did not stop persuading him. The guy threw the stone to the ground with an energy beam, saying that he should get away or it would be broken. But a second later, the stone flew back into the air and asked if it had failed to seduce the boy at all, which was the first time in so many years. Sam, smiling, replied that jade was like a pop-up spam window, knowing that he would not understand the analogy anyway. Sam wondered what was really hidden behind the face of the bloody jade. Jade flew even higher and announced that he was a venerable lord, a demon of heaven, a great master. Sam asked the jade who the great master was because he had never heard of him. Nephrite replied that he had come here with the devil himself, but he had left and remained, so all the monks of the world should address him as a master. The guy, mocking the demon, was surprised to note that he had been abandoned. The crooked jade was outraged and said that Sam did not dare to insult him. He asked to pour some spiritual energy into himself. Then he would show what he was worth. The guy asked if the stone had any secret, and he was curious what it could offer. The crooked jade tried to provoke the boy into action, saying that he probably just couldn't decide to do it. But a moment later, he was ravenously excited because Sam's finger touched him. Sam wasn't afraid of the consequences. It was the demon who didn't know who he dared to contact. As soon as he touched the stone, he found himself in a heavenly jade wasteland. Looking around, Sam felt someone watching him and turned around. He saw a giant head with a bloody jade in its forehead next to him. The demon laughed and said that all people are so stupid. But the hope that Sam would be afraid was dashed when the boy said that he thought he was pathetic because he didn't even have his own body. The demon was furious and shouted, "How dare the human trash talk to him, to Jim, like that?" The guy asked him why he decided to change his name, but Jim replied that Tianmo is a race, Mozun is a position, and Mr. Tuntianyu is an honorary title. But all these explanations made Sam very tired, and he yawned widely in Jim's face, saying that it was all very complicated. If his body is purple and he is a demon, you could simply call him a purple demon. The purple demon Jim got very angry and demanded that we not call him that. The guy agreed with a smile, adding purple demon at the end of his address. Jim said that Sam wouldn't have much longer to act so arrogantly. Did he really think he could do whatever he wanted here? Sam finally decided to ask how he could get out of here. Jim replied that the first option was to get his permission, but in his case, it was impossible. Another way was to bargain with him. Wealth, beauty, land, position. He asked the guy what he might need, and Sam pretended to think about it. After some thought, the boy asked to give him 100 years of life. The purple demon replied that he couldn't do that because he didn't know how, and the boy dismissively called him garbage. Jim asked if the boy had any other wishes that he could fulfill. The boy asked if he could get him a couple of volumes of his favorite novel so that Sam could be the first to read everything. Jim asked what kind of novel he was talking about, and the boy replied that it was a very popular book. He pulled out the last volume of the novel he had bought from the pocket of his robe and said that it was written by his master. Jim got angry. He asked who should fulfill these wishes, and Sam replied that he was a nobody because he couldn't handle 2 small wishes. The demon didn't want to stand for it and said that if Sam refused to say his name and didn't want to bargain, he would stay here forever. He started shouting that the boy would die of fear and hunger and his body would be completely destroyed. But the purple demon could not finish his angry tirade. A giant blue hand clutched his head. The guy was holding the demon with his energy very tightly and it could not escape, so Sam asked if he could touch it. He knew that if he touched Jim, he could get out of this terrible wasteland. The demon shouted that until the boy mastered the law of the Great Tao, he would not be able to do him any harm. But the boy, already generating energy in his hand, smiled slyly and told Jim not to be so overconfident. Coincidentally, he knew the law of the Great Tao, and the next second, Jim saw a sword. Sam told the purple demon that somehow he was not that simple. After a while, the guy materialized again in the yard of his estate. Sam was pleased that thanks to Jim, he was able to harvest a good crop. The demon in the wasteland offered him a variety of weapons for his life, and he did not refuse the offer. With the treasures of the purple demon, Sam can now finally relax. There were still 2 days left before the competition, and the guy needed to have a good rest. Meanwhile, something strange was happening in a cave in the forest, not far from the Kin Yun clan towers. There was a mirror on the ground of the cave that shone a purple light into the face of the boy sitting in front of it. The demon on the other side of the mirror asked the boy what his chances of winning were. He replied that with the secret treasure that the demon had given him, he would definitely be among the top 5. The demon was pleased. He said that thanks to the boy, he would finally be able to return the bloody sphere. The guy replied that he owed him his life because he had saved him and that he was willing to go through fire and water for the demon. The demon replied that he had a good heart and that when he was allowed to participate in a large gathering, he would take him away from the Kin Yun clan. The boy asked his master not to worry. He could rely on him completely. He will fulfill his mission under any circumstances. The boy bowed respectfully to his master. Jason announced that they had gathered all the students from the last few years and that this competition was to choose the most worthy student of the clan. Unlike in previous years, you can use talismans, elixirs, spiritual formations, and other things during the fight. Students will need to defeat their opponent and get a higher score for the match. But the participants, no matter what, are not allowed to hurt their opponents for no reason. Jason and the other clan masters will be watching over them. After completing his introductory speech, Jason solemnly announced the start of the competition. The students looked up and saw dozens of blue lights above them. These lights turned out to be plates with engraved serial numbers. A jade plate in the hand of each student will show the number of their opponents. Plates with numbers embossed on them landed in the hands of all the participants, and everyone began to look at them. Jason announced that if the jade plate lit up in the students' hands, it was time to enter the arena and take part in the fight. The first was a pair of students from the Lancing Hall against a student from the Blue Moon Hall. The masters began to talk among themselves, speculating about how many of the ordinary students would turn out to be outstanding. Master Yen also decided to join the discussion of his colleagues, saying that with the spiritual energy that these students have, one battle will take no more time than it takes to make a cup of tea. The other masters looked in surprise at Master Yen, not immediately realizing what he meant. So, Master Yen believed that they would see the results of the competition by the end of that day. The competition had been going on for some time, but Sam had just arrived at the training grounds. The next pair was a student from the Blue Moon Room named Garth and Sam's old friend Kevin. This was the last round of internal trainees that had just started. Sam watched the match from above, realizing that it was almost over. He even felt proud of his younger brother Kevin, who was able to hold out until the end and reach the final. The opponents fought fiercely in the ring, but Kevin's technique was significantly different from Garth's. Sam realized that Garth from the Hall of the Blue Moon was already on the 5th level of the boundary of the Immortal Palace. But his younger brother Kevin did not even think of giving up. Although his opponent was a full step taller than he was, Kevin's sword technique was unsurpassed. He was already able to match a true student, and Sam had only taught him a couple of tricks. The boy definitely had talent. If Kevin does a good job, he will most likely be taken on as an apprentice by one of the masters. Garth suggested that they stop trying to wear each other down and actually find out who would win this fight, here and now. Kevin, removing a strand of his hair from his face, replied that he agreed to such conditions. Garth decided to use a magic item and took a piece of paper out of his pocket. He activated it, using the power of his energy, and everything around him glowed with blue light. Everyone who watched the fight realized that it was a talisman that burned spiritual gas, allowing them to test their strength to the fullest. His older brother Garth wanted to try the 4th level talisman, and Kevin, in turn, took a white pearl out of his pocket. He looked at the pearl carefully and, closing his eyes, put it in his mouth. It was a pill of explosive energy. Although it was of the 3rd level, given its effect, it was equal to a spiritual gas talisman. Before the attack, Garth warned Kevin to be careful and to use the Moon Spirit Sword and the Moon Bender against him. Kevin, in response, activated the energy of the Air Spirit Sword and the Silver Dragon. The fight was short but spectacular, with 2 streams of energy blinding everyone around with their power. Sam heard the referee announce that there was a winner in the fight. The explosions in the arena were still going on, and all the spectators began to turn away because the force of the impacts was so great. A little later, when the smoke began to dissipate, everyone present saw the silhouette of a man on one knee. It was Kevin, leaning on his sword and sadly saying that he had lost. He was better only in terms of spiritual energy, and even then, not much stronger. Brother Garth reassured Kevin and said that if he had been at the same stage of the climb, he would have lost without a doubt. Kevin, in disbelief, raised his head and looked at his former opponent, asking if he really thought so. He remembered his brother Sam. If he hadn't taught him, Kevin would never have been able to lift a sword so well, even if he had worked all his life. The internal apprentice competition was completed, and Garth from the Blue Moon Hall was declared the winner. Jason was happy with the first stage of the competition. The last pair was really good. One had a good spirit and the other a great talent. Both of these guys have the ability to become true disciples. He asked Melody to disturb her, but she said it was her duty. She directed her energy to heal both boys, and they were surprised to see their wounds healed and their spiritual energy restored. Garth was asked by the referee to choose a true disciple with whom he would like to fight, and if Garth wins, he will take his place as a true disciple. Garth didn't think much. He had long ago decided who this student should be and announced that he wanted to fight only Sam. The audience knew that Sam was a true disciple, but the weakest of all, the best of the inner disciples, would fight the worst of the true disciples. Sam was disappointed that it was his turn so quickly. He landed in the ring, and Garth asked for his help. Suddenly, a hand came down on Garth's shoulder, and Kevin stood behind him, warning him to be careful. Garth didn't understand what his younger brother Kevin meant, but for some reason he had a bad feeling about these words. The fight was announced as started, and Brother Garth told Sam that he had heard about it for the first time a long time ago. Sam was very touched by this news, but inside he felt that he was about to hear a trick. Garth said, to be honest, he was terribly disappointed with Sam's behavior. Together with other inner disciples, he devoted all his energy to the ascent to become a true disciple, and he never thought about rest. Sam, in fact, had already guessed what his opponent was going to say. Garth had already shouted that Sam works a 9-to-5 schedule and never takes climbing seriously. Even outside of training, Sam spent a lot of time just fooling around. Garth believed that Sam's lazy actions had no place in the Kinyon Sword Clan and was ready to prove it to him. He shouted at the boy that he would destroy him and take his place among the true disciples, so Sam decided to use one of his talismans. He could never have imagined that his 9-to-5 schedule would become a source of such hatred. Garth didn't waste any more energy on speeches and rushed into the fight, warning Sam to be careful. With a flick of his fingers, Sam activated the power of his talisman, which created an impenetrable protective field around him. No matter how strong Garth's attack was, it could not overcome the defense barrier. He tried many times and used different techniques, but the dome remained unmoved. The angry guy, not believing his eyes, landed a little farther away from his opponent. Spectators standing around the arena were surprised by this turn of events. An elder named Mason jumped to his feet, shouting that Sam doesn't respect competition, that clan members follow the path of the blade and never back down. This brother Sam hides behind a talisman. Is this the behavior of a disciple who is on the path to the truth? He is a disgrace to the Kinyon clan. Mason's screams interrupted Master Yen's words. He said that a disciple of the Kinyon Sword Clan should have some sense of self-preservation. If everyone was as impulsive as Mason, the clan would have long since ceased to exist. But the elder Mason was not going to give up so easily and turned to Master Yen to explain in more detail what he meant. The argument between the two elders was interrupted by the voice of the chairman. Jason said that the competition was created for the upcoming big gathering, where there are no rules. Brother Sam has his own reasons for behaving this way, but for now, he is going to win, and there is no problem with that. Garth realized that he would not break through the protective dome and decided to press Sam's conscience, saying that he was a true disciple. But to fight it, the inner student, he still hides behind the power of the talisman. How then could Brother Sam, a true disciple, be different from a turtle? The moment the boy's sword was close to the protective dome, Sam reached out and stopped the blade between his two fingers. Garth was shocked by his opponent's unexpected response. He was used to Sam not defending himself. The guy replied that if the opponent wanted to fight him so badly, Sam would give him the opportunity. The nervous and dissatisfied spectators were excited that the boys would finally compete. Kevin, who knew what Sam was capable of, had already mentally said goodbye to his new friend. Garth was very excited. Finally, his older brother decided to show his strength. He apologized to Sam for what he had said earlier, hoping it hadn't offended him too much. The son replied that he knew, of course, that the boy had said it in a fit of temper and that he was not affected by such nonsense. Garth generated another attack on the enemy and asked Sam to attack. Sam took another talisman out of his pocket and activated it with a smile. Everyone present was amazed by this picture because they had never seen such a mascot in their lives. A whirlwind of flames swirled around Sam, turning into small localized explosions. The flame of the mascot grew more and more like a mushroom over the arena. This talisman was able to release so much spiritual energy that it was amazing. Two energies of opponents collided with each other. But Sam's energy quickly absorbed Heart's attack, leaving almost nothing of it. Garth was amazed. More than half of Sam's counterattack remained from his powerful attack. How could this happen? Sam did not wait for the enemy to attack again, but ordered his talisman to attack him. The fiery, localized explosions combined into a large, flaming tornado that flew toward Garth. He decided to fight to the last and shouted that he would show everyone his strength. He could not say a word anymore, only drops of blood could fly from his mouth onto the sword. The boy could not do anything against such a powerful force. The fiery tentacles were approaching him from all sides. The energy of Sam's attack covered the guy's head, depriving him of even the possibility of escape. A few seconds later, it was all over for the guy. There was a powerful explosion that this arena had never seen before. A second later, a completely naked Garth flew from the epicenter of the flames to the ground. The guy did not understand how he survived. His chic hairstyle turned into afro curls and smoke was coming out of his mouth. He stood up and all the spectators around him began to close their eyes, screaming. He needed to put something on urgently. Sam stood on the other side of the arena and addressed Garth, saying that he had warned him that this would happen, but he didn't listen. At that moment, all the inner disciples who wanted to choose Sam as their opponent grabbed their heads, glad they were not in their brother's place. The referee announced the end of the fight and declared his brother Sam the winner. Sam looked at the crowd's reaction and wondered if he had overdone it, hoping he hadn't caused anyone any psychological trauma. When it was the turn of Kevin's younger brother to choose his opponent, the boy was focused on his choice. But when he saw Sam flying by, he rushed to him with congratulations, saying that the fight was unbeatable. Sam encouraged Kevin to keep working on himself. Kevin walked decisively to the arena where the referee stood, demanding to choose an opponent. After careful consideration, Kevin announced that he wanted to fight his older brother Jacob. This choice surprised everyone. The boy chose his brother Jacob, who was ranked third among all the true disciples. Sam realized that Kevin had very big ambitions, but he knew in advance that the fight would be short. Both fighters were already in the arena and greeted each other, and the referee announced the start of the fight. Suddenly, Sam heard Master Yen's voice calling him over. A second later, he left his seat near the arena and flew to the stand where the elders were sitting. Landing on the podium, Sam politely greeted everyone present. The elders met the boy with unfriendly looks, and there was a pause between them. Master Yen suspiciously asked Sam where he had gotten such a powerful talisman. The boy replied that he had previously inherited this family treasure from his ancestors in a secret kingdom. That's how he learned about this talisman of 100 hell dragons and showed it to his teacher. The power that this talisman can unleash is directly related to the spiritual energy of the student. In fact, Sam got it by making a deal with the purple demon and gave him some of his spiritual energy in return. The guy just needs to use these spiritual talismans during the fight, and he can win 2 fights without even lifting a finger. Master Yen stood up from his seat and walked over to the boy to take a closer look at the talisman he was holding in your hand. The dialogue between the master and the student was suddenly interrupted by the angry voice of Master Mason, who called Sam by name. The boy turned to Master Mason and asked what he needed from him. The elder was angry. He said that instead of fighting, Sam chose the easiest way to win without fighting. Sam replied that if competitions between clans do not prohibit the use of mascots, it means that his tactics are within the rules. Can Master Mason disagree with the rules set by the head of the clan, Jason? Mason's tirade about Sam's fraud was interrupted by Jason's voice, which ordered the elder to be silent. Jason turned to the seven and said that if he had received the talisman from the secret realm, they would no longer torment him with questions. They wished him good luck in the upcoming competitions, and the boy said goodbye to them. While he was talking to the elders, Kevin's fight with Jacob was already over. Although Brother Kevin lost, he was not long from being initiated as a true disciple. The referee made an announcement that the competition of the inner disciples had come to an end, and that the fights among the true disciples would now begin. Sam looked at his number. He was 23rd on the list, so it wasn't going to be long now. Judging by his number, even after an hour and a half, the line will still not reach him. The first battle between the true disciples had already begun, and the boy decided to stay in the sky to watch the fights from above. After a while, the fight ended, and the referee evaluated the next match. Melissa from the Blue Moon Room versus Mary from the Hidden Mirror Room. The crowd around the arena immediately grew larger, and everyone was excited to see the next contestants. Sam heard Mary's name being chanted from above and realized how popular the girl was. But Melissa's name was chanted no less, as she was also a clear favorite among the locals. There were rumors that Melissa's younger sister was very beautiful, and many people discussed her. All these guys who were present around the arena were so excited because they wanted to see these two girls. Sister Melissa was ranked 6th on the Divine Leaders Board of Honor. She was on the 4th level of the Purple Palace. A blue beam of energy rapidly descended into the arena, carrying the older sister Mary, the first student of the clan. The girl was on the 1st place of the Divine Honor Roll and also had the 5th level of the Purple Palace. Sam looked at Mary and realized that her ascension had increased. The purpose of her sword was stronger. The elders also noticed this change in the girl, but Melissa's master defended his student. Melody asked Jason how he saw the ending of this duel, and he replied that they were both strong, but Mary was a level above Melissa. Melissa turned to Mary with a greeting. A whole year had passed since their last fight. Last time, they exchanged 133 blows, and Melissa missed only one of them. Since then, she has been practicing climbing. She hoped that today, Mary would recognize that her sister's technique had become stronger. Melissa had used the Phantom Sword and Shadow Step techniques. Mary didn't say a word. She just held her sword with both hands, her eyes glowing with yellow light. She quickly drew her sword from its sheath and illuminated everything around her. A moment later, Mary turned her back on her opponent and walked out of the arena, amidst shouts of incomprehension from the crowd. Behind her, Melissa was trapped in the energy field, unable to get out. The shocked girl dropped her sword into the arena and admitted defeat. Melissa stood there, looking down at her trembling hands, and said with regret that she had lost. Mary told the girl that she had only won because she had allowed her to do so. The students talked among themselves. One blow quickly destroyed all illusions, and Sister Mary's sword skills improved again. In addition, the younger sister Melissa came into contact with Sister Mary's sword 10 times in such a short time. Her spiritual energy weakened because of this. Whole Chairman Liu Yun, who was ranked 3rd in the Celestial Leaderboard, said that this happened mostly because the sword fell from Melissa's hands. The best disciple of the Qin Yun Sword Clan, who was ranked 2nd in the Celestial Leaderboard, said that they had clashed about 30 times. Sam was also amazed by the speed of the fight, not counting the blow that dispelled his illusions. The guy counted 23 more blows, which dispelled the spiritual energy in Melissa's sword. No wonder Mary was the best among the true disciples. He gave her only a couple of tips, and she was able to develop them into such a fighting technique. He was amused by the faces of the masters and elders who watched the fight. All the men stood up from their seats, not sure if they had seen the whole fight to the end. One of the masters exclaimed that they had been shown a beginner's sword technique. There could be no mistaking it. Of course it was her. The elder asked how old Mary was. She had been climbing for probably 20 years. Master Yen exclaimed that with such talent, she would be invincible in the future. The beginner path referred to the sword technique. There are only 10,000 cultivators of the 9th level of the Purple Palace worldwide. Yen said that even if he searched the world, it would be difficult to find a student as talented as Mary. Jason was delighted. With such a talented student, the clan would become stronger and stronger, and he wanted to ask the girl after the competition. Sam was worried that the competition would not end before his work schedule ended. The next match ended, and the referee began to announce the next pair of students. Finally, it was Sam's turn, who was opposed by a guy who was also from Liu Yun Hall. Swift as a gust of wind, Sam's opponent landed in the arena, waiting for the boy. He was the second disciple of Liu Yun Hall, Ben, number 13 on the Celestial leaderboard from the second level of the Purple Palace. Sam would never have thought that in his first fight he would face his older brother from his own gym, who was ranked 13th among the students. The guy easily landed opposite his opponent. He was in no hurry. The next moment, a blue dome formed around Sam, and Ben asked if his mascot had recovered. Ben said that as soon as he entered the Liu Yun Hall, he became more energized and wanted to become number 1 in the Kinyon Sword Clan. He had strict expectations of his brothers, believing that everyone in Liu Yun Hall worked hard to climb and did not allow themselves to rest. But not only does Sam not work at all, but he infects the entire room with his line. Sam was surprised. It seemed that Ben was much more serious than his teacher. Sam replied that he respected Ben's opinion, but that he could not impose it on him. That working from 9 to 5 was what he lived for and was different from being lazy. He had to pay a high price to realize this, and Sam hoped that the boy would realize it too. But Ben did not want to listen to his excuses and had already launched his first attack. He promised that today he would break Sam's talisman and make him realize that the Kinyon clan lives by the sword and follows his path. Wielding a sword is the ultimate goal of every student, including Ben himself. Ben's brother's attack smashed Sam's protective dome into pieces that flew in all directions. Everyone present was amazed at the strength of the blow. Ben's strength was comparable to the 5th level of the Purple Palace. It looks like Sam will soon be taken out on a stretcher. He is still just on the verge of the Palace of the Immortals. He is very lucky to have survived this long. The dust settled, and everyone saw that Sam seemed to be frozen among the wreckage of his protective dome. The referee had already started to announce that the fight was over, but he was interrupted by the sound of breaking glass. Sam was still in the fight. He had expected such a move from his older brother Ben, and the strength of his punch exceeded Sam's expectations. Even Kevin, who was standing in the crowd, didn't expect Sam to be able to continue the fight after that. Ben put all his strength into that punch, but it only hit the boy's mascot and didn't hurt him at all. He said that Sam's protective talisman turned out to be stronger than expected, but now the boy will face it head-on. But Sam was already pulling another trick up his sleeve, saying he would like to admit defeat. But this is simply impossible. He cannot lose in this fight and apologizes to Ben for it. Ben promised that he would break the boy's other mascots, as he had just done with the first one. He advised Sam not to use these talismans against him, because they were not so easy to get. But the guy replied with a smile that the talisman Ben had broken was just a weakened version. The same version waiting for Ben was complete, and a whirlwind of talismans spun around the boy, forming a protective dome. Ben even forgot what he was going to do when he saw this accumulation of energy. Sam's voice was heard from the protective dome, asking his brother Ben to attack him. Everyone around us didn't understand what was going on, or if it was some kind of a joke. How did this weirdo Sam get so many talismans? Was it all his kryptonite? Ben was really angry, and in one jump flew to the protective dome and hit it with force. A bright flash illuminated everyone around, and fragments of Sam's protective dome fell in all directions. The audience was talking among themselves that Brother Ben had used all his strength to break the shield of 10 talismans, which was like an iron wall. The elders were also surprised by Brother Sam's ability to use all these talismans so suddenly. Could he really control them using only his spiritual power when he was on the verge of the Palace of the Immortals? He probably used some kind of medicine or treasure to increase the amount of his spiritual power. Jason would never have thought that Sam would find a way to avoid work right in the middle of an interclan competition. From the very beginning, Sam used a standard shield talisman and deliberately did not show the full rune, which forced Ben to use his full strength to attack. And then, the guy revealed a full set of runes when the enemy had spent a lot of spiritual energy, and he didn't have to worry if he would break through the shield again. If this weirdo Sam had thought this through in advance, he would have been a great strategist. Brother Sam fought like this for the first time, and only because of Master Yen's condition, as his teacher, he was very pleased. Still, both opponents were his students, and he was rooting for both of them. Master Yen did not want to see either the first or the second student lose. Exhausted by the attacks, Ben landed in the arena and knelt down, leaning on his sword. In front of him, the protective dome made of Sam's talismans was still intact. Even though he used all his spiritual energy, he still could not destroy this protective shield. Resigned to his miserable situation, Ben decided to admit defeat. The referee made an announcement that the fight was over, and Brother Sam from Liu Yun Hall was the winner. Sam dispelled his energy shield, and all the talismans flew back to his wide sleeves. He paid his respects to his older brother Ben and said that he only won because he allowed him to do so. But Ben did not want to accept these words. He considered Sam an unworthy opponent. He turned towards Sam and said that a cultivator above the 3rd level of the Purple Palace could shatter his shield just by concentrating. Sam realized that the same method of his strategy would not work with other students. Ben knew that he had lost, but he said that Sam would not get far if he relied on this shield alone. He hoped that the boy had more tricks up his sleeve to get Liu Yun higher in the ranks. Sam watched his brother Ben leave the arena, grateful for his remarks. Despite the fact that Ben's older brother's words were surprisingly harsh, his intentions remained very good, but Sam did not care about his rank. He just wanted to live an ordinary life in this world. He was the last to leave the ring and walked pensively past the crowd of spectators. He heard unfavorable comments about himself from all sides, and the audience said that this victory was very shameful. But the guy was not affected by all these words. He expected a similar reaction. The main thing for him was the goal. Sam found a secluded spot under a tree, away from the crowd, and sat down, lost in thought. Mary, who was also watching the match, could not understand how her older brother Sam came to use mascots. Suddenly, she heard her name called, and the true student of the Hall of the Hidden Mirror, Gemma, stood next to her. When Gemma asked Mary if she thought the fight was shameful, she wondered how she could say that. The chairman had long ago announced the rules for this competition. They did not provide for any restrictions. Victory was the most important thing. So what's so shameful about brother Sam winning this fight because of his talent? Gemma didn't expect such pressure. She just wanted to find a topic to talk about, but Sister Mary is very sensitive. Gemma decided to answer that Sam was a disciple of the Kin Yun sword clan, and yet he hadn't used any blade techniques. It was too much. Mary asked the girl who had said that a disciple of the Kin Yun clan must follow the path of the sword. The second elder came to the truth through the way of the wind. The reason Sam did not use the sword was because that he simply didn't need the sword. The girl admired the fact that she was the only one who knew Sam's true strength. Shocked, Gemma looked at her sister Mary in silence, not understanding what had happened to her. As the first student of the clan, she always worked hard and didn't even look down on lazy students. But as soon as Sam, the laziest student in the clan, appeared, she suddenly became his protector. There was really something wrong with Sister Mary today. She just didn't seem like herself. Their conversation was interrupted by indignant shouts from the arena. The referee shouted at Ethan's student, accusing him of violence. These loud shouts from the crowd caught the attention of even Sam, who was almost dozing off. A dead student lay in the arena, bleeding from the sword that was sticking out of his chest. Next to him, enveloped in his purple energy, the boy was flying and smiling silently. This was the true disciple of Liu Yun Hall, Ethan, who was ranked 33rd in the Celestial Leaderboard. Sam was worried. Although the intra-clan competition this time was held without any restrictions, it did have a few strict rules, one of which was a ban on intentional injury. The outraged referee yelled at Ethan, who had already landed in the arena and could not believe what he was seeing. While the referee was restraining the boy with his energy, he replied that he was asking the elders who were responsible for the rules of the competition. Because once applied, Ethan's technique cannot be reversed, which is why the boy lost control and killed this student. The masters were also amazed. A single blow from this student was able to unleash the power of the 5th level of the Purple Palace, which is why no one had ever heard of its existence. Master Yen replied that it was Ethan, who had left the hall a year ago in search of the secret realm. Only 2 weeks ago he returned to the clan. Yen did not think that Ethan's level of ascension from the 2nd level of the Purple Palace would move to the 5th. Could it be that the boy received some very powerful treasure in the secret kingdom? Jason recognized the technique. It was a secret technique from ancient times called the explosive spirit skill. It consists in compressing all the spiritual energy of the body into one point and then releasing it. This technique is very powerful, but it is also very difficult to control because it uses all the strength in the human body. Jason went down to the arena and told the referee that it appeared the student had done it unintentionally. He ordered to prepare everything necessary for the body of the fallen true disciple. The disciples shouted that the brother was not strong enough and was ruthlessly killed by Ethan, but the head replied that the path of the sword is inextricably linked to death. If students feel that their strength is not enough, the best solution is to admit defeat. Mary and Gemma decided to rush to join the crowd to hear the chairman's verdict. Gemma said that last time there were also those who forced themselves to participate and, despite their weak spiritual energy, fought to the death. But Mary said that last time the chairman and elders could have prevented the fight from ending fatally. Sister Mary looked at Ethan standing in the arena. She did not think that something like this could happen today. The guy lowered his curved sword down, and as he walked, the blood of his opponent trickled down the blade into the arena. Ethan was not sad, did not feel remorse, and had a predatory smile on his face. Sam realized that he had been wrong from the beginning. He had just felt the demon's energy from Ethan. The incident had a great impact on the remaining students. In the following fights, everyone used their best techniques, but still restrained themselves. Half of the 55 true disciples were quickly eliminated. 28 people made it to the end of the second round, and Jason congratulated everyone on that. He said that the students will now receive plaques for the next round of the competition. Sam looked at his scorecard and calculated that if he won this round, he would be in the top 20. As soon as this happens, his agreement with Master Yen will be fulfilled. He just needs to naturally lose in the third round of the competition and leave. The break was short, and the referee has already announced the new pair. Alex from Nebula Hall against Ethan from Liu Yun Hall. The viewers tried to make predictions about who would win this fight, and the overwhelming majority of votes were on Alex's side. Alex was ranked 5th on the Divine Leaderboard and was the 5th level of the Purple Palace, considered the best disciple of the Nebula Hall. Alex spoke arrogantly to Ethan, saying that he doesn't pay attention to anyone below the top 10 and said that's why he gives the guy a head start. The audience liked Alex's brother's tricks, and all of them began to wish him victory. But Sam was skeptical. Ethan gladly accepted Alex's offer and was already generating energy for his attack, warning Alex's brother to be careful. Alex was surprised by the speed with which his brother Ethan was able to generate energy for the attack. But, at the last moment, Alex managed to generate a protective shield between himself and Ethan's energy beams. One of the beams managed to break through the protective barrier, but even here, Alex managed to repel the attack. After the first attack, Alex was unable to get out in one piece. He was wounded and blood spurted from his mouth. Cries of anxiety swept through the crowd, and the students did not understand how such an attack could have so much power. But despite his injury, the guy continued to repel the enemy's attack, and it is worth noting that he did it very well. When it was over, Alex was finally able to wipe the blood off his face and said that he had underestimated Ethan as an opponent. But Ethan himself was disappointed that Alex was still able to stand on his feet after such a powerful attack. Alex turned out to be smarter than Sam thought. He used disdain and confidence as a defense, although in reality he was provoking Ethan to make the first strike. He prepared everything and used the Mist-Hole sword technique to release spiritual energy into the sky and create a protective shield. This allowed him to block a large number of his opponent's strikes, and Alex figured out Ethan's trick. In the next moment, the boy generated the energy for the Mist-Hole sword technique and directed it at Ethan. Ethan's response to this blow was an attack using the Sea of Stars technique, and everything instantly started to explode in the ring. The students and spectators could not see anything through the fire, which was flying in all directions, and maybe the fight was already over. Sam stared intensely at the pillar of fire, which was slowly beginning to dissipate. The referee announced that the winner had already been revealed, and purple energy burst out of the smoke above the arena in powerful beams. Soon, the smoke cleared, and everyone saw that the creator of these beams was none other than Ethan. The guy was preparing for another attack on Alex. Alex was amazed. By some miracle, Ethan was able to attack him, even after his signature move. The next moment, a powerful energy beam from his opponent flew in Alex's direction. The guy thought he had enough strength to defend himself against the attack and generated another shield, saying that it was pointless to attack. But when Ethan's beam met Alex's shield, the shield shattered into small pieces, and the surprised Alex did not have time to react in time. It was just unreal. This guy must have hidden his true power from everyone. Ethan's punch was inevitable for Alex. Realizing that he could not repel the enemy's attack, Alex shouted that he was admitting defeat. But it was too late for him. Ethan's energy beams reached the boy and threw him violently over a great distance. Ethan was in the sky, watching his opponent, shocked by the force of the blow, lying on the ground looking at him. When Alex recovered from the blow, he realized that his face was bleeding. A heavy silence hung around the arena for the fights. No one dared to make a sound. Ethan slowly began to tame the energy of his sword, which was almost black. He approached Alex, who was still lying on the ground, and thanked him for letting him win. Silence continued to prevail, and everyone just watched as the smoke gradually began to dissipate over the arena. The masters wondered how Ethan could be so strong. His last strike could match that of a 6th-level student of the Purple Palace. The master said that this student was very violent, this blow was very fast, and even Yen himself would not have been able to block it in time. If he had been a little stronger, the entire city of Qingxiu would have been reduced to ashes. But he restrained himself, which means he had no intention of harm. Sam watched Ethan walk out of the fighting arena. His punch could really take the life of Qingxiu City. But in the end, the guy overcame his desire to kill and restrained his power. It was obvious that he was not acting recklessly. Ethan was definitely pursuing a different goal. Sam wondered if it might be due to his demonic nature, if the boy had gotten involved with the Moyun clan. But Ethan is only on the 5th level of the Purple Palace. To the head and the elders who have come to the truth, he is like a bug. Even if the world were to end, Sam would not worry about Ethan. After a pause, the referee finally spoke and announced the next fight, and it was Sam's fight. The guy looked at his number plate. He was supposed to face Casey from Lanson Hall. Master Mason sarcastically apologized to Master Yen and said that it seemed his student had reached his peak. Master Yen thought that he was right. Sam was on the 6th level of the Immortal Palace's boundary. There was no way he could beat Casey. Sam asked Casey to guide him, but the latter arrogantly replied that the boy did not deserve his advice. This Casey was able to go far in the previous competitions, but he was unlucky to face Sister Mary. He was on the 5th level of the Purple Palace. Many of the clan's disciples believed that the cases were not being handed down by John, the second on the Divine Leadership Honor Roll, and the third on the Divine Leadership Honor Roll is Brother Noah. The referee announced that the match had begun. Sam formed a protective dome around him, and Casey said he was advising him to admit defeat. The guy accelerated for his first attack, saying that with one punch he would break Sam's unbreakable turtle shell. The green beam of Casey's energy weapon flew toward the boy's blue protective dome. The referee began to announce that the winner was determined early, but unexpectedly, Sam's protective dome flew into the air and Casey's attack failed. Both Master Mason and Casey were surprised by this turn of events, and they weren't the only ones. Everyone around them was looking at the sphere of energy flying over the arena and wondering how Sam could do it. Miri knew that in order for the massive talisman to remain intact, it had to be stationary because it needed to connect with the power of the earth and sky. But what she was seeing was different from what she knew. Brother Sam's talismanic ball could move so quickly and agilely. Mary didn't know that her older brother Sam had so many tricks up his sleeve, and that in addition to his sword technique, he was also good with talismans. She realized that she would never catch up with him. Meanwhile, Casey couldn't figure out where Sam had directed his barrier. The guy used the lance and sword technique and an ivory tooth against Sam's defense layer. At the same second, in response, Sam stuck his hand out of the protective barrier and attacked Casey with another talisman. Two opposing energies clashed against each other, flooding everything around with green and red light. All the spectators were momentarily blinded by the bright light that raged over the fight arena. Following his attack, Casey decided to use a secret weapon against his brother Sam. But at the same moment, Casey's hand, which threw the weapon in the boy's direction, was wounded by Sam's weapon. Casey cursed at his fellow soldier and shouted, "How dare he use a concealed weapon to wound him?" Sam couldn't believe his ears. Casey's brother's arrogance turns out to have no limits. He said it was the divine wilted flowers, one of the sword techniques of the Liu Yun Hall, a technique in which there is nothing questionable. Master Yen was smiling when this technique came to belong to their hall. Sam said that Casey, on the other hand, used the smoke to throw as many of those green aura weapons as he could. It was a sneak attack. Didn't he say he could take Sam down with a single punch? Casey shouted back that Sam had started it. Mary was delighted, and her older brother Sam even knew how to use a concealed weapon. The masters began to tease Master Mason's words that the clan's disciples should live by the sword and follow the path of the sword. He replied that Casey only thinks about winning and that extraneous items give him a slight advantage. Double standards. Sam heard the foreman keep shouting to him from a distance, trying to hear his voice to find out the location. But he and Casey didn't take into account that he was also revealing his location. A complete idiot. Casey generated a large amount of energy towards Sam's defense layer, punching a hole in it. An excited Mason jumped out of his chair, shouting that it was finally over. But Casey had already seen that it wasn't that simple, and the fight continued. A moment later, golden chains wrapped around Casey's brother on all sides, blocking his movements, and Sam's voice asked if he was ready for it. Sam was next to Casey, and he said that this formation could restrain even a 5th-level student of the Purple Palace for 30 breaths. Casey has only 10 breaths left, and Sam might torture him a bit if he doesn't give up. Sam pointed his sword at his opponent's left leg, showing with his whole body that he was going to make the first cut. The frightened Casey raised his arms as high as he could and immediately admitted defeat. The referee announced that Brother Sam from Liuyon Hall had won the fight. The referee's decision was met with a storm of applause from the crowd, as no one could believe that Sam had managed to defeat an opponent much stronger than him. John said that although Sam's luck helped him, he managed to defeat his student at the stage of the Purple Palace when he himself was on the verge of the Immortal Palace. The clan could be proud of such an achievement, the second in the list of divine geniuses rightly believed. Noah doubted that it was a matter of luck. He thought that Casey had been cheated at the very beginning of the fight, and John asked him to tell him more. At the beginning of the fight, he set a trap and allowed Casey to succumb to contempt, then hid his formation in a dark weapon and threw it at the guy. At first, he quite competently provoked a verbal attack and startled his opponent, distracting his attention. Then he began exchanging concealed weapons with Casey and quietly created another formation next to him. After that, he used his divine power and read a prayer inside the formation to change his position. He made Casey think he was still inside the formation, took advantage of the smoke, and found the boy's position by his voice. John said that if Brother Sam's climbing level had been a little higher, he could have been a big threat to them. But Noah did not agree with his brother 100% on this point either. He believed that the whole story was not as simple as it seemed at first glance. The masters were delighted. The weak overcame the strong, combining the art of formation and talismans, thinking every step ahead, it was unsurpassed. Only Mason was not happy. He said that the guy used a couple of clever tricks. If Casey had pulled himself together, he would have beaten him. Elder Yen was praised, saying that there were indeed many interesting secrets in his hall, but the master said, laughing, that this was a common thing. The referee announced Mary's sister's fight as the next match, and the girl quickly went down to the arena. Her opponent was Brother William of Lansing Hall, who immediately told the girl that he was inferior in strength to her. The boy was ranked 8th in the Celestial Leaderboard, had the 4th level of the Purple Palace, and was considered the best student in Lansing. Mary told him that he should just use all his strength and fight to the end. But the guy replied that he would use all means to destroy the girl and win the fight. Master Yen saw the blue flames coming out of the boy's eyes and realized that he had used a pill that releases divine power. This pill can increase spiritual power by 50%, but even if the guy wins, it will destroy his ascension. Jason realized that the guy wanted to enter the tower with his sword and step onto the 5th level of the Purple Palace. To move to the 5th level of the Purple Palace, you need to have the appropriate training, which includes a clear outline and concept of Tao. Those who ascend must comprehend the purpose of the sword and, based on this understanding, attain the original Tao of the sword. Sam realized that in order to get in touch with Tao, the boy had decided to sacrifice the foundations of everything. He wondered what Mary would do in this situation, since she had used the blue sword technique against William. A spiritual platform. The guy also did not wait and defend himself, but decided to attack the girl. He used his talismans to attack, but Mary's power was already gradually absorbing them. His strongest attack after taking the pill was so quickly destroyed by the enemy. The girl got tired of standing in the arena and began to fly up to the guy in the air, destroying his attacking energy beams along the way. The guy tried not to let Mary get close to him, but the girl stubbornly moved forward. And now, William has already had his first wounds in the abdomen and face. The guy was dripping with cold sweat from the strain. And before he could realize it, Mary swung her sword and the energy of the four burst out of him. This energy went through William, but this time it was not an attack. The guy swung his sword in the direction of this energy and there was a strong explosion. The masters jumped up from their chairs and they saw the Tao of William's sword manifest during these manipulations. His knowledge of the Tao of the sword lags behind theirs by only one step. William moved from one stage of ascension to another right during the fight. The boy, happy to have increased his energy level, swung his sword at Mary, preparing for a new attack. But with one precise blow, the girl hit William's hands with her energy beam. Mary knocked the sword out of his hands, and the surprised guy didn't even notice it at first. Mary, standing calmly in the arena of the fights, looked into William's eyes, and the girl said that it was over. The referee declared the fight over, and the winner was Sister Mary from the Hall of the Hidden Mirror. William had tears in his eyes. He sincerely thanked the girl for her mentoring. Mary revealed her sword technique to him so that he could make a breakthrough. The boy knew that he was now in unpayable debt to his sister Mary, but the girl replied that he did not need to be so polite. William melted after these words. She deserved the #1 title. He would never be able to match such generosity and strength. The girl left the arena and, as she walked through the crowd, heard everyone around her shouting that it was an unrivaled spectacle. Suddenly, Mary heard one of the students shouting that she was much stronger than that ugly Sam. Because this Sam doesn't even use a sword. He just throws trinkets. He's only gotten this far because he was lucky. The girl did not tolerate such talk any longer. She turned to the person who said it and threw an energy beam at him. She asked the boy what he had just said, and the girl demanded that he apologize to his brother Sam. The guy who talked too much was scared to death, while the girl was looking right at him. Sam was shaking with tension. He didn't want Mary to add to his troubles. The student said that they only made a quick comment on Brother Sam's fighting technique. Mary interrupted him, exploding in anger, and said that it was not a comment. It was an obvious insult. As disciples of the Kinyon sword clan, although they develop swordsmanship skills, they must first develop their hearts. And even if Brother Sam doesn't draw his sword in battle, his strategy, as well as his understanding of the rules and subjects, far exceeds their knowledge. On the other hand, they failed at the first levels and are also jealous of other people's achievements and show their dissatisfaction. Students' viewers have no right to criticize others with such an attitude toward their fellow students. Everyone around her began to talk, supporting Mary's actions, saying that the girl's wisdom made her protect other true disciples. Gradually, each of the viewers began to realize that Sister Mary was telling the truth and that Brother Sam's achievements were undeniable. Hiding a grudge against another student because of someone else's pettiness was really low, and Mary's generosity knew no bounds. The guy with whom he had a conflict could not stand such pressure from all sides and shouted to Brother Sam to forgive him. The guy said that they spoke thoughtlessly and humiliated him. It was not on purpose. He should not take it personally. Sam looked at this public admonition and replied that there was no need to apologize. He didn't care. But deep down, he was still pleased that someone stood up for him. He was embarrassed by what Mary had done. The masters were also pleasantly surprised by Sister Mary's act. Even though she is stronger, the girl still maintains modesty and calmness. Guiding William with her own sword style, the girl increased his ascent. She also defended a student who was being humiliated. A heart that only true immortal swordsmen have, said Master Yen. From that moment on, Mary continued. If anyone dared to defame someone else's honor again, they should not be surprised that she would be rude to them. As disciples of the Kinyon clan, they must all develop their souls, constantly learn swordsmanship, and comprehend the way of the sword. Instead of criticizing others, it would be better for everyone involved to train even harder. After finishing her speech, the girl flew off in the direction of Brother Sam in front of everyone. The girl asked Sam if he would mind if she stayed with him, and he replied that he had no objections to that. The boy, who had fallen out of favor with Mary, saw that she had stayed by her brother Sam's side to protect him and felt ashamed. Sam asked Mary what she wanted to show by this act, and she replied that after this, no one would dare to say nasty things behind Sam's back. The girl had reached the point where they could communicate mentally without opening their mouths, and she asked Sam if she had performed well. Sam was unhappy with what she did. He wished she hadn't done it because no one had asked her to do it. He hated to draw attention. But the girl knew that Sam's sword skills were incomparable. The strength and ascension that she now had was only thanks to his stone tablet. Although he wasn't interested in fame, he didn't care about reputation. But he was kind to her, so Mary can't let people talk nasty about him. The guy asked why she was standing in front of him. Let her go back to her seat. He thought that he shouldn't have given her advice at all. But the girl actually wanted to ask him something because she had doubts, and Sam replied that he was not her master. Mary said that if he didn't want to teach her, she couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't do anything and that what others said wouldn't concern her. The guy replied that Mary was too cruel, and if she had any questions, she should ask and go back to her room. Gemma looked at this strange picture and could understand why Mary had frightened the poor students because of Sam. Was it possible that the two were in a secret relationship? Gemma was so shocked by her guess that she didn't realize she had said it out loud. As one of the first students, Mary fell in love with the loser Sam, and to hide the gossip, she can see him in person using this method. Melissa suddenly appeared next to Gemma and asked if Brother Sam and Sister Mary really had such a relationship. She came closer to the jam and whispered in my ear that, if you look closely, it did look a little strange. These guys were communicating away from prying eyes secretly. It just couldn't be. It was absolutely unbelievable news. It surprised Sister Melissa. Gemma asked Melissa to keep it a secret because if her sister Mary and Brother Sam found out, Gemma would be punished by the clan. Melissa put her hand to her chest and said that, of course, she would not tell anyone. The girl could trust her completely. And before Gemma had time to respond to these promises, the girl had already taken off into the sky, saying that she had to go on business. Gemma's fears were not in vain, and a few minutes later, Melissa started telling everyone she met on her way the hot news. She said that she heard the news from another sister, but it was a very big secret and the girls must not tell anyone. Sam predicted it. This crazy Mary immediately starts practicing as soon as she finishes all her business. Such people who can meditate anywhere and anytime really deserve respect. The referee announced that the second stage of the fights was over, and the crowd around the arena began to clamor for the end of the competition. The referee said that the clan head and elders decided to stop the competition today because the participants had used up too much spiritual energy. He said that the students should take a break. The third round would take place at dawn, and Sam looked at his watch and realized that it was time to go home. All the students were asked to leave the venue in order of priority, and the area in front of the main hall gradually emptied. But no one in the main hall was thinking of leaving, even at this late hour. Clan leader Jason was listening to a report from one of the masters who said he had learned the current state of these students. Among all those who competed today, 5 true disciples were behaving rather strangely, and the most suspicious of them were the 3 from Liu Yun Hall. After a short pause, the master announced that these were Master Yen's students, Ethan, Noah, and Sam. Behind the master who was reporting to Jason, Master Yen appeared and asked the speaker what he was trying to say with those words. Did he really mean to say that the traitor was one of the students of Liu Yun Hall? They gathered to identify the traitor, and when Master Yen was attacked, it was safe to say that there was a rat in the clan. Everyone was eagerly waiting for the identity of the traitor to be revealed. Jason said that the head of the ancient hall asked us not to worry. It's just that the traitor is most likely hiding in Liu Yun. In the end, Jason only asked Ian to accompany the Pearl of the Bloody Soul and did not tell the others about it. When Master Yen went to perform his tasks, he tried to act very stealthily. But despite all the precautions, the demon clan found out about everything and wondered if Master Yen thought it was strange. He turned to the second elder who was reporting, demanding that he continue his report. The master continued by saying that these 3 disciples unexpectedly grew in power, literally in 1 year. The first on his list was Noah from Liu Yun Hall, whose cultivation base was at the 2nd level 2 years ago, which was not very powerful. A year ago, when he took 3rd place in Tianjiao, Noah said he received a message that told him how to increase his strength level. Ethan, too, did not stand out for his level of cultivation. A year ago, he took 33rd place, and at the end of this competition, his level soared to 5th. In addition, the art of the sword he learned is quite powerful, one might say murderous, and he said he had found a secret realm. Sam seems to be the least suspicious, but the master is sure that the boy is hiding many secrets. Last year, he was promoted to a true apprentice. Somehow, he managed to acquire unrivaled knowledge of talismans in such a short period of time, even though he does not practice at all. In addition, recently, the master found out that it was Sam who broke the connection between Kinyun and the demons. He destroyed Moyun's followers and returned the pearl. According to other students, the elder of the Moyun clan, Killian, was also there at that moment. But after Sam met with him, Killian disappeared for no apparent reason. Then Sam and Mary were on a mission in the village, and they had to face Elder Moyun, who was forming a demon embryo. During the attack, he was holding a secret treasure, which, in the end, was never saved. And finally, he and the students of other clans met a demon soldier who had previously managed to escape from them from the battlefield. Brother Sam also received a lot of attention at today's competition. He used talismanic strategies that the master had never seen before and defeated 2 stronger opponents in a row. Summing up, the second elder said that the guy was hiding his true powers and was the most suspicious of the announced trio. Jason interrupted the second elder and shouted that this was not possible. Master Yen also believed that Brother Sam could not have been a traitor. What the second elder said was absolute nonsense. The shouts that rose in the main hall forced the second elder to shut up. He looked at Jason and then at Master Yen. and did not understand how they had such a mutual understanding. One of the elders present said thoughtfully that this version was quite likely. He suggested that Brother Sam might have fallen under the control of the Moyun demon clan. Master Yen could not take this nonsense any longer, and he went to this elder asking what it was supposed to mean. He did not back down and said that perhaps at some point Sam was kidnapped by the Moyun clan, and then all these events began. Master Yen said that this was not true. He believed that the boy had simply been hiding his true strength for a long time in order not to stand out. And if it had been captured by the Moyun clan, then why didn't they take the pearl from them? Why did they start killing people in the village of Yoigan? It's illogical. Elder Mason jumped out of his seat and shouted, "Why don't they just arrest all the suspects and deal with each one individually?" Jason stopped the argument by saying that we shouldn't jump to conclusions. We need to find out why the spies were sent. He had a strange feeling that the Moyun demon clan wanted to disrupt the competition. The second elder asked in surprise what this was supposed to mean, what exactly the clan head had in mind. Jason replied that someone would be secretly controlling everything. Since the Moyuns had planted a mole on them, they would use it as bait. It doesn't matter who it is. Ethan, Noah, or Sam, they will see what the Moyun demon clan is up to. At home, Sam had a very serious conversation. Lisa asked to go to the competition tomorrow with her boyfriend. She was very excited and showed with her whole body how much she wanted to go there. The boy understood her interest. Lately, the girl had become quite bored, but he still could not take her with him. Tomorrow he planned to give up during the competition, and then he would come home and they would eat together. The girl's face described the degree of her dissatisfaction with this news without words. Suddenly, she seemed to feel something and turned toward the door. Lisa grabbed her brother Sam's little finger with her little hand and pulled him out of the house. The boy did not understand where the girl was taking him. He was about to go to bed. Some time later, they were both standing in a clearing in the middle of the forest that surrounded the city. Sam knew where they were. Behind the mountain of Liuyun Peak, he just didn't know why they were here in the middle of the night. The girl flew into the air and began to point to one particular place on the lawn with her hands. The boy realized that something was hidden underground, and Lisa agreed with his assumptions. A moment later, she raised a small tornado that scattered everything from the hiding place. The guy, amazed, looked at the discovery. It was a red flag of the formation. The rank of this flag was quite high, most likely used to protect spiritual knowledge and form a certain space. Sam realized that his actions could violate the prohibition of the head of the Kinyon clan. But his actions will provoke excessive panic among clan members and elders. Besides, he didn't really care about what was going on. He didn't want to get involved in problems. However, judging by the placement of the flags, nothing good was to be expected from this formation. What will happen if Qing Yun faces a crisis that he could have prevented right now? How can he continue to lead his carefree, stable life from 9 to 5? Sam asked Lisa how the girl had found this flag of the formation. It was very difficult to follow the girl's thoughts, who diligently began to answer the boy's questions with gestures. Sam managed to realize that when Lisa went out at night to absorb the essence of heaven and earth, she encountered the man who was burying the flag. He had a hunch about who she had met, but he asked the girl if she remembered the bad guy anyway. The girl began to create an energy screen in front of Sam to project her memory. And on this projection, Sam saw the face of the very person he had been thinking about. The boy looked at Ethan's face, which was smiling predatory, and everything inside him was shrinking with a bad feeling. He knew that it would not be easy to get rid of the flag, and he had to do it without anyone noticing. It was impossible to know the location of all the flags, so Sam finally decided to remove at least one of them. The blade energy it created could follow a specific target and then destroy it. The blue dome covered the red flag, hiding it under the leaves, as it had been before Lisa showed it to Sam. Having done his job, Sam concluded that the conspiracy between the Gentiles and the Moyun clan was over. The girl flew up to Sam with her recent request, which he had rejected before, and she decided that now was the time to get what she wanted. The guy asked her if she really thought she deserved the recognition and wanted to go to the competition with him. When she responded in the affirmative, he grabbed her cheek and told her that she must not reveal her existence. As expected, the girl was angry, and she reached into the boy's sleeve and pulled out some of his talismans. Holding the talismans in her hand, she held them up to Sam's face with an angry face. Sam realized what she was saying. They could use one of the mascots, and then Lisa could enter the fight arena. Clan competitions are not limited by any rules and will be able to use spirit spells, formations, and talisman strategies. After thinking about it for a while, Sam said that, in that case, there shouldn't be any problems if he had his spirit animal to help him. But tomorrow he planned to lose the match, and he scratched the back of his head. He said that even if the girl went with him, she would still not be able to have fun there. At dawn, all the students gathered in the square in front of the main hall. The competition was to continue today. The referee called out 12 participants who were on the list, and they obediently flew to him. Spectators gathered around the arena began shouting the names of their favorites. The referee looked at the list in his hands and at each of the students in turn, mentally taking a roll call. When he got to Sam's name, he saw that the guy was not among the participants he had invited, and the referee asked where the guy had gone. There was a lot of misunderstanding in the crowd, and some of the spectators thought that Sam had decided to run away in order not to continue the competition. Others did not understand how he had the courage to skip such an important competition. Elder Mason jumped up from his chair again, shouting that Sam was treating the event as a child's play. Elder Yen replied that it was actually the guy's habits that were to blame. He only worked from 9 to 5. Now was not the right time for him, and Master Yen believed that this was the reason why the boy was not here yet. Mason shouted that their clan might have to wait for Sam to come to continue the competition, while others called Sam infantile. The second elder tried to calm everyone down, telling them not to forget about the plan. Jason said that there was no way Sam could be disqualified from participating, so the referee would have to wait, and he ordered Master Yen to look for Sam. A few minutes later, the referee received a new message from the head of the clan, demanding that he wait for Sam, who could not understand such a strange decision. Still, he had no choice but to begin his new announcement by saying that since the venerable student Sam had not yet been in the arena, the referee asks everyone present to calm down and wait patiently for the guy to arrive. The crowd was very unhappy, and many students shouted their protest at the decision. These cries were interrupted by the voice of Sister Mary, who ordered everyone to be quiet because she would have to stand up for Sam again. She said that all cultivators should know that patience is the best quality when germinating. To herself, Mary thought that Sam was busy training, which could not be interrupted. He had his own way, which they had to accept. She appealed to her opponents, saying that she hoped they would all agree to show a little patience. Honorable brothers and sisters should express their opinion on whether to wait for Sam or not. Brother Noah said that Sister Mary was right after all. They still had time before the competition started. John considered his goal to be only Sister Mary, and if she wanted it, he was ready to wait. The other students also gradually began to agree with Sister Mary's opinion that if we wait a little longer, nothing will change. Mary was very pleased with the responses of her brothers and began to thank them for their positive decision in this matter. But her gratitude was interrupted by the voice of one of the brothers, who said he refused to wait. He shouted that a person cannot behave like that in such a responsible competition. It was Rob. He was ranked 12th on the Celestial leaderboard, and the guy was saying that they shouldn't waste their precious time waiting. Mary turned to the guy and asked Rob to give Sam a chance, but he said that even if he came, he should be disqualified. He had a strong position that everyone should not wait for one person. The girl realized that explanations alone would not convince him, so she used her energy and pushed Rob. Brother Rob does not expect an attack from his sister Mary, and he is filled with both anger and fear. But the girl, with a smile on her face, politely asked Rob if he would still agree to wait a little longer. Rob didn't want to start a fight with the strongest student in the clan, so he said that there was nothing wrong with waiting. When the referee heard that the students had resolved their differences, he announced that, in that case, he would ask everyone to wait a little longer. The audience did not appreciate this decision, and the students called it outrageous, because such a crowd cannot wait for one person. An hour later, Sam finally appeared above the fight arena, with the student who had found him. The guy quickly flew to the competition venue, constantly urging Sam on. Sam, who had not yet fully awakened, yawned on the fly and hardly responded to his brother's persuasion. And so, after an hour of waiting, Sam's foot finally stepped into the fight arena. Everyone around him just looked at the guy in silence. Tension and anger were felt in the air. The guy turned to the crowd and apologized for his tardiness, saying that he was really sorry that everyone had to wait for him. He was used to working from 9 to 5, and the competition was at dawn, so he simply forgot to set his alarm. He went on to explain that he did not expect everyone around him to just stand there and wait for him to appear. He was very ashamed because the head of the clan did not disqualify him from participating in the competition, making everyone around him wait for him for an hour. Suddenly, among the crowd of guys, Sam noticed 3 girls who, for some reason, were looking at him shyly. At first, he could not understand what was happening to these girls, why they blushed so much at his gaze. Did they really fall for his good looks? The girls were just delighted that Sam had noticed them. This was the same Sam that Sister Mary had stood up for so much, so they must have had a special bond. Did Sister Mary, who was a sword-wielding woman, decide to turn her attention to something else? The clan was already gossiping that the two were hiding their relationship to avoid getting into trouble. To the girls, it all looked like the plot of a novel about a man who managed to melt an icy heart. Although the Kinyon clan was immersed in an atmosphere of constant cultivation, for many students, the time spent outside of practice was also very important. If they did not find anything to do, they most likely gave up further cultivation. Many sisters read Master Yen's novels. James interrupted the chatter and made the announcement that the competition was finally starting and threw the number plates in the direction of the students. Sam was very surprised by this turn of events, and James used his hands to draw the lot. The guy raised his hand to grab the plate that was flying towards him. It had the number 1 written on it. He was the first. A few minutes later, Sam and his opponent were left face to face in the arena. The referee made an announcement that the fight had begun, and, at the same moment, Sam raised his hand to address Jason and surrender. But I didn't have time to say it, because Jason said that everyone had to be strong. No one was going to try to give up right after the battle started. The guy looked in surprise at the clan leader, wondering how he knew about his plans. Jason continued to say that students should make every effort to at least try to make it to the finals. Sam realized that now he would not be able to give up with all his will. The head was right. If he gives up without a fight now, he will surely be mocked. So the guy threw several talismans in the direction of his opponent. The mascots began to form a protective dome barrier between him and the enemy. Rob's brother, the first level of the Purple Palace, who opposed Sam, asked how much longer he would use the same trick. The guy began to generate energy into the art of the Kinyon meteor sword. Powerful rays of blue, brilliant light flew in the direction of Sam, over whom a dome had almost formed. When Brother Rob's energy beams almost reached the target, the protective dome finally formed. But Sam's protective barrier could not withstand such force and broke. Sam was not surprised by such a powerful technique of the enemy. He was not amiss either. Once the mascots start working, it takes a little time for the connection between them to take hold. Sam pulled out a few more talismans from his sleeve and, activating them, threw them at his opponent. At this point, Rob managed to generate a protective barrier to repel his brother Sam's attack. He said that if this was the only skill he had, then Sam would never win this fight in his life. Rob drew his sword out of the blue and began to move rapidly in Sam's direction, breaking his protective barrier. A white, powerful energy beam flew in the direction of Sam's face, and the guy did not expect such a turn of events. Rob wasn't going to rest on his laurels and give his opponent a break between attacks. He generated a lot of energy with his sword, causing the air around him to swirl. Sam, who got another one of his lucky charms, realized that he could not resist such energy now. Suddenly, Rob interrupted the accumulation of his energy and pointed the blade of his sword toward Sam, commanding the blade to fly at the target. Sam realized that this was the perfect moment to surrender without arousing any suspicion. The guy closed his eyes and relaxed. Finally, he would be able to rest in peace. He didn't notice, as he was getting dressed in a hurry, that there was a wooden sign in his pocket that just now glowed with purple light. A moment later, Brother Rob, who was running to attack the boy, froze in place, unable to move. The shocked enemy could not understand what had happened to him at that moment, and all his efforts to free himself were in vain. Sam was also surprised, no less than his brother Rob. He expected a different ending to this fight, and it was supposed to happen right now. His whole body was shaking with tension, and he asked Sam why he couldn't move. Sam watched his brother Rob suffer, and sincerely did not understand what was going on. Brother Rob was slowly able to turn his head, but he still forced Sam to admit what was happening. Suddenly, Sam realized what was happening. It was definitely Lisa. She quickly enveloped both Rob and his attack with her wind energy, making them freeze in place. The only thing Brother Sam could not understand was how and when she managed to come here. This girl was full of surprises, which were now causing him problems on his head. He looked at his clothes and saw a wooden plate made of a 1,000-year-old tree in his pocket. It is said that Lisa's divine soul belongs to the yin spirits and is kept in an ancient tree for the benefit of body and soul. When did this cunning girl manage to put this sign in his pocket, if not while he was sleeping? Rob managed to free himself from Lisa's captivity. He could move freely again. He realized that it was the yin wind really, some secret technique of Sam. Just when Brother Rob thought he had finally managed to shake off this strange attack, a new gust of wind hit him in the back. The guy turned in the direction of the blow, there was smoke coming from his back, and there was no one behind him. Suddenly, Brother Rob saw a new gust of wind not far from him, which was coming within range of another attack. He decided not to wait for another attack and jumped into the air to avoid another fight. The guy managed to avoid capture or new blows and landed in a fight arena with a sword in his hand. Rob turned towards Sam and shouted at him what was going on and what the guy was doing. But Sam stood in the same place as at the beginning and shrugged his shoulders, saying that he was doing nothing. When Lisa faced off against Maggie and her friends, she defeated them all in one fell swoop. Sam was afraid that his brother Rob would not be able to resist the girl's strength either, and she caught him again and began to hit him in the face. Sam saw Lisa pick Rob up in the air and start beating him all over his body, and he called Lisa over to him and asked her to stop. But the girl did not think to stop. She believed that her fight was not over yet. Her brother Rob was screaming in pain. None of the spectators standing around the arena could understand what was happening before their eyes. Rob was flying over the arena like a tennis ball. They asked each other what was wrong with this energy and why it was happening to brother Rob. Rob managed to generate some sword energy during these insidious attacks and shouted to Sam that he was fighting him. But before he could even direct his beam of energy toward the enemy, the tornado immediately picked him up and spun him in its arms. At that moment, Brother Rob was more afraid than ever in his life. He realized that he had absolutely no control over the situation. A few seconds later, the boy was thrown into the fight arena with such a strong wind that the arena's slabs cracked under his weight. Rob knew at that moment that he didn't want to fight anymore, and he shouted out that he had lost. Sam was angry. He grabbed Lisa on the fly and ordered the girl to stop immediately. The audience was amazed by this spectacle. Not understanding who Brother Sam was talking to, if Lisa didn't want to, the others would never see her. The boy turned to the girl and said that they had agreed yesterday that she would not come here. But Lisa looked at him with eyes that were at once curious, resentful, and hopeful. And it melted Sam's heart. He could no longer be angry with her. The guy said how lucky he was to take a bear cub like her. Rob finally woke up from the powerful last attack on him and saw Lisa, realizing that she was a beast of a soul. A second later, he demanded a fair decision from Elder Jason because Sam was cheating. The crowd around him finally saw the dark shadow, which was probably the spiritual beast, and why Sam always caused so much trouble. Master Mason shouted that this was great stupidity and this guy could not be considered a winner. The clan did not teach such techniques, he was a spy. But Master Yen replied that there were no prohibitions at these competitions, and the boy decided to choose his own way of fighting: talismans and spiritual animals. Jason interrupted them and said that he had deliberately set up the battle between the boys so that Rob could break the talismans. But he didn't know about the spiritual beast. This must be the same Lisa who used to be rumored, a rather rare divine beast. A supporter of the Moyun clan would not take such a risk. The masters couldn't believe that such a legendary creature had come to an agreement with such a student, but the second elder said that the victory could be counted. If the spirit animal is controlled, it is considered an assistant to the participant. This does not violate the rules. The consent has been reached. Jason instructed the referee and he announced that his brother Sam had won the fight. Rob disagreed with the elder's decision and shouted that the next time he met Sam, he would finish him off. But I forgot about the girl Lisa, who was flying behind her friend's shoulder, and she did not like such threats against Sam at all. The next second, she rushed to attack Rob's legs, and the guy was not expecting it at all. He didn't want to fly in the air again, getting injured by an invisible creature, so he fled the arena as quickly as possible. Sam was very surprised by this decision of the elders. What was happening to the head of the clan? Was his act not considered cheating? The boy ordered the girl to return to her wooden tablet because the fight was already over. Lisa obediently fulfilled her friend's request, and the sign was enveloped in her purple energy. The guy came down from the arena under the scrutiny of everyone around him while the referee was announcing the next fight. Many supporters of the Moyun clan gathered in the city of Tingshu, which was underground, at the same time as the Kinyon clan was holding a competition. Dozens of monks from the Moyun demon clan put their plan into action. They read a prayer together, creating a powerful portal of energy to the other world. And soon enough, the one they were waiting for the most began to pass through this portal. She was the true ruler of the Bloody Sea, the fourth level of ascent to the truth. As soon as the ruler of the Bloody Sea emerged from the portal, all the monks of the Moyun clan bowed their heads before her. But she said she didn't need a greeting. They all had a clear work plan. The people they sent to the Kinyun clan have already placed everything they need there to get rid of the obstacles. All that remains is to wait for the opening, and then they will destroy the Kinyun clan, taking a position much stronger than theirs. The monks doubted that they would be able to capture the clan, because Jason was at the 6th level of ascension, and with him there were elders from other halls. But the ruler of the Bloody Sea assured her followers that they should not even worry about this. Everything was not as scary as it seemed to them at first glance, because they had support. As soon as the ruler said this, the head of the Moyan Gareth clan, the 4th level of ascension to the truth, materialized from the portal. And after him, the head of the Swan Yin clan, Terry, the 3rd level of ascension to the truth, appeared through the portal. Everyone present was impressed by such distinguished guests, and today they had a chance to see 3 majestic clan lords. The ruler of the Bloody Sea said that the power of the demon clan's lord would be very useful to them today. Today, the Kinyun Sword clan must disappear from the face of the earth, and the demon lord will return to this world. At this time, the Kinyun clan's competition continued. The finals began, and everyone who reached the finals was asked to come forward. Sister Mary and brothers John and Ethan climbed into the arena, amidst the cheers of the crowd of supporters. They were followed by Brother Noah, Brother Sam, and Brother Lewis, and the crowd cheered for these finalists as well. Some viewers saw Sam's brother among the finalists and began to resent how he could even make it to the final. Jason announced that the final exam would determine the final winner in this competition. He unfolded the scroll in his hand and said that it was a map of the mountains and rivers of the universe, a treasure left by the ancestor who founded the Kinyun clan. It is a secret realm of special significance to the clan, but it will limit the scope of the fights to an area called Peach Blossoms. Every 2 hours, the battlefield is reduced by 10 miles. If they do not have time to move forward before it is labeled invalid, they lose. Jason asked the finalists if they had any questions or comments, and they said they had nothing against it. The head of the clan threw the scroll in front of him, and it began to grow in size, with all the participants in different parts of the map. When the disciples were swallowed up by the secret realm, Jason rolled up the scroll and grabbed it with his hand. The head of the clan began to generate screens with his energy, through which everything that happens to the participants will be broadcast. The faces of all the heroes gradually began to appear on the screens, and the crowd of students gasped in amazement. When the crowd of spectators saw the peach-blossoming valley surrounded by mountains, they sighed in delight. It was a very beautiful sight. Master Yen watched what Jason was doing, which was, of course, to be expected from the head of the clan. The map of the mountains and rivers was at his disposal, and he could use it as he wished. No matter how powerful a spy from the Moyan clan is, he will be exposed in the secret realm. All they had to do was wait, and they didn't have long to wait for them all to appear. While everyone was busy watching the spectacle, the 2 brothers from the clan were agreeing on what to do, because without Ethan's brother, the plan could not be fully implemented. They decided that whatever happened, Brother Ethan had already foreseen everything. He had prepared everything, and they just had to watch. The secret realm of Kinyun was so beautiful, with peach blossoms swaying in the wind and pink petals falling from them. Sam was blue among these trees, admiring everything around him, and those were the blooming peaches. They were so beautiful that if this place had been in his previous life, it would have become a tourist destination long ago. The guy looked around him, and it looked like he was somewhere in the northwest of this map. Sam decided he'd better go to the center and wait for the other participants. And when the time comes, he will simply succumb to the fight and lose to his opponent. As Sam was walking toward the center of the map, a yellow light appeared behind him, rapidly approaching. Sam heard a strange sound and turned around to see what was happening behind him. At the same moment, the guy recoiled from the bright yellow light that was flying right at him. Sam squinted his eyes as the bright beam of energy blinded him and made it difficult to focus. And a second later, when his eyesight was able to cope with the problem, he sighed in relief. The guy greeted his brother Noah from Liuyun Hall, and Sam did not expect an attack from him. Brother Noah smiled. He liked Sam's reaction to his appearance. The guy said that he hadn't seen his brother Sam for a long time and that he was glad to see him. They hadn't seen each other since they went on a mission together a year ago. Brother Sam was very pleased that his brother still remembers these events. He told Noah with a smile that he was pleased that he still remembered their acquaintance. The boy replied that of course he could not forget him, because thanks to his brother Sam, he had become much stronger. And finally, a year later, Noah was able to realize how huge the gap in power was with his former self. But that didn't mean he didn't still want to feel the grip of brother Sam's blade again. Sam knew that this world would be broadcast into theirs, so he didn't need to show his true power. The more ability, the more work, and his motto was, no labor at any cost. Sam said that since Noah insisted on fighting, he had nothing else to do and pretended to generate energy. Brother Noah was excited. Finally, Brother Sam became serious. He was all in anticipation of a glorious fight. Suddenly, Sam interrupted his energy generation and pointed somewhere behind Noah, asking what it was. The boy looked back in the direction Brother Sam pointed. He did not understand why the boy was so surprised. But, to his surprise, he saw absolutely nothing behind him but trees of blooming peaches. But when Noah turned back toward his brother Sam, he saw that he had already fled the clearing. The boy looked up into the sky and saw the blue star moving further and further away from him. Not only Noah was amazed, but all the spectators standing around the fight arena did not understand what this weirdo Sam was doing. There were disgruntled exclamations about what they had always known. Sam is not that strong, but no one expected him to run away. But the audience also heard what Brother Sam said to Brother Noah, and it was a strange dialogue. Maybe Brother Sam was really hiding his true powers, or maybe it was just an assumption. Noah decided to pursue his opponent. He had a goal that he did not want to give up. Sam was flying on all cylinders. Unlike his old friend, he wanted to avoid a fight more than anything. Noah was running as fast as he could, but he still couldn't catch up with his extremely fast brother Sam, and it was very difficult for him. He stopped and generated a beam of energy, shouting to Sam that he had enough of running away. Sam looked around a bit and saw that Noah's beam of energy was flying next to him. Noah hoped that his fellow soldier would eventually come to terms with his common sense and stop this senseless running around. He asked Brother Sam to finally stop and strike him. Or maybe he was so lazy that he didn't even want to bother with competitions. Sam pretended to be offended by his brother Noah's unjust words, and he told him that he could not tarnish his innocence. He himself said that his kingdom of ascension was lower than his brother Noah's, and that is why he fled. In the square around the arena for the fights, all the spectators were frozen in tense silence. Elder Mason could not believe what a cunning man this brother Sam turned out to be. The other officers pointed out that Noah was also chasing Sam so stubbornly that it looked very suspicious, and why he was delaying. The second elder said that there is only one truth. These two are behaving abnormally. They are probably both moles. He appealed to Chairman Jason to force them to finally engage in a duel, and he was not opposed. Jason threw a scroll with a map in front of him, saying that he would help the guys a little bit, when a large explosion occurred on the horizon. The head of the Qing-Yun clan looked intensely at what was happening not so far from her main hall. All the elders also turned in the direction of the explosion, which occurred in the direction of Liuyun Peak. The spectators were no longer focused on the competition. They all turned toward the mountain ranges. The head of the clan, James, felt the leakage of some demonic energy in this explosion. The explosion inside the mountain sent huge boulders flying in all directions. And behind them, the dark energy of the demon clan began to rise into the air. The two disciples of the traders stood on one of the peaks, and they realized that Brother Ethan had long ago realized where this could all lead. As soon as their formation collapses, reinforcements will rush in to protect the Qin-Yun clan. But this should not stop the guys, because everything they did was for the sake of the greater good. Both traders clenched their talismans tightly in their fists and activated their dark energy. At the same moment, the flows of impure energy that had been wandering among the mountain peaks began to flock to one place. It combined into a powerful energy beam that shot straight from the top of Mount Liuyun into the sky. A giant demonic pentagram began to form in the sky, and this did not mean anything good for the Qin-Yun clan. Mary felt the whole world they were in shudder and turn in the direction of the dark energy. Sam also saw signs of something abnormal and asked Noah to see what was going on, but the boy said he wouldn't fall for it again. Sam could clearly feel the manifestations of powerful dark energy on the horizon, which was definitely in their real world. He realized that someone had just activated the formation of a demon clan, and the Qin-Yun clan was in trouble. Everyone saw a giant pentagram in the sky growing in size and covering their city. The head of the clan, Jason, shouted that it was a demon formation. The spies had done what they had planned. The two elders decided to waste no time and try to destroy the pentagram. With these elders, you will attack Master Mason and Master Yen. They have set off in the direction of the demon formation. But all their attempts to attack the pentagram were in vain. It only grew stronger from their attacks. And finally, when its formation was completed, it responded to their attacks with a counterattack. The elders were violently knocked to the ground and lost their balance by the impact of the formation. They realized that both spiritual and physical attacks on this pharmacy were futile. The strength of the attackers was too great. Pharmacy was able to block external and internal attacks. It was impressive, and we had to destroy the flags of the formation. Clan leader Jason ordered everyone to hurry to Liu Yun Peak, find the formation's flags, and destroy them. But he was interrupted by the voice of the ruler of the Bloody Sea, who said that this was not necessary. Clan leader Jason looked up and saw a huge portal opening in the sky. The ruler of the Bloody Sea and his army passed through the portal. Jason knew this ruler. She was very pleased that he remembered her name. She said she considered it an honor. A little behind her, on one side, stood the head of the Moyen clan, red-headed Gareth. On the other hand, Jason and the elders saw the head of the Xuan Yin clan, Terry. The head of the Qin Yun clan realized that this time they had decided to enlist the support of the Demon clan to strike. It was very self-serving, but one could not expect anything else from such people. Jason only wondered if they would have enough strength to destroy the Qin Yun Sword clan. They shouldn't have held their noses high. The head of the clan generated a powerful beam of his energy of the 6th level of ascent to the truth and sent it in the direction of the three. The ruler of the Bloody Sea did not move. She put her finger to her mouth and set a spell of destruction. And in the next moment, her defensive energy collided with Jason's powerful attack. The dark energy of the ruler of the Bloody Sea was so strong that it changed the direction of James's attack energy. She pointed her finger at the head of the Qin Yun clan, generating an attack, and said that their last meeting was a long time ago. And she is really sorry that Jason will meet his end here and now. The dark energy of the ruler of the Bloody Sea hit Jason in the chest with great force, and blood spurted from his mouth. Both the disciples and the elders were amazed at how powerful this attack was. Even Jason himself could not believe it. It was the power of the demon god. Once Moyun used it to break into the Sword Clan. But after the battle was over, this power disappeared. But Jason believed that this ability was considered long lost. How could the true ruler of the Bloody Sea have such power? The woman decided to waste no time and ordered her henchmen to grab a map of rivers and mountains from Jason. The clan's adherents immediately attacked the people of the Qin Yun Sword Clan. The battle took place, but the forces were unequal, and the students and elders of the Sword Clan suffered from the attacks of the attackers. A supporter of the ruler of the Bloody Sea saw a map of rivers and mountains in front of him, and, using his energy, snatched it from the hands of one of the elders. A few seconds later, the map was in the attacker's hand and he laughed happily. The elders of the Qin Yun clan were amazed at the strength of the subordinates of the ruler of the Blood Sea, who also had the power of a demon god. The bloody ruler unfolded a scroll with a map of mountains and rivers and was illuminated by the purple light of unclean energy. Jason, the head of the Qin Yun clan, realized that his connection to the map of mountains and rivers had been interrupted. The ruler said that she was gifted with the blessing of the demon god and that it was useless to fight her. For 2 hours, all members of the Sword Clan will turn into a pearl of bloody souls, and it's time for them to make their contribution to the demon god. All the clan members fell to the ground in despair. They didn't want to die now. Couldn't anyone save them? The ruler of the Bloody Sea told them not to worry because no one from their clan would be able to come to their aid, and soon everyone would die. The woman called 2 of her servants and ordered them to go to the map of mountains and rivers and kill all the members of the Qin Yun clan. Both adherents gladly agreed. They liked the idea of such a massacre. In the next moment, 2 purple beams of light were already dipping into the map of mountains and rivers. Sam didn't want to fight Noah. He begged him to stop. Wasn't the boy at all interested in why the world was shaking? Noah replied that there must have been fighting on this side as well, so Sam dared not use such a sneaky distraction again. The guy insisted on a fight between them. He couldn't stop, and Sam realized that it was time to calm him down. Suddenly, Brother Sam felt that they were no longer alone with Noah and thought that the other brother should not have done this. The boy jumped up and managed to dodge the green beam, which was aimed directly at the next attack of his brother Noah. This unexpected third-person counterattack forced Brother Noah to stop his efforts. Brother Noah reflected another green energy beam that flew in his direction, and he realized that Brother Lewis had joined him and Sam. Brother Lewis was on the 3rd level of the Purple Palace, and he came out of the treetops nearby and said he just wanted to ask them to stop fighting. Lewis said that thanks to his cultivation, he could feel any changes in the air, and the boys probably noticed the ground shaking as well. Just now, 2 strange spiritual powers of the 9th level of the Purple Palace had entered the peach orchard, and they raised doubts. Sam realized that the Qin Yun Sword Clan was under attack, and the enemies had already managed to infiltrate. Noah was surprised because Jason had the 6th level of ascension to the truth who could dare to attack them. Lewis said that he no longer felt the presence of his head in the jade crystal, and that his contact with the outside world was cut off. The jade crystal of teleportation allowed the owner to break it in times of danger and move to the starting point. Noah folded his arms across his chest and said, like an offended child, that he thought Sam was trying to trick him. Sam was tired of this idle talk, and yawning, he said that they shouldn't yell over such a trifle. They should try. And in front of his amazed comrades, the guy squeezed the jade crystal in his hand and broke it. He opened his palm, and small pieces of crystal began to fall to the ground from his hand. But nothing else happened. 3 brothers of the Kinyon Sword clan realized that their clan had been invaded by enemies. A few seconds later, a huge pentagram with dark energy appeared near them. A purple beam followed it, flying at high speed through the flowering peach trees. The guys turned to the sound. They were very curious who it was running towards them at full speed. One of the servants of the ruler of the Bloody Sea, the 9th level of the Purple Palace, said that they realized what was happening too late. He politely folded his hands in greeting, introducing himself as Jerome, and in the end, the man said he would take their lives. Sam asked Jerome when the villain had become so polite. Jerome was speechless at the impudence of some unknown boy. Sam thought that a couple of times he had managed to limit their powers with the help of a talisman, so maybe this time it would work. Jerome threw off his cloak, saying that he didn't think he would have to deal with any kids. He used only a third of his power so that they wouldn't die too soon, and it's good that the guys didn't disappoint him. It's going to be an interesting hunt. Impressed by his audacity, Lewis and Noah asked him who he was and how he and the other man had ended up on the map of rivers and mountains. Brother Noah wondered what had happened to the Kinyon Sword clan. Jerome, scratching the back of his head, began to laugh out loud. He had somehow forgotten that these kids might not know what had happened. Laughing to his satisfaction, the attacker said that the Kinyon Sword clan had been destroyed. In less than 2 hours, the entire clan will be turned into pearls of blood and disappear from the face of the earth. Lewis could not believe his ears. Was it really possible? I was disappointed myself. It all started so well, with a simple competition, and turned into this mess. Jerome said that at this point, the guys would be able to try to change their situation at least somehow and invited them to attack. Noah and Lewis pulled their swords out of their sheaths and plotted to join forces to stop the attacker. The guys generated energy beams and attacked Jerome from 2 sides with the Kinyon sword technique, Cloud and Moon Rift. Sam stood aside, releasing Jerome, one of his mascots, in the direction of the crowd. Sam's comrades asked him to act more enthusiastically this time because the enemy was strong. Jerome generated a shield in the shape of a lion's face to repel the boys' attack. Its dark energy did not repel the attack of the Kinyon clan members. It seemed to absorb it. But in the end, Jerome's protective shield could not withstand the onslaught of his friends. His defense was pierced by Kinyon's fire dragon sword technique, and the surprised Jerome had to cover his face from the flames. At that moment, the match ceased to be boring for him, as his opponent finally gave him something interesting. Saying that it was his turn to strike, the villain swung toward Noah, saying that he would now try a fifth of his strength. Lewis tried to warn his brother Noah to be careful, but he realized that the boy would not be able to avoid the blow in time. The guy generated a powerful green energy beam to counterattack Jerome. Lewis's attack hit the villain, and he flew away for a sufficient distance, losing his balance. Brother Lewis realized that he had just saved the life of his fellow soldier, and he was pleased. Noah decided to prevent Jerome from recovering from his fellow soldier's attack and used the Liu Yun Blade Cloud technique against him. Sam watched as the entire horizon was dotted with the explosions of his comrades' attacks against the villain, and he wondered what else he could do. After thinking about it for a while, the guy let out a couple more talismans from his sleeve. He looked at the talismans flying toward the peach trees and reflected on the blow that had been dealt at the very beginning. Brother Sam realized that it was time for him to become useful to his clan. He generated a beam of energy and put it to his ear, establishing a connection. The boy's energy penetrated the oracle and enveloped it from the outside. A moment later, the boy sent a signal to the real world, hoping to contact someone from his clan. The signal made its way through the map of rivers and mountains without any problems and was not noticed by anyone. The guy was looking for at least one of the elders in the receiver if he couldn't find Jason's head. But he was lucky. He found Jason, and the chairman was amazed that the guy was able to contact him because the connection to the map was broken. Sam said that he had used some methods to avoid surveillance and contact them, and the guy asked how they were doing. Jason replied that the Moyen had cut off their oxygen, they would last no more than 2 hours, and 2 powerful people had been sent to Sam. Sam looked over at the match going on next to him and said it wasn't that big of a deal. He wanted to contact Jason about something else. Sam had seen Ethan set up the formation flags before, so he had prepared in advance. As soon as the guy activates his skill, their formation will be broken and Jason will be able to send a signal asking for help. Each flag has a unique role. It is irreplaceable, and the destruction of one leads to a complete disruption, and it is time to stop it. Jason replied that there was no particular threat. He could still try to defend himself, but warned that the 2 cultivators were very powerful. If it is too difficult for the boy, let him go to the very depths of the peach orchard, where Jason has left an assistant for him. Sam replied that he understood the chairman and that they should be careful there too. The guy started preparing to activate his skills on the count of 3. Sam's energy, which had enveloped the formation's flag, broke loose, tearing the enemy flag to shreds. In the sky, cracks of blue energy from the Kinyon sword began to cut through the blocking pentagram. The henchmen of the true ruler of the Bloody Sea realized that their affairs were bad. The formation was destroyed. The bloody ruler turned her head to the pentagram in the sky. She did not understand what had happened. The head of the Moyen clan, Gareth, said that one of the flags of the formation was destroyed. Terry, the head of the Suan Yin clan, was surprised that there were still people in the Kinyon clan who could resist. Clan leader Jason realized that there was no time to waste. The magic pharmacy had been broken, and the time for battle had come. He generated a beam of energy with a message to the other clans and directed it directly at the destroyed pentagram of the formation. Noah did not give up. He realized that if he gave up, their lives would be over. It generated another attack on Jerome, who calmly did not move, waiting for it. Without regrouping, the villain smashed Brother Noah's attack with his fist. Jerome was now firmly rooted in his opinion that these guys were weaklings and smiled predatory. Their attacks were too weak, the hunt seemed less exciting, and Jerome decided to strike back. But Lewis had already flown up behind his enemy, preparing to counterattack, preventing the attack on Noah. He generated powerful deterrent energy and directed it at the villain. Lewis's restraining energy wrapped around Jerome's legs and arms, preventing him from attacking his brother Noah. Lewis held him with all his strength and shouted to his brother Noah to attack right now. Brother Noah listened to his brother and generated an attack using the Liu Yun bubbling technique. A powerful energy beam of fire flew in the direction of the bound Jerome. Jerome laughed out loud, and this, it turned out, was the strength of the Kinyon clan. These 2 disciples of the Sword Clan were absolutely unable to deal with him. They were too weak. In a few seconds, the villain Jerome freed himself from his energy shackles. Brother Noah was very angry. He was tired of this battle. Brother Lewis did not understand how this villain managed to break his energy shackles. It was impossible. Before the boys could react, Jerome generated a strong stream of energy and grabbed Lewis and Noah by the throat. The boys realized that they could not escape from this trap of the villain on their own. Jerome held the boys with both hands and said that this hunt had already disappointed him. These are not worthy soldiers. They are trash and they will die right here and now. But his solemn speech was interrupted by his brother Sam, who flew up unnoticed from behind. He turned to Jerome and asked if he had forgotten that there was another person here. Jerome was very surprised. He didn't realize when the guy could have approached him, because he didn't feel anything, all because of his admiration for these 2. He told Sam not to worry. As soon as he was done with these guys, he would take over immediately. Noah's brother, who was suffocating in the villain's iron grip, shouted to Sam not to think about them. He had to run away. Sam asked Jerome not to rush things and asked if the map of mountains and rivers really showed their 2 cultivators. He replied that the other teacher was not as patient as he was, so he must have already dealt with the remaining students. Sam asked what Jerome's associate's strength was, and he was surprised by the guy's courage, as if he had some ace up his sleeve. The villain replied that although they were both on the 9th level of the Purple Palace, the other was much stronger than him. The guy was pleased with Jerome's answer. It was completely in line with his plan of action. The villain didn't understand this joy and asked what was so good about it he could crush Sam with just 1 finger. Sam was only amused by this remark. He pulled another talisman out of his sleeve and said that he had a better idea. If Jerome is weaker than that man, he only needs to deal with him, and before the working hours were over, he had to put an end to it. A second later, the talisman that Sam had pulled out of his sleeve activated, and the villain was struck by the blue energy of the containment dome. Jerome did not understand when this formation appeared in which he found himself, how he could not notice it. Sam replied in a calm tone that while the villain was playing with Sam's two brothers, he had time to prepare everything. Jerome said that this formation would not prevent him from getting to the guy, especially since he had two of his brothers in his hands. Sam cheerfully replied that this was not as big a problem for him as his opponent thought. He stretched out his hand in front of him and simply called his friends to fly forward to him. Sam's comrades did not understand when the guy managed to put a formation on them. None of them noticed. The guys quickly flew out of Jerome's restraining formation. They were free. Brother Sam turned to face his prisoner and slyly said goodbye to him. All three friends quickly flew away on their own business, leaving the villain alone with the formation. Jerome was beside himself with rage at how these stinkers had dared to run away from him. But the more he resisted, the tighter this strange formation held him. He was unable to free himself, and he only caused himself great pain. Jerome was spending a lot of energy on breakout attacks from his trap, but he didn't think about stopping. Blinded by anger, he wanted to tear the guy who did this to him apart. His blows fell again and again on all sides of the formation. Jerome was looking for at least some weakness in it. And so, sometime later, Brother Sam's formation broke into small pieces. Jerome was angry with Sam and even more angry with himself, and he did his best to break out of the restraining formation. In the real world, a fierce battle has already taken place, which has left both sides with fallen soldiers. The heads of the enemy clans were angry. 5 of the Moyun were killed, and if not for the order to turn them into pearls of bloody souls, they would have paid for it. The true ruler of the Bloody Sea said that if they had been less prepared, their formation would have been destroyed much earlier. The elders of the Kinyon clan also noted in dismay that this time the demon clan had used such despicable methods as they had never used before. In any case, the alliance helped them weaken the formation. The time increased from 2 to 10 hours, and Jason was satisfied. Jason believed that these events would be a great change for the Kinyon sword clan. The boys were standing in a clearing among the roots of tall peach trees, and Sam told them not to worry. It was one of the few safe places in the garden. Noah's brother was wounded, and he looked at Sam and asked what he had done. How did Brother Sam manage to hold off such a strong opponent on his own? The guy said that it was all thanks to the talisman that the clan leader had given him earlier, and he didn't even think it would ever come in handy. In fact, the guy had more important news. Chairman Jason left a note saying that Ethan was a spy. Now the entire Kinyon clan is trapped in the true ruler of the Blood Sea, and he believes that they will last about 10 hours. That is why everyone who is here in this world is the last hope of their clan. Lewis was shocked by this news. Could Ethan really be such a scumbag? He remembered Jerome's words that another of his companions had entered this realm of mountains and rivers, and that he might have met Sister Mary. The boys wanted to help the girl, but Sam said that Jerome was on the 9th level of the Purple Palace and they had suffered greatly at his hands. He believed that if they encountered the enemy, they would definitely not be able to help anyone. But the guys didn't agree with Sam's position. They didn't want to just sit and wait. Sam said that their main task at the moment was to heal their wounds and renew their spiritual strength. As for Mary's system, have they forgotten that Jerome's henchman is not inferior to him in strength? Sam believed that his sister Mary would have the strength to cope with such an enemy. Noah replied that the girl was certainly talented, but what if someone helped her opponent? He slyly replied that Jerome would not be able to help anyone because he was no longer capable of anything. The guy believed that at this point, this bastard was already at his energy limit. Jerome didn't understand why he was losing so much spiritual power after he escaped from the formation's captivity. What kind of talismans they were. If he finds this bastard Sam, he will skin him. He will definitely take revenge for this humiliation. Sam took out the medicine and said that it was a pill to renew spiritual strength. The boys had to heal their wounds before Jerome found this place. Tomorrow, they will join Sister Mary, and together they will save the Kinyon sword clan. The guys looked at their comrade in shock. They did not understand why they had to wait so long, because they would be able to recover in 2 hours. But Sam replied that he worked from 9 to 5. Which meant that his working hours were already coming to an end. This time, the demon clan is prepared. In 10 hours, they will restore the formation, and this will be the perfect moment for a breakthrough. Now Sam needed to get a good night's sleep, and he hoped the two wouldn't bother him until tomorrow. Sister Mary met her brother John in the kingdom of mountains and rivers, and the boy would never miss his main goal. He told the girl that her swordsmanship had improved significantly. She was a real genius. Their attacks continued to intersect, and no one could defeat the other. The girl said that her increase in strength was only due to the help of her brother Sam. The guy was surprised to find out that the girl was not training alone. But what could Brother Sam teach her? Sister Mary shouted back that Brother Sam was much better with a sword than she was. After she screamed, a powerful explosion occurred behind her back. Sister Mary turned toward the sound, and from the very beginning, everything seemed strange to her, and now her feelings were confirmed. Outside in the real world, something happened, and she asked her brother John if they could interrupt their duel. But the guy replied that this did not concern them at all. The test was taking place in the secret realm, and this was their chance. The girl felt a dark impulse and screamed to her brother John to cover her ears immediately. A terrifying sound wave swept through the air, sweeping away everything in its path, including the participants in the fight. Sister Mary and Brother John flew to the ground and landed in a clearing. The guy thanked Mary, saying that if it weren't for her, he would have been destroyed by the sound wave. The girl replied that she had to stop talking and use her spiritual power to heal her wounds, as the injury to her ears affected her balance. She didn't understand where such a powerful sound wave came from or who attacked them. But she didn't have time to think, because that someone was already here. Darkness appeared on the horizon, devouring everything around her. In the center of this blackness, a man appeared and noticed that the boy and girl were able to absorb his equipment. Of course, he didn't expect anything else from the disciples of the Kinyon sword clan. Sister Mary and Brother John did not understand who he was. He had a great terrifying energy. Mary couldn't understand how a man from the Moyen clan could be here if their clan was attacked in the real world. The attacker held his arms out to the side and advised the boy and girl to follow his instructions. It was Cohen, the elder of the Bloodsea clan, the 9th level of the Purple Palace, who said they needed to die. John mentioned that Cohen has a treasure called a jade shell, which allows him to launch terrifying sonic attacks. Once, he was able to wipe out an entire clan with this thing. While the guy was recalling and telling this, Cohen had already managed to get his main weapon. He said that he was sorry, of course, but the boy and the girl would have to end up the same way. After he said this, a moment later, a powerful sound beam flew in Mary's direction and she managed to jump aside. John grabbed his ears. This attack was so powerful that their spiritual power would fade before they could do anything. The gap between the kingdoms was too great. The longer they fought, the worse it was for them. But Mary had an idea and asked the boy to give her time. John, of course, agreed to help his sister, and he began to attack Cohen with the Kinyon sword technique. He had no hope that he would win, but he managed to cope with the distraction for now. Cohen was surprised by the boy's skill, and he noted his mastery of fencing. But still, John could not hide from the jade shell. John saw Cohen take out his jade shell and point it in his direction, and he realized that he couldn't distract him anymore. Suddenly, a powerful blue ray of energy passed between him and the sound waves. When Cohen saw this, he even stopped his attack. He could not understand who decided to oppose him with such force. John laughed at the villain's surprise. He was so amused that he didn't even notice the disappearance of one of them. Mary, full of energy, thanked her brother John for making time for her. It was time to try out her strongest technique, and Mary swung her sword toward Cohen, generating a new stream of energy for the attack. And in a moment, a super powerful beam, shaped like a sword, flew towards the villain. He crashed at high speed into the protective shield of the elder of the Bloodsea clan. Angry, Cohen shouted at the girl, asking if she thought she could stand up to him in this fight. She could only dream about it. In his opinion, he was on the 9th level of the Purple Palace, and the girl was not a competitor. But Mary did not retreat. She continued to push through her opponent's defenses, which he was increasingly trying to strengthen. In her mind, she hoped that she would not let her brother Sam, who had taught her these techniques, down in this fight. And her hopes were not in vain. Despite Cohen's anger and surprise, his spell was destroyed by Mary's attack. And not only did she destroy, but she directly destroyed the elder's powerful attack against her. But he didn't have time for more than a few seconds to be surprised, as a powerful beam destroyed him in midair. Exhausted by such a large energy drain, the girl landed on the ground and leaned on her sword. She was victorious. If it weren't for her brother Sam, they would have turned to ashes by now, and she was absolutely sure of it. Brother John looked at the girl and realized that she had absolute sword intent. Sister Mary's kingdom had grown much. He would not be able to defeat her. The girl turned to John and told him to heal as soon as possible, because the demon clan had already entered the territory of the sword clan and the garden was also under threat. In ancient times, 4 priests of the beast raged on the eastern continent. The ancestor of the Kinyon sword clan conquered 4 sacred beasts and sealed them on a map of mountains and rivers. The famous day dragon, moon tiger, starbird, and Killin, the moon tiger, were sealed in a peach orchard. Ethan unsealed the moon tiger and told him that the demon lord had ordered him to do so. He asked him to join their ranks. The tiger replied that he was not going to obey the demon clan. Why would he agree to do so? Ethan replied that the demon lord had promised that if the tiger helped them, they would tell him about Bart's whereabouts. The giant paw of the sacred predator rose over Ethan's tiny body. The boy did not move, but bowed even lower to the beast, hoping that it would change its anger to mercy. Ethan waited for the moon tiger to respond, and he couldn't stop his whole body from trembling. The tiger replied that he was interested in the offer and that he would help them on such terms. Sam woke up with strange sensations. In his dream, he felt a surge of great energy. He was unpleasantly surprised if Ethan had managed to free the sacred beast. He thought that in any case, he would never change his work schedule. Especially since he had a secret weapon, the guy reached into his pocket. He took out the desired object and raised it above his head, activating the plate. It was an ancient wooden plaque of a girl named Lisa, his spirit animal. Lisa joyfully materialized from the sign she wanted to help her friend. The boy took the girl by the shoulders and told her that he was not going to work overtime. And this time, the fate of the Kinyon Sword Clan depends only on the girl. She doesn't have to worry. Then Sam will take care of all the consequences. Lisa was ready to listen attentively to her task, eager to fulfill the boy's request as soon as possible. The boy leaned down to the girl's face and whispered that she needed to find a person and then do something with him. After telling Lisa his plan, the guy asked her if she understood everything. And when the girl answered his question in the affirmative, he ordered her to go on her way. Sam himself was finally able to relax again and find time to sleep. It was already completely dark outside, but Jerome did not stop his search. He flew around the map of mountains and rivers with a magic compass and tried to find the bad guys who had escaped from him. But it seems that the three men had hidden their tracks with the help of some kind of talisman. He had already used all possible search techniques, but it was all in vain. He was most angry at the thought that all this had happened because of one little shit. Suddenly, the compass in Jerome's hand activated. The arrow began to point clearly in the direction he thought he had found his fugitives. A moment later, he flew to one of the mountain peaks, and according to his information, the three guys were hiding somewhere in the mountain. Jerome was more excited than ever. Tonight would be the last night for this bastard Sam. Jerome sent forceful energy toward the mountain and yelled for Sam to come out of the hiding place immediately. To make it more convincing, the man generated powerful energy for the attack. He fired his signature energy punch in the direction of the mountain where the guys were hiding. Jerome's energy beam hit the foot of the mountain peak with force, causing a pile of stones to fly in all directions. But when the smoke from the attack cleared, the elder saw that the mountain had survived. Jerome wondered if the guy had prepared such a set of mascots in advance. But his thoughts were interrupted by the voice of the hateful guy, who replied that he had guessed correctly. Surprised, Jerome turned around at the sound of the voice. He hadn't noticed the approach of that hated Sam again. The next emotion was joy. Finally, this coward dared to come out face to face. The elder asked if the boy was ready to beg for mercy. But it was not quite Sam. The guy said that his working day was coming to an end, and he was not going to work overtime. For Jerome, the impression of these words was as if someone had hit him on the head with a sledgehammer. The guy treated him so dismissively that he decided to deal with him with the help of his clone. He shouted at the boy that he was very naive, that there was a real gap between their kingdoms, and rushed to attack. The clone very deftly dodged Elder Jerome's attacks, admitting that the enemy was right. The gap in power was too great. The clone said in Sam's voice that he wanted to present Jerome with a perfect version of his mascots. After he said that, hundreds of little energy men began to surround the elder of the demon clan from all sides. And if the elder still wants to find Sam's true body after the workday is over, he must first overcome this. Outraged, Jerome completely lost control of himself. This guy was driving him crazy. Lewis gradually regained his strength, sitting alone in the cave. The guy has almost managed to heal and has been training in building up the energy field. He saw Noah coming up to him and asked if he had recovered, and the boy replied that his spiritual strength was 90% restored. Noah was determined. He said that their clan was in danger. They had to do something. Will they just wait for 10 hours as Brother Sam told them? Lewis told Noah to calm down. They don't know what happened to Mary and the others, and if they act recklessly, they can only complicate the situation. Suddenly, stones from the cave's ceiling began to fall on the boys, and they heard someone outside demanding that they come out. Noah realized that demonic cultivator Jerome had found them, and he did so very quickly. They began to call out to their fellow soldier Sam, but the guy continued to sleep. Lewis said that the boy was sleeping sweetly, even in such a terrible situation, and perhaps he himself could never reach that level of peace. If this continues in this way, sooner or later the cave will collapse. Noah asked Lewis how they would wake up his brother Sam. The guy replied that Jerome was at the 9th level of the Purple Palace. The difference in strength was great, and they would only have a chance if the boys cheated. He heard the elders discussing that the best time to destroy the formation was when it was opened, and Sam said that it was still 10 hours away. You just have to wait for the right moment and then break through. That's the only way they can leave the map of mountains and rivers. In the end, Lewis told Noah that they didn't have to wake up brother Sam. They could do something else. Even though it was dangerous, there was no other way. Noah said that if they were careless, they would be killed. The plan was good, but the risks were too great. At this time, Sister Mary and Brother John were meditating in the clearing where their battle with the elder was taking place. Suddenly, through her meditation, she felt a certain entity approaching them. She interrupted her practice and jumped to her feet, demanding that this person come out immediately. John felt that the strength of the stranger was impressive. The moment she said this, some black energy began to rapidly approach her. And before Sister Mary knew it, she saw a girl in front of her who was clearly happy to see them. Sister Mary thought that this energy from the girl seemed familiar. It must be Brother Sam's spiritual beast, and why he sent her. Her brother John did not understand who she was talking to or what she had seen, so Lisa decided not to show him. The girl closed her eyes, and some blue energy began to come out of her palm. The energy formed a kind of screen on which Brother Sam immediately appeared and greeted Mary. He said that the Qingyun clan is in a critical situation and the fate of the clan depends entirely on her. 4 sacred beasts are sealed in the peach orchard, each with terrifying powers. Ethan has freed the moon tiger. They need to free the phoenix. Mary said that this bird is also considered a sacred animal. So why would it help their clan? Sam was unhappy that his sister was asking such uncomfortable questions. The chairman said that Phoenix had made a deal with the ancestor of the Qingyun sword clan. That is why the boy believed that Phoenix should help them in this battle. He was their secret weapon. Mary asked where the seal was, and the boy replied that it was hidden in the depths of the peach orchard and Lisa would show her the way. Mary was excited about the new adventure, but she also realized that all her brothers and the fate of the clan as a whole depended on her. Jerome could feel the clone Sam's defense gradually sagging from his attacks. He decided to make a final breakthrough and generated a powerful energy fist, which he directed toward the formation. The elder's powerful beam shattered all the remaining particles of the formation. Girello caught his breath and watched the debris of the formation, the guy he hated, fall to the ground around him. He did not expect this talisman to be so strong, but now the villain has destroyed all the protective symbols. He looked toward the mountain where the fugitives were hiding, and Jerome was sure that they would not fool him now. 2 green and yellow energy stars were approaching it. They landed on the lawn near the elder of the demon clan, scattering fragments of stones everywhere. It was Lewis and Noah, of course, and they hoped that their plan would succeed, at least this time. Jerome looked at the boys and asked why they had come to face certain death if they had been running away at first. The guys looked at each other, and Lewis said that they just needed to wait it out and get everything ready. They wanted to join Jerome. The elder of the demon clan was surprised. He did not believe that the 2 followers of light had decided to join the forces of darkness. When he said this out loud, he started laughing and could not stop. Just a few hours ago, they would both have preferred to die rather than do this. Did these sons of bitches think he would actually believe them? He suspected that Sam was sitting in ambush, but the boys said that as a sign of sincerity, they had cast a spell on Sam, tied him up, and immobilized him. The elder of the demon clan looked at the bound boy and could not believe his eyes. So many times, over the course of 20 minutes, he was never surprised. Jerome didn't even know what to say to that. Noah said that they decided to devote their lives to Jerome. The boys did not want to die in vain. Now that the Sword Clan was almost completely destroyed, they wanted to follow the new master. But the villain replied that the boys had to prove their sincerity. Jerome brought a giant hand generated by dark energy over them, and the boys realized that they would not be able to resist him. And at the very moment this happened, Sam suddenly stretched out on the ground and opened his arms, stretching in his sleep. Brother Noah leaned even more heavily on the ground, bowing, hoping that Jerome did not notice. The guys realized that they had just walked on the very edge. The plan was very dangerous. Jerome thought that Sam had too many surprises, and it was better to deal with these two first, so he generated a spell and directed it at the boys. He said that he had imposed a special technique on them. If they obeyed, they would be able to join the Moyun clan, and if they cheated, they would die. Having done what he had planned, Jerome turned around and ordered the boys to follow him. Lewis lifted his head off the ground. The guy was worried, but he hoped that the plan they had conceived would work. Meanwhile, in another corner of the peach orchard, Sister Mary finally came to the right tree. She put her hand to the bark of the tree and generated some of her energy so that she could remove the seal. The girl Lisa flew next to her and nodded her head in approval. Mary understood everything correctly. The tree began to move slowly, changing the position of its rhizome. A few minutes later, it came to life and said that a person had awakened its seal, and it had been waiting for this moment for many years. Mary screamed at him that they were powerless, that they had opened the seal so that he could help the Kinyon clan. The girl pointed her hand in front of her and loudly ordered her energy to open the seal. Suddenly, the crown of the tree split open and a bright golden light shone through the fissure. A moment later, a giant fiery phoenix, a sacred beast, flew out of the crown of the tree. He flapped his wings so hard that he created powerful gusts of wind that almost made Mary fall to the ground. John's stunned brother lay on the ground nearby and asked if this was the ancient beast his sister had spoken of. Phoenix suddenly looked at the guy and asked him not to address him so frivolously. The girl immediately fell to her knees and bowed to the bird, saying that the guy had just made a mistake and they were sorry. Mary told them that they were attacked by a clan of demons, and Ethan decided to remove the seal from the moon tiger. Only the phoenix could help them. The bird replied that if they disturbed it, it meant that the situation was really critical. But he did not act on Kinyun's behalf 3 times to save them. The girl asked him if the elder would return. The phoenix asked her if she knew what happened before he was sealed. Humanity was extremely weak. It was constantly attacked by someone. And at the moment when people were in despair, one of them realized the connection between heaven and earth, discovered the path of cultivation, and began to control his body. The genius made a breakthrough and then sealed all 4 sacred beasts. The demons no longer opposed humans, and the human race began to rule. It was the founder of Kinyun, the Qing emperor. Mary realized that either he was offended by the emperor or he had been sleeping for a very long time, so he was afraid to take the first step. She realized that she could no longer waste time and sit idly by. Mary got to her feet and was about to fly away, and her brother John shouted after her what she was going to do. The girl replied that she wanted to stop Ethan and Moon Tiger, and even if Phoenix didn't want to help, she wouldn't stop anyway. The Phoenix was amazed. He didn't think that even so many years later, the Kinyon sword clan would have such personnel. The bird decided to help them. Sometime later, the boy and girl and the little girl Lisa were flying on the back of a huge fiery phoenix in search of the moon tiger. Sister Mary finally saw another sacred beast ahead and pointed it out to her sisters. The moon tiger turned to the phoenix and asked if he was here to help, or maybe to stop him. The phoenix replied that this time they were acting as opponents because he had decided to help the demon clan, and he needed to stop this alliance. Moon Tiger replied that they both used to be so strong when they fought side by side, but now Phoenix helps ordinary people. The sacred bird was tired of talking and wanted to get down to business as soon as possible. Both gigantic ancient beasts soared into the sky with a power that was only theirs. Sister Mary and Brother John watched the fight unfold before their eyes with concern. Sister Mary turned to Lisa and said that it was too dangerous here and that the girl should return to her brother Sam. Lisa did not argue with her because the mission Sam had entrusted to her had been flawlessly executed. Mary looked back to follow Lisa and saw Ethan next to her. Looking at her, she said they had bills to pay. Ethan replied that the girl shouldn't worry. He would do everything to make sure she died happy with her friends. Brother John said that Ethan's sword skills were much worse than his sister Mary's and that it was time for him to die. The trader replied that he was inferior to Mary in fencing, but that not only technique could help in battle, and swallowed the blood pearl. Filled with dark power, the trader said that Brother Sam was a great example for such actions. A moment later, Ethan repelled his brother John's attack with one hand. Brother John was amazed at Ethan's sudden abilities, who had never stood out for any particular strength. Now, due to the manipulations of this trader, Brother John could not summon his spiritual power. But everything has its consequences, and Ethan paid with his youth for such opportunities. He said that if Brother John and Sister Mary came here by themselves, then they should be the first to die. John was thrown with great force towards the ground by the traitor's attack, but Mary, seeing this, decided to save the boy. She picked up her brother John in her arms and created a protective dome around them, which slowed the boy's rapid fall. When the stones from the fall had finally scattered, the girl removed the protective dome and they saw that they were in the center of a giant sinkhole. Sister Mary returned to her brother. She was surprised by the strength of Ethan's attack. John asked the girl what the traitor had eaten to give him such strength, and Mary replied that it was a pill that increased the amount of spiritual power. Ethan abandoned the Kinyon Sword clan and decided to join the Demon clan. He preferred to lose his own youth, crippled his former comrades in arms, and the girl asked Ethan if it was worth it. The villain laughed in response. No matter how hard he tried, no one in Kinyon had heard of him. In the eyes of the clan, he was just another useless disciple. But geniuses like Brother John and Sister Mary will never understand his pain and motives. The offended traitor generated a large amount of energy and sent it toward his opponents. John tried to create a shield from his energy to prevent Ethan's attack. However, his attempts to stop the attack were not very effective, as the traitor's energy beams still penetrated his defense. Mary, who was helping her comrade, also realized that they would not succeed in this way, and the traitor was too strong. The girl was wounded. Ethan was very happy when he saw that he had managed to wound the girl. He didn't want to miss the opportunity to kill Mary, but his plans were unexpectedly disrupted by sacred animals. A wounded phoenix was falling over his head. The boy had to fly away to a safe distance in order not to disappear under the weight of the giant bird. Brother John and Sister Mary also managed to jump out from under their elder's body at the last moment. The girl was very worried about what had happened, and she called out to the bird of protection. But he replied that everything was fine and they should take care of themselves. The gap in power between them and Ethan was too great, and if they continued like this, Phoenix would not last long. Something had to be done. Sam was flying, clinging to his brother Noah's back, when suddenly he saw Lisa's energy chasing them. The boy looked at his spiritual beast, and if the girl came back, it meant that Mary had succeeded. But Lisa began to tell Sam that things were not so good, that Sister Mary was fighting a very difficult battle. The guy realized that he needed to help the girl urgently, but he didn't want to work overtime. Mary saw a cluster of energy with a sign in front of her face, and she realized that this was another plan of Brother Sam's. As soon as the sign touched her hands, she turned into Brother Sam. The boy leaned over Sister Mary and greeted her, and she asked him where he came from. The guy replied that he wasn't really here. That time in this space was equivalent to a moment in the outside world. He said it was time to teach Mary a technique that would help her deal with Ethan, but she shouldn't brag about it too much. The phoenix stopped fighting the moon tiger for a moment because he felt a familiar aura. He looked at his new acquaintances, who were talking to another young man, and when he looked at the guy, he was amazed. Unless he was imagining it because of a long sleep, it was definitely the Qing Emperor. Ethan and Moon Tiger simultaneously prepared another attack on the defenders of the Kinyon Sword clan. But the traitor's plan was not to be. Mary generated a blade attack that cut through the water and sent 9 wave attacks at the guy. The guy, furious with rage, did not understand how it was possible, how the girl had such strength. Mary decided that it was time to end Ethan once and for all. She shouted at him to try her most powerful technique. The girl looked at her opponent, realizing that she could not take the strength now. One attack was not enough for him. At the same time, Mary was amazed by her brother Sam's abilities. He was a completely incomprehensible person to her, someone she wanted to follow. The girl gathered her strength and generated another attack of the same type, directed at the traitor Ethan. And to catch up with the previous one, I sent another one with 8 different types of valuable equipment. Ethan tried his best to hold back the onslaught of Mary's angry system, realizing that even with his pill, he was already losing. There was a cacophony of explosions over the beautiful garden of peach trees right now. Ethan was completely exhausted from such a long attack by his opponents. He did not understand why he could not defend himself effectively. At what point did this strange Sister Mary become such a strong opponent? He had only seen her fights yesterday. Realizing that he was about to be destroyed, Ethan asked Mr. Moon Tiger to help him. The tiger was outraged by this request, and as the battle progressed, he realized that the man he followed was a scumbag not worthy of energy. Realizing that he wanted no more part of this, the Moon Tiger turned around and flew over the horizon, avoiding the mountain peaks. The phoenix was unhappy that the Moon Tiger stopped participating in the fight and left without saying goodbye. And so, Ethan was left face to face with a coalition of Kinyon clan defenders. He didn't want to lose, The guy had always been trash. He was crying tears of despair, pain, cowardice, and rage, promising to kill everyone who was present. All his emotions were converted into dark energy, which was increasingly gathering around him in purple clouds. She was horrified to see that her traitorous opponent was about to explode. Sister Mary used the Liu Yun blade technique to somehow contain the range of the bastard's explosion. And this technique was surprisingly effective. It absorbed Ethan's dark essence, which he was releasing. From the force of this restraining technique, the guy began to bleed. He hated all these people, these geniuses, and no matter how hard he tried, he would never catch up with them. His envious and angry thoughts were interrupted by a burst of bright light on the horizon. The wounded Ethan turned toward the newly arrived people, hoping that they would be his allies. Ethan shouted at Mary not to get too excited, because he had managed to send a distress call, and as soon as the head of the Moyun clan arrived, they would all be finished. Jerome, Lewis, and Noah, with their brother Sam on their backs, approached the guy. Shocked, Mary and John saw their brothers obediently following the elder of the demon clan, and brother Sam was tied up. Ethan rejoiced. He wanted his opponents to feel real fear. It was time for them to say goodbye to their lives. But his triumphant speech was interrupted by Jerome's murder, and the boy began to choke on his own blood. Jerome said that thanks to the signal sent by Ethan, he was able to deal with the other members of the Kin-Yun sword clan. But an impoverished man like Ethan is not worthy of following a warrior like himself. Jerome asked Lewis and Noah if they still wanted to join the demon clan. The boys had to kill their brothers. But if they continue to stand still, Jerome will have to deal with everything himself. Brother Noah threw his bound brother Sam off his back and onto the ground. Lewis and Noah flew closer to Sister Mary and said that it was their master's order. But at the last moment, they turned around and flew right over Jerome, shouting that they were pretending to play for him. That was their plan. Avoiding the two boys' attack on him, Jerome said that he had thought so from the beginning. And not to be outdone, the elder of the demon clan activated his binding spell. Both boys grabbed their heads, unable to do anything about the pain. Brother Noah and Brother Lewis screamed as they were wrapped in chains that were tightening around them. To interrupt the torment of her comrades, Mary flew to attack Jerome, demanding that he stop. But the elder of the demon clan wasn't going to stop. He said the boys were out of control and snapped his fingers. A giant rift opened up over the members of the Kin-Yun sword clan. This attack also had a very strong effect on Mary. She lost too much spiritual strength during the battle. She realized that she could die here. Meanwhile, the supporters of the demon clan have almost repaired their formation. The demoness said that the system of bloody sacrifices was activated, and that even if they managed to escape, they would still be unable to do anything. Elder Yen realized that the formation of the demon clan was almost complete. This was their last chance for survival, and if they failed, the clan would disappear forever. All the disciples of the Kin-Yun clan will turn into blood soul pearls. Jason asked all his fellow soldiers present if they were ready for the last battle. The head of the Kin-Yun clan announced that it was time for a counterattack, their only and last chance. At the same time, Brother Sam was gradually waking up from his deep sleep. He woke up dissatisfied. Divine beasts, a clan of demons, traitors, invaders. What was all this for? After all, he works from 9 to 5 o'clock. With such success, he will never be allowed to work on a schedule. The guy activated a spell to change his appearance and generated a mask that completely covered his face. Jerome, at that very moment, attacked his brother Sam's friends with a giant rift spell. The guy put on his mask and said that it was worth making a little effort to get things right. It was time to take a break from these tense events and move on to Sister Mary's day. Sister Mary's day began a little after dawn, on her own estate. She would wake up and open her eyes at about 5 in the morning. Her first morning grooming ritual was to braid her blue hair and tie it with a ribbon. Then the girl would take off her robe and put on a dress, tying the sleeves to it last. Then she pulled on her knee-highs, which were the same shade as her dress. After these rituals, she was ready with a plan of action for the day, and the first thing she did in the morning was practice. She would go to the Kin-Yun clan's training ground when there was no one else there and lunge her sword 5,000 times to warm up. Her powerful sword strokes caused the stones covering the playground to fly in all directions. Sometime later, she moved on to the tasks of the day. She was going about her business, constantly listening to the exclamations of admiration from her clan brothers around her. Her brothers admired absolutely everything, even her handwriting, calling her the heiress of a new generation. Sister Mary was an absolute authority for everyone around her. Without exaggeration, they believed that she could do anything. After her training, she would go to Master Yen in the Liuyuan Hall and receive her assignments for the day. The elder would give her stone tablets with clear instructions on how to do things, which could be about anything. At the time of Mary's arrival, the elder himself could barely open his eyes. In his opinion, the girl was very hardworking. Sister Mary's first task for the day was to meet a demon boar. He was causing a lot of problems, and she successfully completed this task. Having completed the first task by lunchtime, she was already at the market under the mountain at 12 o'clock. The second task for her was to help the head of the clan, Jason, by taking him 2 packages of spiritual tea seeds. Suddenly, her thoughts were interrupted by the smell of sweets being carried by a saleswoman. They were definitely candied berries, which Mary loved, but she knew she had work to do. She thought that people engaged in cultivation should cleanse their hearts of impure thoughts, and Mary should endure temptation. Suddenly, the girl's sinful thoughts were interrupted by the screams of a shop assistant who wanted help catching the thief. Mary decided that this was a good time to work off her karma. A few minutes later, the thief was brought to the shopkeeper and Mary returned the woman's money. The girl had shown righteousness and courage, and the saleswoman wanted to repay her by introducing her to her son. But Mary had no need of such goodness, and so she quickly ran away from the embarrassed woman. Sister Mary successfully finished with assisting the head of the Kinyon sword clan. After lunch, the girl returned to Master Yen and said that she had brought back the task cards. The master was definitely unhappy with something. He was surprised that the girl had managed to finish everything so quickly. The man was holding something in his hands, definitely hiding it from Sister Mary's eyes. Master Yen watched Mary leave his room, the girl almost revealing his writing secret. In the afternoon, the Kinyon sword clan's territory grew more people who admired Sister Mary's existence. But the girl had a goal. In the afternoon, she had to deliver the tea seeds to the head of the clan, Jason. Sam was also in the tea fields, checking the quality of the harvest, because if you don't pick the tea leaves in time, they scatter in the wind the next day. Jason approached Sam and said that he didn't think he was that good at this kind of thing, and Sam replied that he should only leave positive things. For the guy, it was nothing at all. He had already done something like this before, and he could find much worse on the internet. Sam did not even notice that he had said it out loud, and a surprised Jason asked him what the internet was. The guy did not want to go into details. Jason said that Sam has made great progress in the art of tea over the past year, but his ranking among students has dropped to 30th. The head of the clan said that Sister Mary would be coming soon, and why not Sam to practice with her? The boy realized that there would be no end to his studies, and running away, shouted that he was in 30th place and still had room to fall to the 50th. As he was running away, he shouted that he had recently developed a new kind of tea called bubble tea, and that the chairman should definitely try it. In front of Sam, Sister Mary landed on the ground and addressed Jason's head, saying that his tea leaves had already been delivered. She saw her brother Sam rushing past her and began to think about whether or not to greet him. It was useless, because the guy had already disappeared over the horizon, but Mary remembered the name bubble tea and wondered what it tasted like. The sun began to set outside, twilight came, and the girl continued to train on the rock of the Kinyon sword clan. She was still thinking about the taste of Sam's tea, what it tasted like. The time was from about 5 to 7 in the evening. It was already late, but the girl could not stop her mind. Angry with herself, she told herself to focus. Mary shouldn't think about any of the little things while training. Her angry blow to the rock caused a rock to break off and fall on the other side, where her brother Sam was sitting in a tree. Sam was amazed. It was already the end of the day, and the girl was still here, and she was training. Mary's anger was lifted when she saw a white fluffy cat washing up not far from her. The girl knew that nothing was more important at the moment than playing with the cat. It was an obligatory ritual. Night also descended on Mary's estate, and during her rest, she looked at the potentials of the sword. A little later, she was taking a bath in a hot spring with her furry friend as usual. At midnight, it was time for her to meditate, and this practice was not complete without her favorite white cat. And in the dead of night, they fell asleep soundly and sweetly in each other's arms. Mary looked at the rift that was coming at her and heard Jerome screaming that she should die now. But Jerome's plans were not destined to come to fruition either, as a powerful red energy suddenly appeared behind him. The elder of the demon clan turned around, shocked by the aura he felt behind him. Before he could react to deflect the attack or jump aside, a powerful beam took him down like an avalanche. Sister Mary also looked at this unexpected picture in amazement. She could not understand who it could be, because she had never felt such powerful energy. Brother Noah exclaimed that this was a Kin Yun sword clan technique. Had one of the elders come to their aid? The broken Jerome lay in a crater on the ground, half afraid and half angry, asking the stranger who he was to meddle in the affairs of the demon clan. In front of him stood a stranger wearing a black and red mask that completely hid his face. The stranger paused for a moment after Jerome's fiery speech and calmly told him not to worry because it would all be over soon. Sister Mary suddenly realized that this stranger looked strikingly like her brother Sam. Jerome said that the stranger had hit him hard and that he was apparently at the Purple Palace stage, which was impressive. The boy replied that this attack was too weak because it could not hit the elder of the demon clan. Suddenly, Jerome jumped up with his crown with a powerful attack on his new opponent. His purple giant lion flew at the masked stranger, but the guy met this attack with several powerful beams of blue energy. One of the beams pierced through the demon clan elder's attack and hit him right in the chest. Jerome was screaming in great pain. Blood was spraying from his wounds in all directions. He did not understand how such an attack was possible, since the enemy had only a purple energy development palace. The stranger replied that in the face of absolute power, minor differences were not that important. Jerome, who was already sick of it enough to explode, shouted that he would show the guy his true strength. This time, the elder of the demon clan was going to go all out. Opposite the masked stranger, a solid purple wall of dark energy suddenly grew. Mary, who was worried about the sudden stranger, shouted at him to be careful. But the guy saw everything without prompting. He stretched his hand forward and, generating a counterpunch, aimed his fingers at Jerome. He generated his main skill, the Kin Yun sword technique of annihilation, a powerful beam that pierced through a wall of dark energy. This stranger used basic techniques, but was able to impress a person with the 9th level of the Purple Palace. Lewis was amazed, and he began to guess who this strange man might be. Judging by this battle and his energy aura, he was very similar to Emperor Qing. Jerome, the elder of the demon clan, was left with only lightning in the sky and smoke after such a blow. Sam pulled back his robe a bit and saw that his restraining seal had almost broken. Every time he fought an opponent he had unconsciously cultivated when he first came here, almost developed to the highest degree. He sent a stream of energy to the seal to reapply it. As soon as the boy destroys his kingdom, thunder will sound and many people will die. If Sam demonstrates his true power, his workload will increase, and most likely the end will be the same as in his previous life. The flaming phoenix, flying past the clearing where the battle was taking place, felt that very familiar sensation again. It was definitely the Qing Emperor. The Moon Tiger asked if this was even possible, since Qing had long since left the world of mortals. But the phoenix insisted. But it simply could not be otherwise. Who else could it be but the Emperor, although it was hard to believe? But Moon Tiger knew that if it was true, this world would change radically. The sacred beasts left their trajectory and hurried to greet their master. Noah said that judging by the tech, a stranger from the Kin Yun clan, Mo Yun, attacked them and finally they waited for help. But the answer to all the questions and requests from the stranger was a firm and short no. Sam listened to what was happening in the real world and he felt that someone had just come to his aid. The head of the Kin Yun sword clan called his minions to battle the demon clan. Dozens of energy rays were directed at the pentagram, which was almost completely formed again. They fought without stopping. It was the only chance for the clan to break through and survive. The strain was taking its toll on Jason, who was already injured, and his mouth was bleeding again. Sam thought that regardless of his powers, he was still no more than an ordinary employee. He is a small cog that cannot save a huge machine from destruction. The true ruler of the Blood Sea noted with a smile that the Kin Yun sword clan was completely out of control. As soon as they receive the Pearl of the Bloody Soul, they will immediately summon the Demon Lord. But even here, everything did not go as expected, as the demoness's speech was interrupted by blows to the pentagram from the other side. Their newly generated formation was subjected to very powerful blows and barely held together. On the other hand, the pentagram glowed from the energy strikes, like the sun. A few minutes later, cracks appeared along the entire plane of the formation, splitting it to pieces. On the other hand, an army of henchmen of the Kin Yun sword clan was definitely trying to break in. And so the formation of the demon clan finally surrendered under the onslaught of the allies. The head of the Maker clan, Jason, was very happy that his request for help was heard and the timing was right. They were heads of friendly clans, members of an alliance with their elders. They shouted that they had come as soon as they received the news. They were ready to fight with the Kin Yun sword clan against the Mo Yun clan. All the newly arrived Kin-yun clan defenders were alert and had already taken out their weapons. A few seconds later, shouting that the demons must die, they rushed to attack the villains. Everyone used the technique they knew best to achieve a faster result. And it was actually an effective strategy, because all the enemies who were cowed by the unexpected emergence of the Alliance suffered greatly from such actions. The Alliance was determined. If the Demon Clan decided to attack their allies, they should reap the rewards of their decisions. The pentagram formation has almost completely dissolved into thin air, leaving no hope for its reproduction. The ruler of the Bloody Sea knew in theory that the Alliance could come to the aid of the Sword Clan, but she did not think it would actually happen. Her allies did not know what to do next because the formation was destroyed, and the leader of the Moyun clan, Gareth, was of the opinion that they had to fight. But the pressure of the Alliance members was very strong. They realized that they could not afford to give in. Otherwise, the clan of one of them would be next. The ruler of the Bloody Sea said that even with this composition, the Alliance would not be able to prevent their plan. The defenders shouldn't even dream about it. She and two other heads began to recite a dark summoning spell. They managed to summon a giant hell monster, and the demoness, laughing, said that now the Alliance would test the power of their master. But the clan leaders were expecting something like this and did not get confused, but immediately began to attack the monster. In response, he struck them with the energy of hellfire, which blinded and threw the allies back. They did not understand what kind of powerful attack it was, but this giant monster made it quite clear how angry it was. The true ruler of the Bloody Sea did not lie. It was indeed the power of the demon god. The demoness was very happy. They had forced her to use this help, and if they took the initiative, they would be the first to be sacrificed. She saw her advantage and announced that this would be the last day for the Alliance members. Suddenly, a whirlwind of peach blossom petals swirled over her head, interrupting her speech again. The bloody ruler raised her head and saw a kind of energy portal above her, from which those damned petals were flying. A second later, someone began to walk through this portal into their world. The demoness had not yet seen the man in full, but she had already felt the very powerful energy that surrounded him. The portal brought the moon tiger, the phoenix, and a masked stranger to this world, who said that she hadn't seen what the Kin-yun clan was capable of yet. Jason was happy to have another ally, even though he didn't know him personally, but he recognized Starbird and Moon Tiger at once. A moment later, Sword Clan head Kin-yun also felt the energy radiating in all directions from the stranger. He tried to look at the new ally and wondered why he looked so familiar. The second elder laughed and replied that of course he thought he knew him because he was directly related to the Kin-yun Sword Clan. The powerful blade aura that emanated from the entire body could only belong to a member of the Kin-yun clan, and only one person could behave so calmly. The divine beasts further prove his status. It was definitely the ancestor of the Kin-yun Sword Clan, the Qing Emperor. The true ruler of the Bloody Sea was amazed by what was said. She could not believe that the Qing Emperor was now in front of them. She began to threaten that soon they would all find out whether it was true or not and ordered her beast to attack again. The infernal monster generated a huge whirlwind of flames and directed it toward the divine beasts. The masked stranger ordered Moon Tiger and Starbird to join the fight and attack the enemies. Without hesitation, the sacred animals immediately flew to fulfill their master's order. 3 strong energy beams met at one point, causing a powerful explosion. In this insidious attack, the hellish monster was defeated and growled at his inability to win. The true ruler of the Bloody Sea was beside herself with anger. These were indeed divine beasts. Now she was very interested in who her opponent really was, who had appeared so unexpectedly from the portal. But the stranger was not going to reveal his cards so easily. He was generating another energy sword to attack. He said that he didn't really need to explain anything to her, or that it was already clear who he really was. The ruler of the Bloody Sea gritted her teeth in anger. Was it really the Qing Emperor against whom they were powerless? Meanwhile, the masked stranger generated a large sword and raised it up, encouraging the allies to fight for the Kin-yun clan. He ordered his divine beasts to attack and kill all enemies. At that moment, the demoness and her 2 minions, realizing that they could not fight such a strong opponent, generated a portal to escape. And in a moment, the sky above the Kin-yun Sword Clan city was cleared of all the members of the Demon Clan. The students of the Sword Clan were incredibly happy about their victory, especially because they had been saved by their ancestor. Finally, the Kin-yun Sword Clan's battle for survival was over. Only when it was over did Sam realize that his spontaneous idea was quite dangerous. Fortunately, the name of Emperor Qing alone scared off these vile attackers. Otherwise, the guy would have no chance of winning, and he was well aware of that. Meanwhile, a demon portal was activated in the underworld. The head of the Xuan Yin clan, Terry, did not understand how the Qing emperor could return if he had long since left the human world. The person to whom he spoke replied that there was only one explanation for this phenomenon. The hooded stranger replied that it was most likely an imposter, and they had fallen for the trick of a member of the Qin Yun clan. Sam said that large gatherings are not just a child's play, so you have to be careful with it. He was very afraid that the clan elders would tell him to go on a business trip. But that's exactly what happened. Master Yen showed him an order with his name on it and said that he was the first guy on the list. Sam asked why the elders decided to send him on the business trip, if it was because he was the 8th level of the kingdom. But why don't they all choose a more suitable candidate and send him or her? Elder Yen narrowed his eyes suspiciously and crossed his arms over his chest, asking if the boy really didn't know the reason. Sam was even embarrassed by this answer, wondering if Master Yen had suspected something about him, but he answered in the negative. The master said that in that case, the boy would now understand everything during the clan's difficult situation, who, in his opinion, had tried the hardest. When the answer to his question was silence, Master Yen said that the boy had done almost nothing but run away and sleep. So, taking this as his chance to make amends to the clan and atone for his sins, Master Yen threw Sam onto the slabs of the court. The guy was losing his senses and groaned. What had he done to the Qin Yun clan that was so bad? 3 days had passed since Sam's last meeting with Master Yen, but the boy was still lying in the same place where the elder had left him. All the students passing by were gossiping about how Sister Mary and the other brothers were practicing hard and only the boy was doing nothing. They heard that while Sister Mary was shedding her blood, Brother Sam was sleeping peacefully. And one of the main topics of the last few days was where to place the statue of the ancestor. No one expected him to come to their aid. The clan specially restored the statue and hoped that the ancestor knew how grateful they were to him. Suddenly, the guy lying on the ground was jolted out of his slumber by something, and Sam opened his eyes. In front of him, he saw the face of his sister Mary, who was smiling and looking at him. The girl said that they had to leave very soon, but the boy was still not ready for it and held out her hand to him. Sam did not hesitate to offer his hand to the girl and stood up, pleased with her concern. Saying that she could fly first, the boy stretched all his muscles in turn and walked away from the girl, not looking back. Realizing that Sister Mary was still looking at his back, he turned to her and said that he had something else to do. The guy was heading to the tea fields of the Qin Yun Sword Clan's head, Jason, and it was his last chance. The head of the Maker clan, Jason, stood among the tea plantations, clutching his head and lamenting his destroyed crop. After a while, his brother Sam landed next to him and called out to the head to draw his attention. The guy asked Jason if he hadn't forgotten his promise, and the chairman replied that if he was talking about that case, he hadn't forgotten. Sam desperately wanted this promise in his favor right now. He needed it badly. Taking the Sunday vacation time that he was owed now was the perfect chance to avoid this business trip he didn't need. But Jason dashed Sam's hopes, telling him not to even dream about it. He hadn't worked overtime, so he wouldn't get any vacation. The guy decided to use heavy artillery and pushed Lisa forward, saying that his spiritual beast was overworking. Jason replied that he was giving the boy's spiritual beast the right to take a break and that he would go to the meeting for the time being. Sam can take a vacation after the meeting, and even if the guy decides to bribe the clan leader with tea, it still won't work. He has no intention of changing his mind, no matter how much pressure Sam puts on him. Sam suffered from such injustice and treatment. The chairman should not have underestimated his ability to persuade. The next second, the boy fell to his knees and wrapped his arms around the legs of the head of the Qin Yun Sword Clan, begging for mercy. But Jason replied that even though he would look selfish in the boy's eyes, he still wanted to send him to the training camp. Among all the true disciples, Sam has the highest cultivation base, and sometimes it seems that he suppresses his powers. Sam stared at the head with all his eyes, not knowing whether he had guessed his secret or not. Jason said that he had been thinking about everything that had happened for a long time, and that's why he decided to send it. At this tournament, the winner will be awarded the key to the Tomb of the Jade Emperor, which has many different treasures. Among them, there is something that can help a person even survive a disaster and remain intact, and the guy was very interested in this information. If there was that thing, then it looks like this game was worth Sam's efforts. The Moyun clan is becoming more and more active, and it is possible that we will have to confront them again in the near future. Jason said that in general, the invasion of the Moyon clan has severely shaken the Sword clan and they need a short break. If they manage to take first place, it will help the whole clan, they will be rewarded, and everyone is really hoping that they will succeed. Brother Sam humbly closed his eyes, realizing that he could not refuse this offer, and replied that he understood. Finally, the boy made a heart with his hands in Jason's direction and asked him not to forget about his vacation. Jason replied that he absolutely agreed with Sam's wish, but the other participants had already left, and the guy needed to hurry up and follow them. All the participants in the main square of the Kinyon Sword Clan had already gathered at the main meeting, except for Sam as usual. And as soon as indignation began among the chosen ones, the guy landed next to them. Sam greeted everyone and apologized for his tardiness, saying that he had something to do. Elder Yen said that this is a big gathering and everyone should keep themselves safe. The escort only looks after them, but cannot interfere with the game. During the competition, first of all, you need to worry about your own safety. He asked if everything was clear, and the participants answered in the affirmative. Suddenly, Master Yen grabbed Sam's hand and pulled him toward him, saying he had something to show him. He handed the boy a copy of the book, telling him not to enter the battle empty-handed. It was a limited edition novel from a series of books by Master Yen, Hot Sister Mentor. Sam forgot what he was supposed to do. He grabbed the book and shouted that he shouldn't have thought badly of the master because he was a brilliant man. The master was surprised by this reaction, but said that he would get the next issue for the boy after his return. One by one, the participants of the great competitions began to fly away from the Kinyon Sword Clan, saying goodbye to their mentor. The head of the Sword Clan, Jason, watched his students' dots disappear into the sky and thought that this time the whole clan was relying on them. Terry looked at his interlocutor and asked what he was talking about, because you can't fake a priest of the beasts that accompany the emperor. He replied that in any case, the animals did not follow the emperor, but were sealed by him in a map of mountains and rivers. As for the man they met, he was only a projection of the residual soul of Emperor Qing. The head of the Moyon clan, Gareth, cursed and punched the ground. How could they have fallen for the enemy's trick so easily? The members of the Kinyon Sword Clan were able to deceive them so easily. They made almost no effort, but still won. The ruler of the Bloody Sea said that it was pointless to discuss this now. She was planning to sacrifice the Sword Clan to summon the Lord. Pausing and looking at her accomplice Gareth, she angrily threw in his direction that they could not wait any longer. But the man in the hood told them not to worry, because Kinyon was just a small step they would have to step over. Many capable people will take part in the Tianzhou meeting, and then they will have a chance to act. The hooded man put his finger to his mouth and said that he would purify everyone and call the Demon Lord. A meeting was also held in the hall of the Kinyon Sword Clan head, and Jason thanked the Alliance clan heads for their help. But they did not demand gratitude. They said they were doing their duty. The Moyon clan apparently had many plans, and they suspected that this clan wanted to summon a Demon Lord. Jason replied that in that case, were they sure that nothing would happen at the Tianzhou meeting? The head of the Starry Sky clan said that if the demons attacked, they would be able to repel them and everything should go well. In addition, the prize will be, this time, the key to the tomb of the Heavenly Emperor. Jason realized that they seemed to have no other choice. They would have to rely on the promise of the head of the friendly clan. Mary was sitting under a tree near the main square of the Kinyon clan, holding a butterfly on her finger. She recalled how the stranger made his move against the enemies, but his technique was too similar to Brother Sam's. But if you think about it, Sam's brother always seemed suspicious to her. She recalled how that day, after everything was over, she ran up to the boy who was still sleeping soundly, tangled in Noah and Lewis's bandages. Mary sat there, lost in thought, and did not notice the people she was waiting for approaching her from behind. Noah said that the sister probably decided not to practice today, which was quite unusual for her. The girl heard the familiar voice of her fellow soldier and turned toward the guys. Seeing Noah and Lewis, Mary quickly got to her feet and greeted them. The girl said that she invited them here today because she wanted to ask them for something, and the boys wanted to hear what she needed. Sam was not far from the trio and was busy reading a book that the master had given him. Mary is determined to find out today if Brother Sam is hiding his true power. The girl suddenly ran out of her hiding place and attacked her fellow soldier, and Sam jumped into the air from his seat in fear. He didn't understand what was happening again and asked Sister Mary what she was making. But Mary did not plan to answer his questions. She wanted to get what she came for. She was eager to find out the truth, whether she had guessed right and Sam was the stranger. The girl wanted the guy to lose control and finally show what he was really capable of. Suddenly, the brothers Lewis and Noah also jumped out of their hiding places and demanded that Sam take action. The boys drew their swords, and now the three friends surrounded the frightened brother Sam on all sides. Sam looked around at each of them. He didn't understand when they had managed to conspire against him. He decided to act swiftly. He quickly flew up to Mary, almost close to her, and looked her in the eye. Squinting slyly, Sam asked the girl what was wrong with them today. The girl was completely confused. She began to mumble something in her own defense, but was unable to complete the sentence. Their dialogue was interrupted by the shout of Brother Noah, who asked everyone to look where he was pointing. The friends looked up and saw the same powerful stranger in the sky, surrounded by divine beasts, the moon tiger and the starbird. Following his friends, everyone who was outside noticed this spectacle and began to admire it out loud. This time, the clan is in limbo, so the sacred animals will protect it, the masked stranger said. All the disciples of the Kinyon Sword Clan knelt down on one knee and bowed their heads to greet their ancestor. Sister Mary was completely confused, wondering if she had been wrong all along. Sam saw the girl change her mind about him, and he was glad that he was able to prepare for such an ambush in advance. This talisman was quite simple to use. You can't make it any simpler than that. And the purple demon helped him out again. The guy stretched, kneading his lignified muscles, and now he could rest. He would finally get a well-deserved rest. But Sam's thoughts about the sweet hours of idleness were interrupted as usual. Elder Yen flew to the students, saying that he had come on an important mission. The intra-clan division was completed, and they chose a student to represent them at the Tianjiao meeting. All of the selected students looked at Master Yen with their mouths agape, waiting for the most important announcement. The first on the list was his brother Sam, who seemed to be struck by lightning, wondering if this was really happening to him. Where was his dream vacation? Master Yen flew over to the clan head, Jason, and told him that an emergency meeting was about to begin, the topic being the invasion of the Moyun clan. Jason looked back at the elder and said irritably that he knew about it and was already leaving. The emergency meeting was held at the same place. The boundaries of the Dark Moon and representatives of all the Alliance clans were already present. The head of the Kinyon Sword clan materialized at the meeting and apologized for keeping us waiting. The head of the Huanghai clan, Betty, said that today's topic and their meeting directly concerned him, so it was time to start. Bewildered and exhausted by all these events, Jason could not understand why he was the topic of this meeting. Betty said that day, Jason sent a request for help to the Alliance, but it was almost intercepted by the Demon Clan. It generated images of those events, and everyone present saw the guy who was flying to deliver the request. The guy was very worried. He said that the Kinyon Sword Clan was under attack, and we had to hurry. Suddenly, the guy saw a man in a hooded cloak in front of him and stopped. He asked how he got here. The man in the cloak asked what had happened, why the boy was in such a hurry, and where he was going. The courier replied that he had been sent by Jason. The Kinyon Sword Clan was in danger, and they urgently needed help. The messenger wanted to say that he needed to report it to the Alliance, but he didn't have time because the man hit the boy. The hooded man did not move anymore, and only a smile played on his face. He said that the courier would not pass him by. The head of one of the Alliance's clans who flew to the rescue asked how the stranger dared to harm his student. But the stranger didn't seem to be very interested in who was behind him, and he smashed a sign with a message from the Kinyon clan with his foot. Jason looked at these memories and realized that the power of the Demon Clan was getting stronger every time. If it were not for the elder, this follower would have long since said goodbye to his life, and the Kinyon Sword Clan would have been destroyed. Betty said that, unfortunately, it would be impossible to determine the whereabouts of this person. But judging by the reaction of the follower, his power rank was not low. Jason had already guessed that there was a mole among them, and now there was no doubt about it. The Demon Clan's recovery was going faster than they had predicted, and Jason thought the mole was no slouch either. The elders insisted that they had to be careful, and that the gathering was connected to the Imperial House, so the information had to be safe. The head of the Starry Sky clan said he would use special methods to verify the identity of all participants. Other clans should also make every effort to find a mole in their ranks as soon as possible. The chosen disciples were in a hurry to attend a large meeting, flying alongside each other at high speed. Brother Noah said that they have been flying for 2 days and 1 night, but it is still unknown when they will arrive. Master Jack told the boy that the Starry Sky clan had been distant from everyone from the very beginning and led a secluded life. It was only after the arrival of the current head that the clan was able to flourish and become powerful, but they still did not change their position. They were already literally hundreds of miles from their goal, and Master Yen suggested that they rest here and continue the journey tomorrow. Sister Mary was all for the elder's idea, and for her, spending the night in this city was a very good chance. The apprentices and the master found a hotel that met their requirements and checked in. Sam was happy to go to bed. No one would stop him from sleeping, at least for one day of paid vacation. But his hopes for rest were interrupted once again, as someone persistently knocked on the door of his hotel room. The irritated guy, without opening the door, shouted at the visitor to identify himself. It was Mary's sister, and she said she would like to buy some things for training and invited Sam to join her. Mary had specially changed her clothes for the occasion, but she didn't force Sam to do anything. Of course, she wanted to ask him about fencing at the meeting. Sam had no desire to leave the room and decided to lie about being a little sick. He shouted through the door to the girl that he didn't want to see her today so as not to infect anyone. Mary, unexpectedly for herself, became worried, and she hoped that it was some kind of minor illness. He heard Mary outside the door saying that in that case, she would find someone else. But if you take the first place, you can get a quota that will help you get out of work for 3 months. The sly guy stared at the door, trying to make sure he hadn't heard him. A second later, Sam jumped out of bed screaming that he suddenly felt much better. Mary, standing outside the door, rejoiced as if she had won the competition, and she asked if Sam was sure. The boy replied that he would do anything for a 3-month vacation, that he would help his sister with everything. The evening city where they stopped was shining with lights and was quite beautiful. A girl and a boy came to the market, where each seller was trying to attract the largest number of customers. One of them was even selling phoenix feathers, a gift from an immortal and a newly made blade. But the girl wasn't interested in any talismans. Mary was looking at the pastries with admiration. Sam asked the girl if they had come here today to practice. Mary replied that this would help to some extent, but it would be great to find something really valuable. It turned out that she had called Sam for this very reason, and he didn't expect anything else from her. But he was ready to do anything for the sake of the vacation. The guy reached into his pocket and told Mary that he would give her something interesting. But suddenly, Sam stopped talking and looked off into the distance, his demeanor and face changing overnight. The next moment, the boy grabbed Sister Mary's hand and pulled her to him. The girl did not understand what was happening. Her heart was pounding furiously, and her face was red with shyness. The guy didn't pay any attention to Mary's emotions. He told her to shut up because someone was spying on them. The girl used the Kinyon sword technique to find the people Sam saw. A few minutes later, in the crowd, she found 2 men who were definitely watching them. Could it be that they were people from the Demon Clan? They have completely different colors. Mary used her power to make a little mess. A moment later, a passerby who was passing by dropped all the scrolls he was carrying. The girl had already grabbed her sword to attack the pursuers, but the boy grabbed her arm, holding her back. He said that it was better not to go here. He suggested going to a more suitable place. The pursuers realized that the powerful aura had disappeared in a moment. It seemed that they had not been found yet. They had to continue surveillance. There were too many people here. Sam leaned over Mary's face and whispered that she had done well to obey him. The boy and girl ran up to the man who was collecting his scrolls and apologized for disturbing him. Mary suggested that Sam take his mind off everything that had happened and focus on shopping. The girl wanted to buy many more things, and Sam was amazed at the number of Mary's whims. After walking down the street a bit, the boy and girl saw a crowd of people and heard someone screaming, and Sam suggested they see what was going on. At the epicenter of the crowd were an elderly woman and a man who shouted that she was offering garbage instead of quality goods. A woman with tears in her eyes asked to take a better look. She was holding a family relic given to them by an immortal, and if it weren't for her sick daughter, she wouldn't be standing here. Mary ran up to the saleswoman and yelled at the man that if he didn't want to buy, he didn't have to. Why intimidate people? He replied that a big gathering in Tianjiao was coming up, and that many cultivators had been staying in the city lately to recuperate. And he doesn't know if this elderly woman is a spy for the Demon Clan. Mary replied that she didn't think there were any more suspicious people in such a big city than her. But the outraged man continued to insist that no one would buy such garbage. While Sam was looking at the talisman, the man said that the woman was just chasing money and that's why she brought such a nonsense. Sam looked at the statuette with concentration. He could feel the energy it was radiating, and he realized that it was definitely not a fake. He turned to the stubborn, rude man and asked him if he would leave the woman alone if someone bought this thing, and he replied that no one would think of doing so. And the next moment, Sam turned to the saleswoman and offered to buy a statuette from her. The woman could not believe what was happening. Tears spilled out of her eyes even more, and she said that the guy could pay as much as he wanted. Sam showed the woman the bottle and said that these pills don't cost much, but they should cure her daughter, and the woman replied that this is more valuable than money. Seeing that the seller agreed to this payment, the boy handed her a bottle of medicine with a clan symbol engraved on it. Everyone present immediately saw that it was the emblem of the Kinyon Sword Clan, probably a cultivator's pill, an immortal's medicine. The saleswoman, who heard these shouts from strangers around her, broke down in tears, wondering if her daughter could still be helped. The poor woman began to tearfully thank her benefactors, overwhelmed with both surprise and happiness. Sister Mary was also impressed by this act of Brother Sam's and looked at him with admiration. And the irrepressible man who had slandered the saleswoman hurried to disappear silently and unnoticed among the people. Seeing this, Sam turned to his interviewees and asked them with a smile what they thought of this twist in the storyline. Mary asked the boy why he helped his grandmother, and Sam replied that it was because of his good intuition. He immediately realized that the saleswoman was not lying. Mary said that even though they practice far away from the rest of the world, they still can't fully suppress their emotions. Brother Sam had the same feelings, and he gave this old lady such precious medicine. Sam replied that he had made the medicine himself, so it didn't cost anything, and that Mary should be more careful and not let herself be fooled in the future. Suddenly, the boy turned to Mary and handed her the talisman he had bought from the seller, saying that he had bought it for a girl. Mary was amazed by his act. She took the statuette in her hands and said she was very grateful. Even if she uses her recognition technique, the object still looks like an ordinary doll, and the woman's ancestor was deceived. But Sam replied that the woman hadn't deceived anyone, and that this was indeed a rare thing. He asked the girl to take a closer look at the doll and said that she would understand everything soon. The girl fulfilled Sam's request, and in a moment, the doll flew out of her hands and began to reveal its secrets. Writings began to appear around Mary, describing some very ancient technique, and she was amazed by the surprise. After reading some of the writing, she was able to generate energy between her hands, using a sword technique that was different from what she knew. For Sister Mary, this gift was like a whole world that she was eager to explore. After deactivating the doll, Mary told Sam that it was a very cool gift, and he understood all the features of the doll at a glance. Mary said she wanted to try out the new power inherent in this mascot, and Sam suggested going to the countryside, which was the best place to train. And the boy was right even in this. Less than half an hour after they left the city, two pursuers ordered them to come up to them. They ordered Sam to leave all his valuables and his girlfriend, otherwise the attackers would use force. The guy didn't make them ask him twice. He immediately threw all the things he was carrying on the ground. Running away from the clearing in the woods, Sam shouted that he would not regret anything, while Mary remained in the clearing with her purchases and the two attackers. The two bandits said they didn't think the boy would turn out to be a coward, but the girl just gritted her teeth and told them to go away. And in the next moment, Mary began her long-awaited training in a new sword technique, frightening the two villains. She cast the spell of the art of eternal regret on the boys and used the technique of rupture. The effect of these two techniques was terrifying, splattering the blood of the attackers in all directions. And to fully consolidate her result, the girl repeated the spell of the art of eternal regret. Mary told Sam that she likes the new techniques and thinks it will take time to fully master them. The guy was nearby and saw everything that was happening and said that Mary had mastered the techniques, but she had little experience, and a few trainings would fix that. Mary was amazed at how strong her brother Sam was. Could the gap between them really be that wide? He was the #1 trickster, and he was also self-confident, saying that he was lucky and that it was not for nothing that he gave that old lady the medicine. According to his memory, it was a spiritual power that was hidden in the map, and Sam continued to explore the new artifact. It looked as if someone had deliberately hidden the map in this statuette. Maybe it was the immortal the saleswoman was talking about. The map pointed to a specific place, and he decided to ask the girl Lisa if she knew anything about it. But, unexpectedly, Sam changed his mind and hid the projection of what he saw, saying that it had nothing to do with him. A few minutes later, the guy jumped into bed, saying that rest was the main goal of his life, and Lisa looked at him in amazement. But his dreams of relaxation were persistently prevented from coming true by someone else, and someone was knocking on the door of his room again. The guy had almost completely lost his self-control. Was it really that difficult to leave him alone? He shouted to Lewis and Noah through the door, who were shocked that he was already asleep and they should leave him alone. But the boys replied that they had asked Mary, and she said that Brother Sam was still awake and they hadn't had time to thank him for the recent events. But Sam insisted that he didn't need anything anyway and said goodnight to the boys, still not getting out of bed. Lewis said that in fact, after the demon clan invaded, they realized that their cultivation base was nothing. They hoped that Brother Sam would be able to guide them in the right direction, which is why they came. And in the future, if Brother Sam wants to postpone some tasks, he can pass them on to the boys. A second after Sam heard these words, his bed was instantly empty. A disheveled Sam opened the door for the boys, wanting to make sure he hadn't heard the tempting offer. Was he really able to transfer his daily tasks to the boys if he helped them cultivate them? Brothers Noah and Lewis quickly shook their heads in the affirmative in response to Brother Sam. The guy disappeared behind the door of his room and said that the book on techniques would help them a lot. They should give him a few minutes. Sometime later, he reappeared in the doorway of his room and handed the boys a book. Sam said he accidentally found it in an ancient relic when he went on a city tour. In fact, Sam was lying to his uninvited visitors. He did not find this book on the tour. The purple demon said that this book was the best among its counterparts, so it would be enough for the boys. Lewis opened the book and began to read its contents quickly, unable to believe that he was actually holding such a treasure in his hands. The book was about the fact that making mascots does not always require any resources. It describes how the heavens and the earth were created and how the sun and moon appeared. Sam, who had been listening to Lewis's story, suddenly felt his body making a breakthrough again. Realizing that he would not be able to sustain this process, he hurried to close the door behind him. The guy's energy just burst through his hands in different directions. The guy was electrified. He stuck his hand out through the gap between the room's doors and shouted to the boys that this was also his lesson for them and released some energy. The amazed boys who came to study saw that it was time for them to start practicing their skills. Nevertheless, Lewis managed to control himself and repel his brother Sam's powerful attack. Sam, at that moment, with a gigantic force of will, dripping with sweat, was able to extinguish the unexpected breakthrough with his energy. Brother Noah was the last to try to repel Sam's attack, eventually the attacking energy beam exploding into many small echoes. The boys were able to handle this science from Brother Sam, but were equally impressed by the power it was. Brother Sam was only able to hear a couple of sentences that Lewis retold from the book, and he was already too close to destroying his talisman. Sam sat propped up against the room door, trying to catch his breath. The purple demon laughed, saying that he had nothing to do with it, that it was the boy's strength that was to blame. Sam's friends were also at the door, and they said that the boy's talismans were very strong. It was obvious to them that Sam had a talent for learning this book, but the boys selflessly gave it up in their favor. Sam replied that his talents were rather mediocre and that even this mascot took a lot of effort. His illness was showing. He shouted that he was not feeling well, so he was going to go to bed and wished the boys good luck in their studies. Confused, Noah and Lewis remained in front of their brother's closed door, surprised that Sam was sick. After closing the door on the boys, Sam was finally able to catch his breath, and this time he managed to successfully quell the surge of his energy. The training camp in Tianjiao was coming up. It was time for the guy to move forward, and Sam knew that he would have to work hard for the key. However, he has been tired today and needs to get some rest. It was late at night, and the candle by Sam's bed had already gone out. Outside the door of Brother Sam's room, a woman's voice asked if he was okay. It was Mary, and she was worried, not understanding why Sam was not answering. She was told that the guy was not feeling well. The worried girl did not know what to think, if her brother Sam was really that sick. Mary couldn't wait any longer for someone to answer. She decided that time was running out in seconds and pushed open the door of the room with her energy. She ran inside and saw a guy sleeping soundly on the bed under the covers. Mary called out to Sam and, when he did not wake up, tried to push him from his sleep. She felt that his spiritual strength was very weak. In fact, Sam was just sleeping very soundly and had muffled his cultivation base. But the girl thought it was because of the illness and wanted to help him. The usual way of replenishing her spiritual strength did not work, and she realized that there was only one way out. But the very thought of it made Mary turn as red as cancer. In this case, only artificial respiration could help the guy survive. She convinced herself that saving a person was above all else, and she shouldn't think about anything else. Mary lifted Sam's head above the pillow and leaned over his face. But her plans were thwarted by the boy himself, who suddenly opened his eyes and asked what Sister Mary was doing in his room. Mary continued to hold Sam's head in her hands out of fright, but blushing from head to toe, the boy asked her again what she was doing. Suddenly, the girl's body began to obey her, and she ran away from Sam's bed, covering her face with her hands in shame and saying that she was nervous. Sister Mary did not know what to do to make the boy forget this horror as soon as possible. Sam scratched his head. They probably all believed he was very sick. Sister Mary was so worried about him, it was sweet. This was very good news for him. Because of their trust, he will soon have a 3-month vacation in his pocket. Sam decided to continue playing his game and pretended to be dizzy. When she saw this, the girl asked anxiously if her brother Sam was all right. The guy replied, coughing, that everything was fine, and he thanked the girl for her concern for his health. In fact, he was already feeling much better, and he thinks he will recover very quickly. He told Mary that he would do anything for a vacation, and she folded her arms across her chest and replied that of course Brother Sam needed a break. The girl apologized for disturbing him and entered the room and quickly ran out, leaving the boy alone. When Mary closed the door behind her, Sam was able to catch his breath. He finally waited for the girl to leave. It was hard for him to be an actor. Mary stood on the other side of the door of the boy's room and did not understand what was happening to her, why her heart was beating so fast. And on top of that, she also felt that her forehead was very hot, so maybe she was sick too. She decided to visit the local hospital for a checkup as a precaution. The girl's doctor told her that she had a problem with her heart. It was beating very hard. Probably it was some kind of attack. The doctor asked Mary to give her her wrist and, counting the girl's pulse, asked if she had any other symptoms. The girl thought about it and answered that she also had fever, shortness of breath, and foggy thoughts. These were probably all the symptoms that Mary felt. The doctor carefully took an amnesis, counting her pulse beats at the same time. After counting her pulse, the woman asked when it all started, and Mary replied that it hadn't been long. She didn't know what it could be. It didn't look like a normal illness. Having found out the time, the doctor decided to find out under what circumstances the girl had such symptoms. Mary replied that these symptoms appear when she's around a friend of hers. Hearing these words, the doctor laughed, and the girl was surprised to ask if she understood what kind of disease she had. With a sly look at Mary, the doctor replied that it was not a disease at all, but love. Mary felt as if someone had hit her over the head. How was this possible? How could this happen to her? At that time, the guy was sleeping peacefully in his bed, but his dreams were no longer as simple as they seemed at first glance. When Sam fell asleep, he was in his subconscious, and now he also had to give out tasks for the day there. When he used some techniques, he managed to create a world in his subconscious where he could rest and recuperate. Now, in this subconscious, he was not alone with himself, and these divine beasts had to do something too. There were already 4 divine beasts, and the green dragon now lived in his subconscious. After a while, a giant turtle joined him. Of course, there were also animals he was already familiar with. The moon tiger, for example, and also the starbird, the protector, the fiery phoenix. All these animals wanted his attention. Although the boy could do everything himself, he could not leave the animals he had tamed wandering around. Since he miraculously won them over the last time, they have been living here, and Sam lets them do various tasks to keep them busy. Initially, there were only 2 divine beasts, but then another one appeared, and after the victory over the demon clan, other seals were removed from the beasts. All of his wards immediately gathered around him a few days ago in a peach orchard and swore allegiance. Although the guy said that he was not their master, let alone the Emperor King, it did not matter to them. The Phoenix insisted that they would not confuse the energy of their emperor with anything, that they had done something wrong, and that was why he did not recognize them. All the divine beasts looked at him with the eyes of an abandoned cat and promised that they would follow him no matter what. Sam, after thinking about it for a while, did not refuse to give up such unexpected powerful friends and said that they would be useful to him. The new wards were very happy with this decision of their new owner. They did not even expect him to agree. They could not leave him because it was their destiny to follow their master. The Phoenix said they wanted to find the jade of the dark demon. 10,000 years ago, the Emperor sealed their bodies, and only the jade of a dark demon can fully break the seal. This is the key that will remove the shackles from their bodies and release their energy in full. Before he left, the Emperor promised that he would help them find jade, but in the end, they were stuck for years in a map of mountains and rivers. Not only do the beasts have different abilities, but they can also hide Sam's true power. After listening to this brief excursion into history, Sam realized that his situation was not so bad after all. Sam says that the divine beasts can follow him. The guy doesn't mind, but warns that they must obey. He will help with the jade. All 4 divine beasts thanked Sam in a chorus and said that they would dedicate their lives to him. After handing out the assignments to his mentees, Sam sat down in a comfortable chair and started reading the book, finally, without anyone disturbing him. But not even a minute had passed since he thought about it, and there was another persistent knock on his room door. Sam was finally pissed off with these uninvited guests who didn't let him spend time alone with himself. This time, it was John. Dissatisfied, Sam was forced to return to the real world again, and he asked without getting out of bed who had come to see him. It seemed to Brother Sam that the night was endless, and most importantly, he was constantly being forced to do something. Still lying in his bed, he asked through the door what Brother John wanted from him. He replied that he was officially challenging his brother Sam to a duel and hoped that he would accept his challenge. The guy sat up sharply on the bed at this news. He didn't understand why John insisted on this. Sam just wanted to enjoy the holiday. John replied that he actually thinks it was thanks to him that Sister Mary's technique has developed so rapidly. That's why he has great doubts just now. The guy has already been approached for advice and he has seen it. Sam's abilities were hard to ignore. Brother John was sure and insisted that Sam was hiding his true strength. Sam asked what would happen to him if he refused to accept his brother John's challenge. He replied that he would beg him to do so every day until Brother Sam agreed to his challenge. Irritated, Sam sat in his room and thought about the fact that this guy would not leave him alone. It seems that his brother John left him no choice. But there are 2 sides to every problem, and if he doesn't agree, the doubts in John's heart will continue to grow. If he ever tells anyone about this, people might think that Sam is really hiding his power and might give him more tasks. Sam decided that it was better to lose to his brother John today so that he would leave him alone and get out of his bed, walking to the door. John didn't expect him to agree so quickly, but the guy had already begun to insist on a fight. Sometime later, the 2 boys were standing against each other in a forest clearing near the city. John thanked him again for accepting his challenge and warned him that he was about to attack. Sam thought that there were no spectators here, so he didn't have to show off for the public. He decided to just use one of the protective talismans and let it out of the sleeve of his robe. Mary stared at the doctor in a daze and kept repeating how it was possible that she had fallen in love. The doctor replied that if a girl asks such questions, she may not have experienced love before. She asked if Mary stood out among the others, and she thought about it. But I didn't have time to think about it well, because I heard something happening in the forest outside the city. Right now, at this moment, someone started a fight there, and one of the energies was Brother Sam's energy. After thanking the doctor on the fly for the appointment, the girl shouted that she had left the money on the table, and Mary felt that she had to get to the scene of the fight. Brother John was still trying to break Brother Sam's protective talisman, which had formed a dome around him. But his attacks were ineffective against this defense, and the dome remained intact. The guy was very surprised to find out that his brother Sam had such a powerful technique. Sam was embarrassed because he was using the weakest technique, which is why his brother John called it strong. It was as if this pretense was not enough. We had to be even weaker. And with the next blow, Brother John succeeded in breaking Brother Sam's defense, and the dome broke into small pieces. Sam remained standing, but began to cover his head from the debris of the protective dome. Surprised, Brother John stopped for a moment. He might have been wrong about Sam, and he was not that strong. Sam sat down on the ground, covering his eyes. He was glad that the guy was starting to doubt his previous statements about him. But the boy realized that his performance was not over yet, and his brother John announced that it was time to end their business. He launched an energy beam in the guy's direction, and Sam thought that he only needed to lose to him once, and then no one would bother him. But today was the day when Brother Sam's plans were unceremoniously disrupted by other people. Brother John's attack was interrupted by Sister Mary's counterattack. Brother John shouted in indignation, not understanding what had happened, why someone was interfering with their fight. He looked up and saw Sister Mary hovering in mid-air between the boys. Sister Mary shouted that Brother John did not dare to mock his comrades. The guy replied that she had misunderstood and that he and his brother Sam had agreed to a duel. Mary shook hands with Sam and noted that the boy dared to call the beating a pair of sparring matches. If Brother John wants a real duel so badly, he can fight her right now. John shouted that this case was only about him and his brother Sam, and that it was no business of Sister Mary's. Why does Sister Mary stand up for Brother Sam whenever someone has something against him? Mary turned to Sam and looked at him thoughtfully, wondering why she was doing this at all. Was the girl really in love with him, and was the doctor right in her assumption? Sam stood silently and looked at Mary, not understanding why she was reacting to his brother John's question. She thought that it didn't look like sympathy. She hated it when her brother Sam was so calm about everything. Sister Mary turned to her brother John and said that Sam was a very good friend of hers, so she would help him achieve his only goal. John was puzzled. He asked what the girl meant by this, whether she and Sam had the same goal. Mary believed that she should learn from her brother Sam. So if brother John wants to challenge brother Sam, he'll have to overcome her first, and the guy immediately agreed. He said that their fight had been interrupted in the peach orchard anyway, so now he would teach them both a lesson, and then they would see who was who. But his solemn speech before the battle was interrupted by his brother Noah and brother Lewis, who also flew to help brother Sam. They said that Sam helped them without asking for anything. He's their best friend, so if John wants to fight, he should fight them first. Sister Mary shouted at the boys that she was the first to come to this match and that they should just stand behind her in line. Brother Noah didn't see anything wrong with it. He hadn't fought side by side with his sister Mary for a long time. Lewis didn't mind either. He just wanted to try out new fighting techniques. Brother John forced them to stop talking because he wanted to fight with his sister Mary. Sam stood silently behind the four of them and did not understand what was happening. It was supposed to be a regular duel. The whole story turned into a kind of game, and the only thing the guy realized was that it was all his fault. Former comrades from the same clan instantly became enemies and began to fight with each other. Sam stood back, watching all this action, and wondered why he had to get involved in all this. The boy realized that it would be very difficult to lose in such a fight, so he decided to take on his brother John himself. The energy beam hit Sam, causing him great suffering. Sam screamed and fell to the ground, attracting Mary's attention. The girl turned around and, seeing the guy on the ground, forgot about everything. She ran to her brother Sam and leaned over him, asking him how he was feeling. This act already attracted the attention of all the other participants in the fight, thus stopping it. The boys blamed each other, but brother John insisted that he recognized his loss of control. But his rivals were no saints either. The noisy argument, which had no intention of stopping on its own, was interrupted by the voice of Master Jack, who was looking on from above. All 5 participants in the conflict looked up and fell silent in fright. They had been exposed. Elder Jack was furiously angry at what he saw in front of him. This was not how he had trained the students of the Kin Yun Sword Clan. The master said that they dare not behave like that while performing their task. And what is going on here? What kind of fight did they start in the middle of a clearing in the forest? The training camp in Tianzhou was about to begin, so everyone present had to train hard and not let the clan down. The 3 boys lined up in front of their teacher and, with a sigh, apologized for their behavior. The master said they were from the same clan. They had to stick together, and if Brother Sam had an unfinished task, they had to do it for him. Brother Sam had never been so happy that day. He was relieved of his duties. The next day, the disciples and the elder continued on their way to the Starry Sky clan. Brother Noah was again unhappy with the long journey, saying that he was tired, but Lewis replied that it was all the fault of yesterday's fight. One question bothered John. The Starry Sky clan had always been considered small. How could they organize such a grand gathering? Mary replied that the Starry Sky clan had previously experienced a very big crisis and their head disappeared for a while. But at the critical moment he returned, and his kingdom was incredibly high, he settled the situation with radical methods. It is said that the head accidentally found himself in an ancient secret realm where he was able to ascend and the clan was saved. Brother John thought about the terrible possibilities of the secret kingdom. The elder said that among the greatest rewards of the Tianzhou congregation is the key to the tomb of the Jade Emperor. The person who gets this key will become incredibly powerful, and after the winner is revealed, the world will change radically. The guys realized that there were many brilliant people among the participants and the battle would not be easy, but they were ready to give their best for the sake of the Sword Clan. Lewis and Noah saw Sam flying and reading some book. They didn't know he liked cultivation. Sam finally decided to study. But when Noah looked at the title of the book, he realized that the guy was studying sisterhood cultivation, which was not what he would expect from his brother Sam. Suddenly, Sister Mary felt that they were being followed and looked back. She was right. Some dark entity was definitely approaching them at high speed. Sam also felt like an uninvited guest. He expected something like this from this trip. Sister Mary pulled her sword from its sheath and shouted that demonic energy was approaching them. In a moment, everyone realized what kind of entity had attacked them. It was the demon wolf of the blood moon. The master shouted that the power of this wolf was greater than that of the purple palace and that the disciples should be careful and work together. The disciples understood their elders' instructions and rushed to fight the wolf at once. They managed to generate energy circuits to restrain the hellish predator, but they were holding on for dear life. Mary realized that there was not a second to lose and, dodging the wolf's jaws, flew at its head, striking it. She stopped and looked at the state of the enemy after her attack. The wolf was looking fiercely in her direction. Suddenly, the predator opened its mouth and demonic energy began to fly out. Mary was amazed by this sight. Something was definitely happening, and it was not good. The wolf decided to get rid of the shackles by dividing into 5 parts, the number of students of the Sword Clan. Each of the demonic wolves of the Blood Moon rushed toward an individual disciple. Noah saw 2 wolves coming at him, but one stopped, about to attack, and the other flew a few centimeters away to someone else. The same wolf that Brother Noah saw chose Brother Sam as his victim. But Sam waited for the right moment and dodged the predator's attack, and the wolf caught only air. Sam saw a strange accumulation of energy around the attacker's neck. But suddenly, Sam's sister Mary flew up to him, shouting that she could help him, and attacked his demon wolf. The girl's punch cut the predator in half and made it disappear into thin air. Some of the friends also managed to destroy another demon wolf of the Blood Moon. A concerned Elder Jack turned to the girl and the boys and asked if they were all safe and sound. Brother John replied that the master shouldn't worry because they were fine. The wizard said that the wolf had appeared too suddenly and was most likely created by someone, so if everyone was safe, they had to hurry up. But Sam suddenly felt that the aura among his friends had somehow changed. He grabbed Sister Mary, who was next to him, by the arm, stopping her. Something was definitely wrong. The girl did not understand why he was behaving like that and pulled her to him. The girl still demanded an explanation from her brother Sam, who did not let go of her hand and looked at her without taking his eyes off her. She didn't realize that Sam was focused on something that was inside her, not on her. The boy saw an echo of the Blood Moon Demon Wolf's energy in the girl's chest, and Sam did not understand how it got there. Having dealt with everything he was interested in, the guy said that nothing had happened. He was just worried and decided to examine Mary's wounds. But the girl said that she was not hurt, and the master who flew up to them asked them to speed up. He thought he was just making it all up, but for some reason he had these strange feelings, hoping that nothing would happen at the meeting. Finally, the Starry Sky clan appeared directly behind them, and the travelers could see the entrance gate. Brothers John and Noah were incredibly happy that their long journey was over. They landed right in front of the gate and realized how majestic it looked. Sam said she deserved to be among the top 3 in his ranking. At first, no one met them, but a few minutes after their arrival, one of the members of the Starry Sky clan flew to the gate. He immediately apologized for his tardiness and said he was responsible for the guests at the event. He was a disciple of the Starry Sky clan who was ranked last in the clan's ranking. He handed the newcomers 5 stones, saying that they were spiritual jade, which was given only to the participants of the meeting, and Mary thanked him. When the boy handed the jade to Sam, he was in no hurry to take it in his hands. He saw that there was something dark and strange inside the stone. Sam examined the strange object carefully, wondering how it had traces of demonic energy in it. The guy was giving the participants a tour, and in front of him was the arena for the fights, where the event would be held. Some representatives of the Alliance clans were already present in the arena, looking at the newcomers with interest. The guide turned to the representatives of the Sword Clan and announced that they were at the Kinyon clan's observation deck. And the next moment, saying that he still had some work to do, he asked me to make myself comfortable. Sam saw that the boy was being sandbagged by other members of his clan, and they insisted that he work harder. He realized that the person in charge of guests was not very popular here. Suddenly, the attention of everyone in the arena was drawn to the head of the Starry Sky clan, Russell. It hovered over the center of the arena, allowing the crowd to see itself. After waiting a moment, Russell said that from now on, they would represent not only themselves, but also the clan they were participating from. To the loud shouts of the audience, he asked to be allowed to introduce the participants of the competition to everyone present. The first were the members of the Purple Spirit clan, Lisa and Kyle, who had already met Sam. Russell introduced Jeremiah from the Shenyang clan as the second, and the boy stood up from his seat to get a better look at him. The guy wished the participants good luck. He believed that their clan would take at least second place. His brothers hid their faces. They were ashamed of him. Next, Russell introduced Leia, a girl with blue hair, a representative of the Huanghai clan. And after her, it was finally the turn of the Qin Sword clan. All the representatives of the alliance clans were announced one by one, but Sam did not care. The boy heard out of the corner of his ear, while reading his novel, that most of the clans were more or less famous. It seems that if he is careful, there will be no problems this time. But the clan of the Palace of Heavenly Illusions interrupted his thoughts. Sam instantly stood up from his seat, throwing his novel away. It was indeed Maggie from the Palace of Heavenly Illusions, his recent new acquaintance. Not only Sam was amazed, but everyone around him was too. This clan really existed, not just a legend. Maggie's appearance surprised the boy, because their clan had never participated in such competitions, and for some reason, she was present this time. The boy hid his book away from Maggie's invading hands, this time, even if she doesn't try to touch the cultivation of a sister. Lewis and Noah were surprised that the girl said hello to them, as if they knew each other. Mary also noticed her brother Sam's tension at the arrival of this girl and attacked the boy. She asked him why he was so suddenly tense, if he and this girl knew each other. Sam, for some reason, felt very embarrassed and tried to justify himself to the girl, saying that he and Maggie did not know each other. Russell said that he thinks everyone knows that the winners get the key to the tomb of the Jade Emperor. In addition, the third-place student will receive a Demon Moon bracelet, and the second-place student will receive a Fire Star Pearl. The participants were very interested in such cool awards in these competitions. They were delighted. The competition was to be held in 2 stages. The first battle was about to begin, and each participant was to be given a number. A corresponding number had to appear in the jade in everyone's hand, and people with the same numbers competed with each other. Russell made an announcement that the first stage of the competition was considered to have started. The friends had different numbers, and they did not compete with each other in the first round. One of the elders approached the chairman with a report that all the participants had successfully spread the wolf's energy, but something had happened. Russell turned his head to the elder in concern and asked what had happened. The man replied that the Qin clan man did not let the wolf's energy pass through him. This energy simply evaporated from his stone. The head of the Starry Sky clan ordered one of his people to take care of this Qin clan member. He looked at the competition arena and remained calm. Everything was just fine. Their plan was gradually coming to fruition. The referee began to announce the first match. It was a representative from the Starry Sky clan, James. His opponent was the guy who met the Qin clan when they arrived here, Milo. All those present were amazed that in the first fight, one of their own fought against one of their own. Milo was considered the last in the rankings, and James was a true student. Mary asked her brother Sam what he thought about this fight. Who would win this fight? But the boy even jumped up from surprise while reading his book, and Sam dozed off a bit. Mary was surprised to note that brother Sam didn't seem to be interested in watching the competition at all. The girl's thoughts were interrupted by the first participant in the fight, who landed in the arena for the duel. The representative of the Starry Sky clan, James, folded his arms in a gesture of respect to the audience. A few seconds later, Milo, a familiar face to many of the audience, flew into the arena opposite him. James looked at his opponent and smiled predatory, saying that defeating him was as easy as squashing a mosquito. But the guy didn't falter, and replied that James would have to work hard anyway. James pointed his finger at Milo and said that he would have to leave. The boy gritted his teeth and said that he wanted to at least try to fight. James was only outraged by the boy's words. He could not understand how he dared to challenge him. If Milo is so eager to die today, James will help him with this. The guy has generated the first powerful attack towards the enemy. For Milo, this attack was unexpected, so he didn't have time to come up with any counterattack, but just quickly jumped back. But a second later, he felt that behind him, brother James was preparing to attack him in the back again. The attack of the starburst illuminated the entire arena, and Milo flew to safety again, trying to avoid the blow. But James was not going to let up and had already brought his hand in for the third shot. The guy realized that he would not be able to escape this time, and the next moment, Milo flew almost across the arena, bleeding to death. Before the guy could land on the ground, James was already flying to finish him off. James shouted, laughing that Milo wanted it. He didn't give up at the beginning of the fight. The guy generated a powerful starwave attack and imprinted Milo, who was already wounded, into the ground. The pain even caused tears to flow from the guy's eyes, and blood spurted out of his mouth like a fountain. Everything around the fight arena was silent, and the spectators looked silently at the guy lying on the ground, surrounded by puffs of smoke. The referee announced that the first match was over, and James won. Brother John couldn't take his eyes off the guy who didn't move. This fight was too fierce. Mary could not understand how this James could do this to his own brother. They were from the same clan. Sam noted to himself that the internal disputes within the Starry Sky clan were much more serious than he had initially thought. He looked at his brothers and thought about how good it was that he was a member of the Kinyon Sword clan. The referee began to announce the second match, and everyone present instantly tensed in anticipation. Jeremiah and Mary, the Shenyang clan versus the Kinyon clan, were to be the next to enter the ring. Jeremiah quickly jumped into the arena from his seat. He liked to show off in public. He shouted that it was finally his turn because his fists were bored with the lack of battles. He put his hand to his forehead and asked the dark dragon, who was sleeping on the lotus bed of fire, to give him strength and get rid of his enemies. It seems that this guy really had some problems with his head, Lewis told his brother John. John told Mary not to worry, that she would definitely win over Jeremiah. Sam told Mary to be careful and not to look at his behavior. The guy is much stronger than it might seem at first glance. Mary smiled, reassuring her brother Sam, and asked him not to worry, she would be fine. The girl jumped over the fence of their observation deck and landed in the arena for the fights. Jeremiah said that if Mary surrendered now, her face would remain intact, but if not, the Lord of the Flames would get rid of her. Mary's response was an attack on Jeremiah, who had already begun to annoy her with his chatter. The boy disappeared in the smoke that rose over the arena from a blow from Sister Mary. Mary's eyes glowed with a bright yellow light, and she briefly told Jeremiah to fight, not to talk nonsense. The guy called her a villain and accused her of interrupting his brilliant speech. Mary replied that if everyone was decent, the world would not be in such chaos, and generated another attack on the enemy. The guy stood there, looking at the girl's energy rays flying in his direction. Suddenly, his entire body began to emit flames that surrounded him on all sides. Mary was amazed at the sight, wondering what kind of abilities her opponent was hiding. All of the girl's attacks crashed against the fire generated by Jeremiah, and she realized that it was some kind of protective shield. But while she was looking at him, she missed how the tentacles of his energy began to reach out to her. The boy said that the villain was weak, and now she would know how to doubt his great strength. The next moment, Mary realized that she was trapped. Jeremiah's energy enveloping her from all sides, restricting her movements. The guy shouted that all he wanted now was to beat Mary and rushed to attack. Jeremiah flew straight at Mary, thrusting his fist forward with the generated energy to attack and shouting for her to accept her punishment. The girl looked at him. She was unable to move even her hand. This irrepressible Jeremiah had completely annoyed her, and Mary began to feel angry. When the girl's anger reached its peak, she broke the energy bonds of her opponent. The blue flames of her anger flew toward Jeremiah and forced him to shield himself from the blow. Everyone in the stands jumped up from their seats. This move was quite unexpected, and this counterattack was very interesting to Lei from the Huanghai clan. Maggie was looking slyly at Mary. This girl turned out to be a real swordswoman. Jeremiah landed on the ground from the impact. He said he didn't think the girl would be so strong. She impressed him. Maggie expected Jeremiah to take their fight more seriously, and she told him so. In this case, the girl declared that their battle would soon come to an end and generated the Kinyon 9-swing sword technique. A second later, Jeremiah was struck by a beam of her energy and dissolved into thin air. Mary was surprised to realize that she had just hit a clone, not a real enemy with her attack. Next to her, the real Jeremiah landed in the arena and said that the protagonist was destined to become famous and the villain was going to die. The guy was enveloped in some more flames, and the girl decided to prevent his attack and used her technique again. But her tactics didn't work. Kinyon's technique couldn't hit that blue flame that was rising around her. A moment later, Mary saw that the blue flames of her enemy were already reaching for her. Since this fire could not be cut, all she could do was dodge. Mary jumped away from another enemy attack and landed on the other side of the arena. But wherever she ran, looking around her, she always saw the blue flames approaching her again. Jeremiah smiled happily as he looked at the girl and asked her how she liked his playing style now. He called this technique the divine flame, the fire of justice that struck everything around. Elder Jack noted that despite the obvious problems with this participant's head, he did have potential. Brother Noah began to worry about Mary. He turned in Sam's direction and asked him if he thought the girl would survive. But Sam was on Mary's side. He told the boy not to worry, she would never lose this fight. Mary could not understand why her spiritual power was constantly decreasing. Could her blade energy not strike some kind of flame? She just can't lose this fight while her brother Sam is watching. The girl opened her eyes and realized that the blade was about to break through. With every passing second, Mary was getting harder and harder, which meant that her plan was working. Finally, Mary managed to open the door to the next stage of self-improvement. Sam, not looking up from his novel, felt a huge surge of energy from the girl, who had finally realized how to make a breakthrough. It was time for a real attack, and the girl unleashed all her power on the enemy. Even Elder Jack was amazed at what he had just seen. Was it really possible? All those present jumped up from their seats because they had just seen the unity of man and blade, the blade of the heart. Mary was so young and had already reached such heights. Mary asked Jeremiah if he knew what justice was because he claimed to be a justice seeker. The guy replied that it seemed Mary was a decent girl too, and now he was beginning to respect their battle. Jeremiah announced that it was his turn to make a move and started generating energy. The girl rushed at her opponent using a sword technique, shouting that he would get his due. Jeremiah also ran to meet Sister Mary, preparing a combined attack of two types of attacking energy. Two powerful forces met above the arena of the Starry Sky Clan's fights and illuminated everything around them. All the spectators nervously watched the fierce battle, admiring the strength of the participants. It was a very dangerous fight. Jeremiah laughed and praised Mary for her good skills. Mary politely replied that Jeremiah's fire was also of good quality. The two opponents stood opposite each other and did not move. All of Sister Mary's brothers stood up from their seats. They could not understand who had won the fight. A few seconds later, Jeremiah fell to his knees and blood spurted from his mouth like a fountain. The referee announced that the competition between the Shenyang and Kinyon clans was over, with Mary from the Kinyon clan winning. The head of the Starry Sky clan, Russell, also liked the fight and called it impressive. The girl really had a wonderful talent. He was sorry that their lives would be cut short within his clan. They were very good warriors. After the battle, members of the Starry Sky clan came out to the fighters to heal their wounds. The doctor told Mary that her injuries were mild and that she had injected healing spiritual power into them and that she should be cured soon. Mary thanked the doctor and said that she was feeling much better, but she replied that Mary shouldn't be so polite. It was their job. He himself was closely watching what was happening in the arena, and he didn't like what was being done to Mary. He recognized this energy again, and through healing, doctors only stimulate the demonic energy in the bodies of the participants. Now he saw that the dark core he had noticed in Sister Mary's body earlier was demonic. Mary was still in the arena and suddenly heard someone calling out to her, so she turned around. Her brother Sam was standing behind her, smiling and greeting her, and she was happy to see him. And before she could ask why he had come, the guy quickly approached her and grabbed her arm. He held her hand in his, looking into her eyes and moving closer to the girl, but saying nothing. Maggie, from the Palace of Celestial Illusions, looked at this seemingly intimate situation in the middle of the arena and could not understand what was happening. Curiosity and jealousy fought with each other in the girl at the same time. She couldn't believe the thought that came to her mind first. Were the two of them in a relationship? Suddenly, Mary looked away from her brother Sam and looked at one of the audience members who was staring at her. The girl did not understand why the stranger was so interested in her person. Sam continued to do what he was doing. He just looked into the girl's eyes, holding her hand. He was focused. He couldn't tell Mary what was happening because he wasn't sure himself. The guy was silently destroying the dark core inside the girl. After a while, he destroyed the demon that was born in the soul of Sister Mary, and now everything was fine with the girl. The doctor approached the couple, seeing something strange going on, and asked if the boy had any problems. Mary immediately pulled her hand out of the guy's and blushed with shame. Sam replied that nothing had happened, and he was just worried about his sister Mary, whether she was hurt. The doctor told him not to worry because they take good care of each participant. Sam laughed and agreed, saying that he believed they would do a better job than he did. And if everything turned out to be okay with Mary's sister, they would leave the arena right now. Sam grabbed the girl and dragged her to his brothers. As they passed Jeremiah, who was being carried on a stretcher, he called out to Mary. He theatrically shouted that the girl was a good opponent and should take care of her injuries. He was looking forward to continuing the duel. Sam thought that Jeremiah also tried hard during the round. The match was very good. In his head, the guy analyzed what had happened to them recently. First, there were monsters, and then demons. It looks like the Starry Sky clan didn't really care about security, so we have to be on our guard. The referee announced the next round of fights. A fighter from the Jungui clan against John's brother from the Kinyon clan. The audience began to whisper, saying that these two were great disciples of their clans and it was time to find out who was stronger. Brother John said that if both of them are considered true disciples, they should immediately move from words to deeds. Robert of the Jungwi clan agreed with this statement as he prepared his weapon for the attack. The guy quickly rushed at John, holding his weapon out. John did not get confused and responded to Robert with a counterattack, constantly changing his location. The whole arena lit up with red and blue lights. These rivals did not like to stand in one place. The audience was satisfied with this fight. One should expect nothing less from true disciples. Robert rushed at John with another heartmark attack. The ghost of war flew out of his sword and attacked John, stabbing him in the chest. John fell to the ground, blood spurted from his mouth, and his wound was noticeable. But he was not going to give up, and so, overcoming himself, he was able to jump to the side, avoiding the enemy's second attack. Robert shouted at him not to be so naive, because he wouldn't be able to dodge his blows all the time. Mary began to worry about John. She asked Sam if he would lose, because John's kingdom was lower than Robert's. But Sam said that he couldn't say that with certainty. He felt that all was not lost. Very soon, John's brother would have to prove himself, and in the meantime, Robert was encouraging him to give up. John closed his eyes for a second and then opened them, telling himself to be calm. It was just an opponent who was a little stronger than him. John tried to think of what Mary would do, and he leaned toward using the intent of the blade. The guy started generating energy for this type of attack. He believed that the intention of the blade would help him. He shouted at Robert that he had been attacking for too long, and now it was John's turn to make his move. Robert looked at John and did not understand why his energy suddenly increased so much. The guy was overwhelmed by a powerful force. Having generated enough energy to attack, he rushed into battle against his opponent. Robert was trying to generate another counterattack from the heart's footprint, the martial arts ghost. Explosions occurred in the middle of the arena, completely hiding the fighters from all spectators. Ashes and earth began to fly in all directions, and no one understood how Brother John had managed to become so strong if it was the energy of the blade's intent. Brother Noah and Brother Lewis looked closely at the clearing smoke and asked each other who had won. Sam was finally able to catch his breath, and this match was also quite good. The smoke cleared, and everyone saw Robert on one knee, dropping his weapon and saying he would not surrender. The referee announced that the fight could be considered over, and that John's brother had won, and he thanked Mary for her help. He said that her skill with the blade impressed him, while the girl said that she hadn't really done anything. If John wants to thank someone, let him thank his brother Sam, who was the one who inspired her to use this technique. The referee announced the next fight, Simon of the Hwanghae clan versus Brother Sam and Kin Yun. Sam was a little surprised at how quickly his turn came. He hoped there was still time to read the novel. Simon was pleased with this appointment, and another student from the Kin Yun sword clan was invited to the arena again. Sam stood in the fight arena, wondering how to behave in these competitions if you can't hurt your opponent. Otherwise, the healers of the starry sky will bring the energy of the demon to the participant during the healing. But if the victory is too easy, the elders will start giving him more tasks in the future. Simon was already standing in the arena, greeting Sam and inviting him to start the fight. But the guy did not pay attention to him. Simon did not understand who this respectable man was who looked down on him. Sam went through the options for attacking. Using a priest of beasts would be very powerful, maybe a talisman or a purple demon. It was very difficult. Simon did not understand what this guy was doing. The competition had already begun. Why Sam was not moving? Maybe he was generating the power of his sword. Finally losing his patience, he shouted at Sam, asking why he was not paying attention to him. In a moment, he generated a powerful attack, and the energy beam flew rapidly toward his opponent. At that very moment, Sam finally realized how to implement his plan and not get caught. You have to be not too weak, but not too strong, and the guy managed to dodge the enemy's attack at the last moment. This impressed Simon, who saw that the boy didn't even look back at him. If it wasn't for that half step, his shot would have reached Sam, and he didn't even bat an eyelid. His attack looked too careless for Sam. This guy was not so simple. Sam raised his hand and activated the girl Lisa. The spirit beast was the perfect overlap for his machinations. A second later, Lisa flew out of her talisman, happy to see her friend again. The girl immediately rushed to hug him because they really hadn't seen each other for a long time, all these days on the road, and she hadn't left her mascot. Simon watched in amazement as his opponent began to mutter something, turning away from him. He couldn't figure out who Sam was talking to, if it was some kind of secret spell against him. He told the girl that she needed to win by a small margin, without getting hurt, and that the main thing was not to show her true strength. Sam looked back at one point and looked at Simon, who was shaking like a leaf. He hadn't done anything yet, and he was so scared. Mary, who was watching her brother Sam's fight, did not understand why he did not start the fight and attack. All the spectators around us were wondering why nothing had happened in the ring so far. Lisa flew behind Simon's back and he felt a strong cold behind him. This frightened the guy even more, wondering if this weirdo had already used some kind of sword energy against him. Sam was still standing with his back to his opponent, thinking about a plan of action, and Simon was already cowering from any wrestling. At first, Sam will compete with nothing, using Lisa as an assistant, and then use a trick to get closer to victory. Simon could not stand it any longer and decided to attack. Even if there was a huge gap between their forces, he still should not give up. All the spectators around them got up from their seats, and finally, the two started moving, and the fight began. Lisa could see that Sam's opponent was preparing to attack her friend, and she did not like it. To stop him, she flew up behind him and kicked him in the buttocks with all her might. Terrified, Simon looked around, but saw nothing and no one behind him. He did not understand what had hit him. Sam hasn't done anything yet, and the audience saw the terror on Simon's face. Maybe Sam was using the power of his sword to deliver invisible blows. Suddenly, Simon had a terrible thought, and he looked at the guy, who still didn't turn in his direction. According to legend, a person can achieve great success in fencing, but when he reaches the appropriate level, he can cut his enemy to pieces before he can realize it. Simon trembled even more, his whole body shaking. He was definitely being attacked. If this weirdo really wants to punish him for something, he needs to do something urgently. Otherwise, he will be finished. In a moment, the guy's weapon flew to the ground. He did not want to fight this strong enemy anymore. Simon screamed at the top of his lungs, which seems to have caused incomprehension among all the spectators of the Starry Sky Clan arena. Sam turned to his opponent in surprise. He hadn't even managed to strike him a single blow, so he decided to surrender. The guy insisted that the referee end the fight, and everyone was looking at the judges. The amazed spectators came up with different versions, and Simon must have realized something and decided to give up, as if they were in an illusion. Maggie was also surprised by this unexpected plot twist. This victory was quite interesting. Did Sam really create an illusion for his opponent? Sam remained in place, but called his spiritual beast to him. It seems that he began to guess something. He leaned over Lisa and told her that he hadn't even given her a sign of where she was going in such a hurry. Sam said out loud that he would be more attentive to details next time, and Simon heard him. The guy took it personally. He thought that Sam had said it to him, and he was convinced that his decision to surrender was the right one. Leia also checked out Sam's move. She remembered this opponent and was already looking forward to their battle together. James smiled predatory. He didn't think the Kinyon clan would have such outstanding personnel. Jeremiah did not restrain his emotions. He asked the god of fire on the lotus if this battle had affected the spirit world. Master Jack noted that he hadn't noticed Sam was so strong before, and it looks like he'll have more tasks now. Mary said that Brother Sam's actions were unpredictable and that she could not see anything at all, even though she saw Sam's spiritual beast. The referee announced that this fight was won by Brother Sam of the Kinyon Sword Clan. No one could believe such an outcome. It seems that this was the dark horse of the Kinyon Sword Clan, their main trump card. This cultivator, who never even pulled his sword out of its sheath, impressed and frightened his rivals around him. Sam held Lisa in his arms and was crying inside. His reputation had just come to an end. The referee announced the 15th battle. A representative of the Phantom Gate clan was fighting against Noah's brother from the Kinyon Sword Clan. But the Phantom Gate clan was also unlucky to meet with a Kinyon representative today. Noah defeated his opponent. In the 20th round, Lewis from the Kinyon clan played against a representative from the Jinyon clan and also won. The first stage of the competition has already come to an end. It was an incredible fight. The Sword Clan specialized in fencing, and Noah mastered the combined skills of sword and talisman, and the students of this clan were promising. Sam met his fellow soldiers, who ran joyfully to him after their battles. Noah said he won only because of the talisman Sam gave them, and if he has any tasks in the future, he can rely on them. Sam gladly took up the boys' idea and asked them to remember this promise well. The last battle for the day was supposed to be between Lisa from the Purple Spirit Clan and Maggie from the Palace of Heavenly Illusions. Sam was glad that the competition was almost over for the day, but Mary was eager to see the skill of the Palace of Heavenly Illusions. Maggie descended into the fight arena with her characteristic grace. She approached Lisa, saying that she had heard a lot about her and had wanted to compete with her in strength for a long time. Lisa's sister Maggie also responded in kind. She wanted to compete with the girl. Their palace had always been far from the world. She wondered what she was capable of. Maggie replied that she was looking forward to the fight, and Lisa said that, in that case, she would start. Maggie responded to the girl's attack with a spell made of pink rose petals. A moment later, Lisa's energy beam hit something, but it was no longer Maggie. The only thing left in the place where her opponent stood was a pink mirror that had been cracked by the girl's attack. Lisa couldn't understand why she couldn't see where Maggie was. All these illusions were really bothering her. She could not believe that she would not be able to break through her opponent's magic. At some point, in a small gap between the pieces of pink glass, she saw Maggie standing and looking in her direction. Without wasting a second, Lisa generated energy to attack her cunning opponent. And when her hand almost touched Maggie, she flew back. Dodging the attack, did Lisa manage to find her. But the next second, Maggie pressed her finger to her mouth and asked if the girl really thought so. Lisa stood there and watched in amazement as the girl's face dissolved into thin air, leaving only her green eyes behind. Suddenly, the girl despaired. Wondering if she had failed, Maggie was very strong. A second after Lisa thought this, Maggie whispered in her ear that she should not devalue her enemy. Maggie pointed to the horizon in front of Lisa's face and told her to look at the beautiful moon in the sky. And the moment Lisa succumbed to her opponent's manipulations, she fell for Maggie's illusion from the Palace of Heavenly Illusions. Maggie assured the girl that all her powers were becoming completely meaningless. It was all just in Lisa's head, and absolutely nothing was happening in the arena. Lisa was standing there shaking with her whole body. The audience was amazed. Lisa didn't even have time to attack, and she was already under the control of her sister Maggie. That was the power of the Palace of Heavenly Illusions. The power of this girl terrified everyone present. No one even noticed when she activated her illusion. All those present began to think about how they could withstand such a strong competitor. John asked his brother Sam what he thought about this, and it was difficult for him to answer this question. John exploded. Maybe there was no illusion at all. Even his brother Sam had a hard time predicting the outcome. But Sam interrupted him. He said it was time to end his workday, and that's why he wanted to leave the arena. Without waiting for the reaction of his comrades, he went to the exit, as Sam was supposed to be returning from work at sunset. Maggie told her sister Lisa that this was how it happened, and that she lost to her in this fight. She touched her lips to dissolve the illusion she had previously imposed on her opponent. Having generated a ray of energy in the form of an air kiss, she sent it towards the hypnotized girl. As soon as the effect of Maggie's spell wore off, Lisa fell to the ground and dropped her weapon. Wiping the tears from her face, Lisa admitted that Maggie was a very strong opponent. Mary realized that a person wouldn't even recognize when he or she was falling into Maggie's illusions from the Palace of Heavenly Illusions. This girl was indeed a very worthy opponent for everyone in this arena. She has just proved that no one can doubt it. At that very moment, Maggie seemed to hear Mary's thoughts and mentally replied that she was looking forward to their match. The shocked girl looked at Maggie, not understanding how she had heard her. The referee announces that Maggie has won the last battle and the first round is over. The students can rest. Sam had been in his subconscious for a long time, discussing today with the Phoenix and asking its opinion about it. He asked the boy if he was talking about the demons of the Starry Sky clan. The guy answered in the affirmative and noted that these techniques were quite difficult to discern, which made a great impression on him. The energy was very similar to the Demon Lord energy he had encountered before. 90% of the participants were injured today. Phoenix said, "So the Starry Sky clan can safely take advantage of this situation to plant demonic energy. Sam should be careful." In fact, Sam had a hunch about this. He felt quite a strong demonic energy in this clan. Was the whole clan taken over? Meanwhile, Russell asked his elder what he thought about today's competition. The elder said that he had closely followed every battle. With the exception of Sister Mary of the Kinyun Sword clan, no one else deserved their attention. In conclusion, the speaker said that the chairman's plan would be implemented without any problems. A doctor came into the chairman's room and said that everything was ready with her case too, and that all the participants would die tomorrow. The chairman was pleased with the report, and after they were done with everything, they would not be ashamed of their ancestors, the Starry Sky clan. Sam came to the conclusion that he should be more careful with the Starry Sky clan. He turned to Phoenix and said that he had a task for him. When they had discussed all the details and Phoenix was off to run an errand, Sam decided it was time for him to get busy too. He still hasn't caught anything, so will he be left without a catch today? One of the divine beasts, the Keelan turtle, immediately agreed to help him in this matter. He forced one of the fish to swim to the surface and get caught on the hook with the water flow. When the fish bit, Sam was like a little kid, finally getting his first catch. The divine beast Keelan was also happy. He had finally managed to help his master. He felt that he had been useful. Day Dragon and Moon Tiger were angry with their counterpart for using this sneaky trick. They wanted to think of it earlier. In the morning, the referee generated a mirror, saying that it was a secret treasure that their chairman had found in his youth. It was called the Mirror of the Stars and the Moon. It creates doubles, and even if the double dies in battle, the person will lose only a part of the memories he or she received, so no one will die in the battle. Mary said that with the help of this secret treasure, everyone would be able to use all their powers and no one would get hurt. But Sam found this suspicious. To keep the rest of the students from getting discouraged, it was decided to allow all those who had been eliminated to participate in the competition, but they would not be awarded bonuses. This news caused a storm of emotions among all the participants, and those who lost yesterday could not even believe that they would be able to participate in the competition again. The Mirror of the Stars and Moon was divided into 4 areas. The students were divided randomly, and the performance could be watched in front of the clan building. And now, after setting up, all the students were asked to come closer to the mirror. The referee announced that they would continue the Tianjiao gathering in another world and look forward to the incredible performances of the participants. James of the Starry Sky clan was the first to create his clone, shouting that only in real combat can one see the true power of a person. One by one, the students flew through the Mirror of Stars and Moon, and Mary wanted to do it too, inviting Sam to do it. The guy agreed, but said that he needed to prepare a bit first. A few seconds later, Sam was flying through the mirror after his sister Mary, looking forward to new adventures. The referees were looking at the clusters of energy beams from the students of different clans of the Alliance crossing the border of worlds. And suddenly I saw that for a moment, the Mirror of Stars and Moon malfunctioned. Has someone really powerful just entered another world? Thanks to Sam's trick, his powers were fully restored inside the secret realm. During the transition, he managed to suppress his energy. His current strength was estimated to be the 4th level of the Immortal Palace's limit, and he remembered that he needed to be careful. Russell watched the participants of all clans fulfill the requirements of the competition organizers. He was satisfied. It wasn't long to go. Unexpectedly, one of the viewers saw Sam from the Kinyon Sword clan on the screen, but no one could figure out what the guy was doing. They saw the guy seemingly climbing into a giant hollow tree. At first glance, the guy just wanted to hide. But it was he who had struck his opponent before the competition began? Was he really preparing an ambush? But none of the spectators drew the right conclusions. Sam covered his eyes with the leaves that were in the hollow of the tree. Now he was not distracted. When the audience saw that the guy just went to bed, they were incredibly shocked. Elder Jack blushed with shame. He promised that the boy would receive his punishment after the competition. Russell was also interested in the strange behavior of this participant, and he was surprised that the guy had not fallen under the influence of the Secret Kingdom. For some time, the guy slept peacefully until 2 people started shouting near the tree. The guy opened his eyes, trying to see the participants in the dispute. They were arguing about their rivals. It was Leia and Jeremiah, who yelled that if she wanted someone from the Kinyon Sword clan, she should look elsewhere. The girl smiled silently, not going to back down from her intentions. A fight broke out, which got closer and closer to the tree where Sam was sleeping and finally destroyed its top. There were 3 people present in the clearing: Mary, Leah, and Jeremiah, and all 3 of them were staring at the boy who had just appeared in front of them. Jeremiah insisted that he only wanted to fight his sister Mary and no one else. Leah, seeing the very eccentric who had interested her so much, agreed to the demands of the crazy competitor. She attacked Sam with a sea tide of waves, but the boy managed to avoid the girl's attack in time. Sam really didn't want to run away from his opponent in front of his sister Mary. If it was time for a competition, he had to fight. He drew his sword and prepared for a fight, and he was in the mood to have fun. Leah didn't have to ask for an attack twice. She was instantly at Sam's side, but he was able to stop her onslaught. There was a rapid battle between them, which was difficult to follow, and they changed their positions very often. Jeremiah, seeing that his opponent was already busy, realized that he could now focus on the battle with Mary. He called upon the light of the god of fire, and everything around him burst into red fire, and Mary could not lose in front of her brother Sam. She decided to make a breakthrough and generated an energy beam to do so. After she managed to distract the guy with her sudden counterattack, she approached him in one jump, trying to strike him. This is how the first battle in the Mirror of Stars and Moon officially began. Mary decided to use her signature Kinyan swordblade technique against Jeremiah. Powerful energy beams flew toward the boy, who was not going to dodge again. Unexpectedly, in response to this girl, the boys began to group together to create a protective dome. Mary's attack failed. Her energy beams were unable to penetrate the enemy's shield. Jeremiah's defense reflexes were very good, and the girl had to come up with new ways to get to him. Mary realized that her opponent was finally ripe for taking her seriously and engaging in a real battle. Jeremiah, generating energy for the attack, said that he recognized Sister Mary as a strong opponent, and that's why he decided to unleash all his power to its fullest. The guy generated the snake dance attack. Mary tried to repel the attack of one snake, but another one appeared in its place, and they multiplied with each accurate blow of the girl. Horrified, she realized that her opponent had indeed become stronger, much stronger. With nothing left to do but try to avoid the attack, Mary began to maneuver. Sam sensed Mary's anxiety and realized that it looked like his sister was in great danger. He decided to telepathically contact the girl and tell her which way to go. The guy told Mary to channel the energy of the blade with her mind. The blade would help her cope with her troubles. Leia realized that Sam was distracted by her and therefore disrespectful of their fight and attacked, shouting at him to focus. The energy beam cut the guy in half, and she realized that it was not her opponent. This trick with Sam's mascots caused a great deal of indignation from his opponent as he dared to deceive her. Sam's voice was heard behind the girl, saying that the rules of the competition did not say that he was not allowed to do so. Leia disagreed with the boy's statement and still wanted him dead. She was still angry. Mary thought about how she had never been able to comprehend the true power of the technique Sam was talking about, but it was actually very simple. The girl had an epiphany, which was followed by self-improvement of the spirit. She struck the serpent Jeremiah with the technique Sam had advised her, the intent of the blade immediately destroying the enemy's attack. Jeremiah was outraged. The girl dared to interfere with his dance. The boy said that Mary's strength made his blood boil. After he said that, the frosty freshness in the forest changed into flaming snowflakes that spun in the air. The guy generated another attack called the Red Lotus. The girl was now unchanged in her choice, and against this attack she also used the intent of the blade. Jeremiah's next attack, Ice Dance, met with her divine seal. The fight between the boy and the girl was getting more and more heated, as if they could not stop. Sam, on the other hand, continued to avoid Leia's attacks. Not engaging her in a full-fledged fight, he was focused on Mary. He realized that she would have a hard time, and he felt that Sister Mary was very tense. Spectators behind the barrier could not understand why the competitors were more aggressive than usual. In the real world, these people were completely different. Something must have really happened. The elder of the Palace of Heavenly Illusions thought that everything that was happening was very similar to the illusion of their palace. Was there really something wrong with this secret kingdom, she wondered, and she grew increasingly suspicious. She was not the only one who thought so. The elder of the Shenyang clan also noted that the students were somehow evil. It was abnormal, and he demanded an explanation. But the referee replied that in that world you can't get real injuries, so the participants fight at full strength. In addition, each of them wants to demonstrate the strength of their clan, and the girl asked the observers not to worry so much. And although everyone around her began to agree with the referee's words, the elder of the Palace of Heavenly Illusions was trembling with a bad feeling. The woman hoped that she was imagining things. One of the audience members suddenly shouted and pointed at one of the screens, and everyone turned their attention to that screen. Among all the participants who were enthusiastic about the battle, there was one who was not at all interested in it, and that was Sam. But his opponent seemed to have completely lost her mind. She didn't like the fact that the guy didn't fight her, but dodged her attacks. As Sam saw Leia's face change, especially her eyes, he realized that the secret realm was slowly destroying their minds. If something is not done right now, the participants will simply kill each other in the heat of the moment. The referee looked through the barrier at his brother Sam, not understanding why he was still conscious. Russell Sam was also not overlooked. This guy stood out among his competitors. Could it be that this guy was their exception to yesterday's report, so Mary might not be the one they needed to watch? He turned to one of his students and ordered her to tell James how to complete his task as soon as possible. Today, all these people are bound to become victims of the Demon Lord. Jeremiah continued to get more and more heated and confronted Mary. He generated a shackling spell against the girl, which grabbed Mary in a deadly grip. The girl felt herself being squeezed by an unrivaled energy that she wanted to absorb. But to do this, she had to move, and Mary made the spell crack under her pressure. Jeremiah was amazed at the strength of the girl who escaped from his trap again. In a moment, Mary was free of the spell and ready to attack. She thought that she felt great joy that her soul had returned home, as if heaven and earth had crossed. The girl no longer controlled herself. She used the blade technique against Jeremiah. And the second technique flew after the first one, the buried blade technique. The guy fell almost unconscious, but the girl's energy still kept him going. Mary looked at the body of the wounded enemy and had a growing desire to kill him. Sam, on the other hand, was still busy confronting Leah, and she was putting more and more pressure on him. Suddenly, the boy felt that something was wrong with his sister Mary, so he looked around and called out to her. The girl stopped right in the middle of the attack and looked at Brother Sam with her purple demonic eyes. Suddenly, it was like an electric shock. She started to come to and did not understand where such bloodthirstiness could come from inside her. The girl tried to restrain her attack, but her blade had very strong energy and it went beyond her control. Realizing that she would not be able to divert her attack, she shouted at her opponent to run away. But Jeremiah was too badly wounded. He was trembling with terror and said that he would not have time to escape. Sam realized that he was too far away from the girl to help her, and he was also very annoyed by Leah's annoyance. The girl again generated another attack in the direction of the boy, hoping to impress him. But suddenly, the guy grabbed her weapon with his hand, interrupting the energy flow. Leah looked at Sam and did not understand how it was possible that this guy had become stronger in 1 minute. The next second, the girl was flying with her weapon as far away from the boy as possible. Sam opened his robe a little and touched his hand to his sealed talisman. The guy realized that this time he was going to have to show everyone his true strength. At this time, no less strange and frightening events were taking place in another mirror. Russell's messenger was passing his words to James. A member of the Starry Sky clan has just fatally wounded one of the competitors. The guy did not understand why. Despite the fact that he could not die within the mirror, he felt all the injuries for real. The plan was successfully launched, but in order to fulfill Russell's requirements, James first had to deal with this particular problem. The wounded guy shouted in James's face that he was too cruel, that they were competitors. But the guy didn't have time to finish his sentence, because a second later, he was pierced by the energy beams of James's attack. He felt that his energy was still in this body and did not understand why he could not leave the mirror. The last person he saw was James, who said that it would be an honor for the boy to be killed by his hands and that he would help him. With a shout that the boy should remember this day forever, James dealt him a final, fatal blow. In the other mirrors, almost the same thing happened, with someone dying in every fight. The students who became murderers did not even realize what they were doing or what was really happening to them. All the viewers stood up from their seats. They could not believe what they were watching on the screens. Observers began to shout that one should not be so fierce and unleash their hatred, which came from nowhere. They demanded that the referee tell them in detail what the plan of the Starry Sky clan was. The referee replied that all participants were on equal terms and that the Starry Sky clan would explain everything to the audience after the competition. And if the disciples die while in the mirror, their deaths will not count in the real world, so there is nothing to worry about. The participant of the big competition killed by James lay dead in the middle of the lawn, bleeding to death. But the conspirators were not alone on the lawn. They were watched by Lewis and Noah, who did not understand what was happening. The soul of that student was destroyed. If this happens, it turns out that you can still die here. Lewis was very curious about what was happening outside. Maybe something was going wrong there too. The girl told James not to worry. The elders had put a ban on the mirror. Representatives of the clans will not even realize that their students are really dying in this world. James said that we should tell all the members of the Starry Sky clan to walk around in mirrors and kill the participants, and that there should be as many victims as possible. He ordered the girl to immediately comply with his order, and she obediently agreed. Staying on the lawn, James told the Demon Lord that he didn't have long to wait. Noah and Lewis at that moment realized that the entire Starry Sky clan was in cahoots with the Moyan clan. James was walking away from the clearing, carrying a bloody sword in his hands, saying that no one would leave this world alive. The guys were very angry. The big meeting in Tianzhou turned out to be another trap for the alliance, and we had to warn the other participants.